Stockholm Syndrome. There's no one here by that name.
So it's okay to choke on Lost Boy, but not chicken and biscuits? I'm not crying.
I think that the only way that this book and this series in itself could be saved and salvageable to me is if at the end of book 4, Winnie just wakes up in her room and it was all a dream.
An old woman living in a nightmare.
Kidnapped by a mythical child man fae demon. I think it's cool if you cry a little bit. I would. I'm crying right now.
Is it really how everybody mistakes your weirdness for coolness?
Hi, I'm Rachel, and this is Weirdo Book Club. I know I am not normally your host here, but this channel is run by my best friend Natalie, who is currently sick, and she is trying to get well. And since I was left with no supervision, I have commandeered this vessel.
Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
Our girl Natalie has reviewed the entirety of the Never King series, aka the Vicious Lost Boys series, aka the Why Choose Let's Fuck Peter Pan and All of His Friends series. What was I saying? So she has reviewed all 4 of the books in this series on this channel for us and has accumulated over 5 hours of rant review footage dissecting this particular series. And she is, to my knowledge, the only person who has ever done this. I don't think there is another person on planet Earth that has reviewed the Vicious Lost Boys series to the tune of 5 hours worth of footage. So please join me in giving her her flowers. Drop in a flower emoji in the comments if you want to, along with a get well soon if you're feeling kind. I have spliced together all of the videos of her reviewing the Vicious Lost Boys series into one giant mega Peter Pan's dick-sized review for you all to consume, like a Zack Snyder cut. This is one of my favorite things that Natalie has done on this channel. These videos are hilarious. So having it all in one place is in part just doing myself a favor for convenience sake, but I hope you'll enjoy it too. So without further ado, here is a 5-hour breakdown of the Vicious Lost Boys series, starting with the Never King, done by our best girl.
Welcome back to my channel. Today we are going to be discussing yet another terrible book that I've read. I hope you're excited. I know I am. Today we are discussing The Never King by Nikki St. Crow. We're getting into it. And the 159 annotations that I made. There's only one disclaimer, but let's go ahead and get it out of the way. This review will contain opinions, spoilers, and general shit talking. If you don't want to hear me talk badly about this book, if you plan to read this book and don't want it spoiled, or if you don't know how to behave when a person on the internet that you don't know has opinions that don't directly line up with yours, this review is not for you. It's also not for the author. Just throwing that out there. Let's get into the details. The Never King is a dark Why Choose romance and spicy fairy tale retelling reimagining, including The Lost Boys and Peter Pan. Yeah, it was first published in February 2022. It has 192 pages, and it is book 1 of 4 in the completed Vicious Lost Boys series. This book has multiple POVs. I think there's 5 in total. And even though it's probably standard for something like this, because you got a lot of people in the mix, I didn't care for it in this book. We'll get to it. Synopsis reads, the stories were all wrong. Hook was never the villain. For 2 centuries, all the Darling women have disappeared on their 18th birthday. Sometimes they're gone for only a day, some a week or a month, but they always return broken. Now on the afternoon of my 18th birthday, my mother is running around the house making sure all the windows are barred and the doors are locked. But it's pointless, because when night falls, he comes for me. And this time, the Never King and the Lost Boys aren't willing to let me go. I'm not gonna lie to you, because we're buds. I was excited to read this. When I was a kid, my grandparents used to take me to the video store, and I went through like a series of weeks where I only wanted to rent the cartoon Disney version of Peter Pan. So the idea of a darker, spicy reimagining of this story really appealed to me, and I like the idea that the Darling women are cursed to repeat the same fate over and over again, and I wanted to explore that. I was very excited. I even added it to my dark romance spreadsheet. Link below. And this isn't the first Peter Pan reimagining that I've read, actually. I read Hooked by Emily McIntyre, and I had fun with it. I liked the little Easter eggs, so that had me feeling hopeful for this one. Womp womp. The trigger warnings, according to the author's website: mental illness, smoking, graphic rough sex, sex in public, group sex, dubcon, graphic violence, graphic language, captivity, degradation, submission, bondage, ropes, spanking, blood play, choking, CNC, talk of sexual assault. I do always appreciate when an author gives a list of the trigger warnings, so This is the space I'm holding to praise her for that. I'd also sprinkle in, I don't really even know how to explain this, odd depiction of a sex worker or sex work in general. I don't know, but we're going to get into it when we get there. But just know something strange is afoot. The word is thrown around a lot too with reckless abandon. Raise your hand if you're excited about it. No one. So I think the scene has been set. Has it? I don't know, but let's go. Chapter 1, Winnie. So our first chapter and first POV belongs to our female main character, Winnie Darling. Not Wendy, okay? Winnie, like the bear.
Oh, bother.
She's the latest almost 18-year-old in the Darling line. We find her on the day before her 18th birthday. I love her, like, instantly. I haven't attended a normal high school in over 2 years, yet I find myself hooking up with the star quarterback in the passenger seat of his SUV. This is page 1. Children having sex. He's bad at sex. Magnificent on the football field. If only I liked football and hated sex. Anthony shoves inside me, and I make the porn star face for him because I know he likes it. I pretend to orgasm with him. I'm not a porn star, but I am the daughter of a... So I think that's close enough. Oh, fuck yeah, Winnie. Fuck. Oh, baby. That was bad, I'm sorry. Oh, fuck yeah, Winnie. Fuck. Oh, baby. I don't know where that voice came from. His grip on me is loose and clammy. He's trembling like the boy he is. We're the same age, but decades apart. Fuck, he says, and breathes hot air against my naked chest. That was so good. Was that good? The lack of confidence is insufferable. I don't know that I've ever slept with a confident man. Well, you're 17. I'd hope not. Or maybe that's wrong. Maybe they're only confident in the taking. So good, baby. You're so good at sex. And I'm so good at lying. Are you? Ooh, rocky start. Who talks like this? This is our first look at Winnie, and man, we're blessed. She's not in high school, as she said, but high schoolers are in her. Weird. Also, daughter of a... I don't know if that's true, but maybe I just misremembered something. We'll find out, I guess. Nothing about Winnie screams girl boss empowered by her own sexuality to me, though I do think that that's the goal. She just seems like a neglected, unwell teenager who is expressing this through promiscuity. Maybe I'm just old and bitter. Or maybe the neglected, unwell, promiscuous teen in me recognizes the unwell, neglected, promiscuous teen in her. I digress. She goes on to tell us how she's dead inside and bored and hates everything. The only thing I have to look forward to is being kidnapped by a meth. So she is aware that this is about to happen to her, but she doesn't really believe it because she thinks her mom is cuckoo bananas. And her mom has been hospitalized several times, moves them around a lot. It's a very chaotic lifestyle that she's living. They threw schizophrenia in here as a possible diagnosis for the mother, which we love. Great. Winnie is more concerned about going crazy like her mom as opposed to being kidnapped, because she doesn't really think that that's true anyway. She comes home and sits with her mom. Her mom's name is Mary, like Merry Christmas, in a barricaded room, and they chit-chat about the island. And shocking to everyone, I'm sure, Mary actually isn't off her rocker. She was telling the truth the whole time. And Pan shows up and yoinks her off to Neverland. Chapter 2. POV. Peter Pan. It takes me twice as long to get back to Neverland in the treehouse with a darling thrown over my shoulder. She's light as a feather. Her rib bones are sharp enough to hurt. This darling is not well. Perhaps her spiderweb cracks means she'll be easier to break open. Y'all, come quick! The subjects and verbs are disagreeing again. I'm just gonna read it again. Perhaps her spiderweb cracks means she'll be easier to break open. Okay, so real quick. Spiderweb is a descriptive noun or an adjective. I'm not real sure. Anyway, the subject, which is plural, is the word cracks. It's cracks.
Say crack again.
Crack. So since the subject is plural, the verb needs to correlate, right? The cracks means she will be easier to break is not correct. It's not correct. But I can't stay here. I can't stay here because my blood pressure. My blood pressure are high. I means it. So he takes her to the Never Tree, which is dying because something is up with the magic in the island. I don't know. We are met by 3 of the many lost boys. The first 2 being a set of twins named Cass and Bash, and a violent, ominous one named Vane. Can't really tell the twins apart ever, except one likes to cook. I don't know. Who cares? The twins follow Pan as he takes Winnie to her brand new bedroom and chains her to the bed. Cool. Pan leaves them with her. Watch her, I order as I get up and make my way for the door. But don't touch. We know the rules, Bash said, a little annoyed to be told what to do. But Bash has always loved pretty things, and this darling is prettier than the rest. Don't fuck the darlings, I say, just to be sure he hears me. It's the only rule we have. We don't fuck the darlings, because fucking darlings is what got us into this mess in the first place. We don't fuck the darlings. We just break them. Okay, sport, if you don't fuck the darlings, but darlings is what got you into this mess in the first place. It seems like you do the darlings. Whatever. Chapter 3, Winnie again. She opens her eyes and there's a boy staring down at her. Boy? Whatever. It's Cass. No, not a boy exactly. He has the youth of a boy but the presence of a man. Long black hair is tied into a bun at the back of his head. His gaze is knife-like, sharp and glinting as he takes in the sight of me. His skin is the color of a bright side of a blood moon, and black tattoos run over his bare chest. All of the lines are precise and symmetrical on both sides of his body. They start at his neck and travel like a labyrinth over the rest of him, disappearing beneath the waistband of ripped black jeans. He's a vision of dark virility. Good morning, darling, he says. Where am I? I lurch upright to find him chained to a wall. That's kinky. So for her 18th birthday, this extremely unwell girl was gifted by being kidnapped by an urban legend fairy tale myth man and chained to a bed. But yeah, kinky. Kinky. Hot. There's something about these boys that's more potent than any of the boys I've hung out with before, and I've hung out with plenty. Yeah, we know. Pretty boys always make time go by faster. I hate being bored, but most of all, I hate being alone. She takes in her surroundings, has a glass of water, and then tells us information that we did not ask about. I went to school with twins once, back when Mom and I lived in Minnesota. The Wavy twins. The most obnoxious, annoying little girls I'd ever met. They used the fact that they were identical to get away with everything, including putting worms in my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I wonder if these boys are the same. They look like trouble. They feel like the wrong kind of temptation, like a pretty tree frog that can kill you with a touch. I think everyone has a superpower, something they're just inherently good at. And mine has always been reading people, knowing what sort of person someone is before they speak a word. My note here was, I expect this to fall apart. It's giving manic pixie nightmare girl with a superpower that she doesn't actually have. Maybe once in her life, she saw someone and was like, I bet he likes to bone. And then they boned. Superpower. But also, why all of this just to say that the boys look like trouble? They look like trouble. That's 4 words right there. Right to the point. This is terrible writing. She and the twins exchange some more words, and she's horny. Because of course she is. I've been alone in dark rooms with plenty of men, but none like the twins. They could easily take me in any way they wanted. Fighting them would be like fighting the ocean. I'm sorry. Fighting them would be like fighting the ocean. Pointless. Futile. But why would I? They look like they'd be a wild ride. I lick my lips and Bash's nostrils flare as his attention wanders to my mouth. When you grow up around, you learn a thing or two about tricks. She just licked her lips. Maybe she doesn't have any chapstick. You know what? I understand. Because I just got this and I'm obsessed with it. So, okay. The twins tell her that they're the nice ones and there's actually someone even more scary than Peter Pan. And that's when we meet Bane. Who is meaner than Pan? My mom never said anything about there being others. I never thought to ask. When he darkens the doorway, the air gets lodged in my throat. This one isn't as muscular as the twins, but there's something more distinctly sinister about him. The scar, the eyes, 3 long, jagged scars cut his face in half, diagonally from one temple to his jaw. It's changed his gaze. One eye is bright violet, the other pure black. Zaid, is that you? Goosebumps lift off my arm despite the warm air. The darling is awake, the newcomer says in a cold, detached tone of voice. He comes over to Bash and steals the last of his cigarette, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger, and takes a hit of a cigarette. Why is he holding a cigarette like it's the weed? Well, it's just hot. When he speaks, he hasn't exhaled yet, so his voice is stilted as he holds the smoke in his lungs. She started crying yet? Cass frowns. Something tells me this one will be harder to break. They all break eventually, the mean one says, eyeing me with his unsettling eyes. I automatically look away, my body singing with a creeping sense of dread. I draw back and try to make myself smaller. Mom said there was magic here. What kind of magic is this? I don't shrink. Not usually. Arguably, her shrinking back in the presence of a strange, scary man that she doesn't know is the most normal reaction she's had so far. Remember, she thought being chained to the bed was kinky. But Winnie's not normal, okay? There's something different about Winnie. Winnie likes the sex. Winnie's special. He tells her, don't run cause I'll catch you. And then he has some mind controlling thing that he uses on her and makes her like freak out. She has a panic attack and starts crying and he's like, told you, and leaves. The twins offer to make her some food, telling her they won't bite. Not yet anyway. But the rule, fellas. The rule. Chapter 4, Bash. Bash gives us a little bit more insight into their characters, which helps exactly not at all. Cass will pretend he's not like the rest of them. Vane will terrorize her, and Bash will calm her down with food. Cloudberry pancakes, to be exact. Of all the things in this dumbass book, the cloudberries and the cloudberry pancakes, I was in it. I was in for that. I was like, drop the recipe. But no, they didn't. They all crowd around her as she eats, except for Pan, because who knows where the hell he is. The twins exchange a look, and they have some sort of like ability to communicate with each other through their thoughts. Other people around, while they're doing this, hear like tinkling bells, which is something else that I thought was kind of cool, but the thought that they share, something's different about this one. But they have rules. Pan has always had one rule about the Darlings. They're off limits. We have plenty on the island to keep us busy without fucking around with a darling. We're the Lost Boys, and there's plenty of lost pussy to be found. I quit the video. I quit! I can't quit. We got so much more to do. They all stand around and watch her have an orgasm over these pancakes. Something's different about these darlings. She's basically blowing that pancake. In their weird twin telepathy, Bash asks Cass, God, say that 3 times fast, what darling smells like. And he replies, like secrets and forbidden fruit. Thank you. That told me nothing. Both of Vane's eyes go black, which is never a good sign, apparently. Something to do with his shadow of death and how horny he is for this teenager eating pancakes. They continue to marvel at the sight of her eating pancakes when a new character emerges named Cherry, a girl who was a pirate and now isn't, and all the boys hate her, but sleep with her, but hate her. Which I don't get. If there's so much lost pussy to be found, like, why are we having sex with people we don't like? But it doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to make sense. They say more mean things about Cherry, but she made her choices, and I wish I could elaborate, but I can't. They tell Winnie to finish eating because Pan will wake soon. Chapter 5. Winnie. So Cherry sticks around for a little bit and asks for some pancakes, and they tell her no because they hate her. But Winnie is super smart, and she's like, I can tell that this girl's desperate, so I'm gonna befriend her. So she offers to share her pancakes with her. You can have some of mine. I slide my plate towards her. Really? She looks like she doesn't believe me. Of course. I don't need them all. I beg to differ, Bash says. There's a hardness to his face now. You're just skin and bones. Oh my god, she's teeny tiny. Love it. The highlighted part here is a fragment shit show. At least a good story, right? Right? And the characters are likable. Right? This chapter's short, and it's basically just doing the whole breakfast scene from Winnie's POV and her prodding Cherry when the boys leave. She also starts to feel a little guilty about not believing her mom all these years. Chapter 6. Pan. Ha-ha! We get some insight into Pan and his predicament. I have flesh and bones, but still no fucking shadow. How much longer do I have? So he's lost his shadow, and because of this, he's dying, I suppose. When the sun can kill you and pirates are hunting you and your magic is fucking waning, all you have left are blades. Rock on, man. Hardcore. HXC. The sun can kill you? Is this like a vampire thing? You know how I feel about vampires. They make everything better. Sadly, I don't think this is vampires. Vane comes into Pan's cave tomb, leans against the dresser looking, quote, like he was carved from war. They discuss Cherry and how much they hate her, but she's loyal, and they need to keep her loyal, and so that's Vane's job. She slept with all 3 of these main guys, but she really likes Vane the most, so he's tasked with doing her to keep her loyal. Nice. They enter the treehouse, and Pan says, I can't see the darling yet, but I can feel her. We're a house of cold, hard edges. She's already made it feel warmer, and I've barely known soft or warm in my life. He spent like 8 minutes with her and then went to bed. But yeah, totally. I understand what's being attempted here, right? I'm sure you understand it too, because we're smarts. However, it's not going well. I don't feel well. This is a very neglected, promiscuous teenager. And that is all we know about her so far. Spoiler alert, there's nothing else. So where's the warmth coming from? From her you know what? Let's just move on. Take a swig and let the alcohol roll around on my tongue before swallowing it back, letting the burns settle in. It reminds me that I'm alive, aren't I? I snap my fingers at Bash and he brings me the steel cigarette case, flips it open for me so I can pluck one out, pull the lighter from my pants pocket, flick the wheel and light the end of the cigarette. Why did you walk me through that like a child at a zoo? Just say he got a cigarette. The smoke burns differently than the liquor, but it burns just the same. I'm alive. I am alive. I'm alive. Oh, he's cool. You can tell from the steel ciggy case and the alcoholism. Swoon. Pan and Vane take Nilly. What? Pan and Vane take Winnie to the beach and tell her this is Neverland. There's no escape. They also never miss an opportunity to tell us how rail thin she is. Teeny tiny itty bitty. She's not thin. She's malnourished and neglected, but okay. Let's keep talking about it. Winnie asks a few questions. Vane gets irritated. His eyes start to go black again. And Pan's like, OMG, you didn't tell me it was this bad. Winnie runs off, even after Vane specifically told her not to. Vane is told to go walk it off, and Pan goes after her. Chapter 7, Winnie again. We start this chapter with Winnie running and crying, except, oh my God, I don't cry. I don't cry. And maybe I'm just in a mood today, but you've been kidnapped. You know, kidnapped by a mythical child man fae demon. I think it's cool if you cry a little bit. I would. I'm crying right now. After all the threatening, the terrorizing, the don't run or I'll chase you, Pan catches her and does nothing. For a split second, Pan softens. I can sense it in the fading of the tension in his body. That was Vane, he says. He has the ability to make people feel terror. What? If it's any consolation, he didn't mean it. It's not. They go back and forth for a few seconds and it's as fun as it sounds. You kidnapped me. When do I get to go home? You always ask so many questions. And he tells her that if she ends up broken, it's her own fault. Because the harder she resists, the worse it'll be. I don't know what it is. And neither does she. And he's not about to elaborate. So he just tosses her over his shoulder and takes her back to the treehouse. And I want you to remember, this is one of the few times that we see her crying and afraid. She's scared. She doesn't want to be here. Inside, I'm tossed unceremoniously on the couch with my skirt bunched up around my waist. The twins notice. I take my time fixing it. Good. Can't miss an opportunity to shake that ass for some Lost Boys, huh? Yeah. She tells us more about the house, even though I didn't ask, did you? Also, I feel like that could have been done sooner. Setting is very important. Pan grabs some liquor and sits down to have a smoke. Once again, holding it like this. I pretended to smoke for 3 years while I was in college. For the vibes. You know, I wasn't willing to damage my lungs for said vibes, but I wanted the vibes. I wanted to be the cool artsy girl smoking on the quad in between classes. And it all worked out because I got to look cool and I could still take deep breaths in cold weather. Unscathed. Anyway, even a pretender like me knows you don't hold cigarettes like this. No, do it right. You're messing up the vibes. So Pan basically starts telling Winnie a little bit about what's going to break her, how he plans to root through her mind for information that she may or may not have, and the more she resists it, the more broken she will be. But Winnie is distracted, would you believe it, by how hot he is. And she tells us about it. Thank you, God. Oh, there is a God. When I look at him, my belly soars. There's something about him that's disarming, a natural haunting, like a barren tree growing in the middle of a dark lake. Something that very rarely should be, and yet is. Scooch in for a nice game of why would you word it like that? Fun fact. Here we go. Barren tree growing in the middle of a lake. Something that very rarely should be. Okay? You mean like this? This is a cypress tree. It's not barren because this was shot in the summer. But there are a lot of lone cypress trees growing out of the middle of dark lakes. So that would mean this analogy doesn't hold water. Unlike this tree, it isn't something that very rarely should be, but instead it's something that very often is. Anywho, the twins escort her back to her room and chain her back up to the bed. It's an odd feeling suddenly being held captive in a house full of boys. A year ago, I'd call this a party. A few days ago, you would have called this a party. Okay? Shut the fuck up. They say goodnight and that she did really good for her first day. She's like, LOL, I'm chained to a bed. I didn't have much choice. And then one of the twins, God only knows which one, we always have a choice. When? Quickly tell me when. I definitely think that this is one of those times where the stoic, broody guy is supposed to drop a one-liner and hint at a deeper well of humanity residing inside of him, but it ain't working. Chapter 8, Winnie again. I spent the summer of my 13th year living with Mom in a rundown house that was crammed between two warring neighbors. One, a prude, the other, a Okay, so her mother isn't the sex worker. There's just her mother, and the sex worker lived next door when she was 13. The prude neighbor's name is Beth Ann, and this worker's name is Starla. And Starla, quote, was rich and her body her currency. She knew better than Mom how to use it. So maybe her mom is also a worker? But then why did we need to write in another one? Winnie idolizes Starla for her confidence or some shit and starts to creepily watch her every move. Winnie is weird. How did she do it? How did she exist in her skin and love being there? I studied her that entire summer, tried to learn her secrets. I'd always loved watching people. I found they were much easier to read when they didn't realize they were being watched. Stockholm Syndrome. There's no one here by that name. They go out to the beach and Cherry and Winnie keep talking and they're hanging out with a bunch of lost boys. Some boys come from Hook, some from town, which, keep that in your noggin. We'll get there. Bash and Cass are the only fae that Pan allowed, apparently. All the other Lost Boys are just outcasts who didn't really belong anywhere and never wanted to grow up, so they came here. They also discussed the size of the island, which is super important. Pretty big. It would take you half a day to get to the other end by foot. So maybe 10 miles across if I had to guess. I personally love it when a damaged, delusional, freshly 18-year-old misfit knows how to properly gauge and accurately estimate geodetic distance. Not only do I love it, but I believe it. Why wouldn't Winnie Whore have this skill set in her toolbox with her brains and her boobs? She starts to worry about going mad again like her mom. But maybe she can help without losing her mind. Can I help him find his shadow without subjecting myself to the brain melt? Yeah, she's unhinged before anybody touched her brain. Spoiler alert, the Fae Queen or whatever, the twin sister, Tilly, is going to come and root around in her brain to search for memories that she may or may not have about the whereabouts of Pan's shadow. I don't know. I take another sip of the wine and it immediately goes to my head and loosens the knot between my shoulders. Alcohol makes everything better. Healthy. Then she says that she's starting to like this place more than she probably should. There's something different about this girl, I tell ya. So cut to, Winnie and Cherry are playing a card game with some of the Lost Boys. Winnie is getting groped by one who smells like cigarettes and mischief. What? She giggles because she's hammered drunk and loves it. Oh my God, this is her favorite thing. Her name is Winnie Whore. She's in her element. The boy edges closer and I glow beneath his attention. This is always where I'm most in my body, when someone else is touching it, when my nerves are awake. It's hard sometimes to feel anything at all. Cherry laughs and falls off her chair and the boy beside her helps her back up. My red-haired wonder pulls me into his lap and his cock presses hard at my center. He's no Bash or Cass, and he's certainly no Pan, but he'll do just fine. I lean in and kiss him. Healthy again. Red-haired wonder is something else too. They just met, and she doesn't even know his name, but she calls him her red-headed wonder. Whatever, he'll do. Do for what? How does doing this guy play into her way to freedom plan? I'm thinking too much again, and that's my apologies because I've already learned that there's no room for that in books like this. So forgive me. Chapter 16, Peter Pan. Vane wakes Pan up and tattles on everybody. Pan's pissed to learn that Winnie is living up to her nickname with some random Lost Boy, so he tears out of the cave with violence in his heart. Why do I care? The rule about not touching darlings only pertains to myself, Cass, Bash, and Bane, because we're the only ones that matter. I don't give a fuck what the other Lost Boys do, so the question stands. Why do I care? I don't know. I don't know why. Fuck, the darling has nothing to do with getting inside her head. It's the inherited memories I need, not that pretty little darling. Vane tries to talk him down, but it doesn't work because off they go to the party. All right, violence it is. He follows me up the stairs. I take them two at a time. And the whole way up, his voice is a singing lilt behind me. Brace yourself. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Better watch out. Peter Pan is going to murder thee. This right here is why I stopped writing poetry. I know I'm never gonna get to this level. So why bother? Like seriously, why bother at all? If any of you out there watching this right now are aspiring writers, poets, scribes of some kind, I need you to just give up. Like you just heard that, right? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Better watch out. Peter Pan is going to murder thee. You're never gonna get there. Never. He yoinks the darling and tosses her into Vane's arms. And then he, no shit, rips this boy's heart out of his chest. Not the redheaded wonder! When I turn back to the darling, a heart in my hand, her eyes are full of tears. Good. She needs to know there are no white knights here, just monsters. And I'm the worst one. Sure. Chapter 17, Winnie. Pan takes her back to the house, flanked by the other 3. Tell her they have rules and asks, are you just fucking everyone to provoke me? Yes, I hear myself saying. They call me Winnie whore, you know. Fucking boys is what I do best. Hearing this, he decides to just bang her right there with the 3 others watching. If you want to act like a whore, I'll treat you like one. Yikes. Slams her down and shit. And I'm sure someone would find this hot. No one here, though. Winnie's having a blast, though. The personification of Niagara falls in this moment. Also, like, Peter Pan kidnapped this kid, right? Held her in a strange place. Has no doubt banged it out with some of her other relatives through time. It is still 100% guaranteed covered in the redheaded wonder's blood. But yeah, she's loving it. Whoosh! Then the twins get a turn with her while everybody else watches. How sweet that they share. No judgment here for a group scene. Do it up. Have fun. However, brothers, same girl, same time. It's just a little too sweet home Alabama for me. Any hoosers, they bang her. One on each end, if you get me. And they call her by her nickname. Pan watches this whole thing, and Winnie has never felt more alive. I feel like my whole body's covered in fire ants, but no one asked. They simultaneously erupt the way only twins can, I guess. Vane's turn. I part my lips. Vane gets in close and spits in my mouth. That's all you'll get from me. I cackled at this, but I'm not falling for it. The only reason that there's ever a character like this, who is shown resisting the womanly wiles of the female main character, is so that he can later be written in as the most protective, most loving, most whipped of all the men. God, this is boring. If I weren't so caffeinated, I would have already fallen asleep. Don't ever provoke me again. There's still blood on his hand and it finally registers that he killed someone, then fucked me. What is happening? And why the hell do I feel so fucking amazing right now? Is this part of the madness driving me to new heights of pleasure and debauchery? But no, they don't fuck darlings. Just did. Okay. All these questions deserve unpacking, but I'm not making that therapist money. I'm just gonna leave them alone. But I don't believe for a second that they have not slept with the darlings in the past. I hate this book, but Winnie's never felt more alive, saying, quote, I'm no longer lost. I think I might have finally been found. Because you had group sex and someone spit in your mouth? I get it. Chapter 18, Cass, this is a really short one. It's pointless, but aren't they all? Twins take her back to the room. She has a shower, and while she's doing that, the twins talk about how much more they want to do to her. Incredible. Chapter 19, Pan. Pan and Vane go on an adventure. Count me in. Remember that we mentioned the town a few chapters ago, right? Okay, great. We're going to play a little game. First of all, if you have a thinking cap on, take it off. You don't need it. And then I want you to take your brain and I want you to use it, but only at like 20% of its full power. Dial it way down. Search your brain and tell me what you think this town is named, okay? I'll wait. Where are we going? Vane asks. Let's go kill some pirates. Twist my arm. We follow the road from the house as it winds through the forest, then crosses mysterious river, then finally spills into Darlington port. Darlington is my city, founded on my blood and magic. Yeah, Darlington. No. Again, aspiring writers of the world, just give it up. Anyway, they roll into town and off to pirates for literally no reason at all. What a night. Chapter 20, Winnie. I've never slept in a bed with someone else, but as I climb in beneath the sheets with Cass on my left and Bash on my right, I feel oddly content. It's like sleeping between 2 ridiculously hot sentinels. If you're dumb like me and didn't know what a sentinel was, I Googled it. It's basically a guard meant to keep watch, and if you'll remember, I think it was chapter 2. As soon as Winnie got there, Pan said, watch her. So with that in mind, and the fact that we keep hearing about how hot both of them are, yes, Winnie, that is exactly what it's like. She's real dumb. But they don't call her Winnie the Brain. Now we know why. Then they do this, and I don't know why, but it sent me over the edge. What's that? I ask, and nod at whatever he has in his hands. He winds his arm around me and holds up my arm, tying a rope bracelet around my wrist. There's an acorn cap threaded through the rope. A kiss, he says. What? He laughs through his nose. The acorn cap is a kiss. It's a thing here. Just pretend it is. Okay, I will not. I will not stand for this. This imagery belongs only here. So scrub this from your memory as far as this book is concerned. Just throw it out. I can't allow it. They lay there, chit-chat, I'll spare you. Then one of the twins accidentally touches a sensitive part of Winnie's back. I guess no one accidentally touched it while she was getting railed in the kitchen. But okay, sure, okay, sure. Over the years, I've gotten used to the constant ache in my body, the pounding headaches, the sharp, sudden bursts of pains in my nerves. When you're carved up by witches and so-called voodoo priests, pain becomes second nature. I would take the pain over losing my mind any day, so I never complained. I did what my mother told me to do, with the slimmest hope that I wouldn't turn out like her. Okay, so now we know where the scars came from. Her mom was subjecting her to barbaric torture methods in hopes of protecting her from this fate. And that does sound upsetting and excruciating, for sure. And like a betrayal because her mother did all of this to her, which just goes to further show how neglected, how unwell this child must be. But the pacing of all of this, like it's just thrown in here and glued together with an Elmer's glue stick, and you know those bitches ain't sticking. Before she falls asleep, sandwiched between two hot fae guys, they ask her what her favorite food is, and she says croissants. Croissants. Chapter 21, Winnie again. She wakes the next morning alone, but sees a sweatshirt on the wingback chair, so she pulls it on, and oh my god, it swallows her. She is itty bitty. She wanders into the kitchen to see that Bash has made her croissants. And this could have been a sweet moment, but it wasn't. And then he got up early to make it for me. Thank you, I say. Don't mention it, darling. After the way your treated me last night, it's the least I could do. They discuss where everyone is. It's boring. Pan's in his cave because sunlight kills him, remember? Still no clue why. Cass comes in with a stringer of fish, and if you think that that is not important enough to note, please know that the stringer of fish is a main character for the next 2 chapters. Winnie is appalled by this rope full of dead fish, which I think is really funny because she just got railed by a man covered in red-headed wonder blood. But dying fish? There is a line, fellas. They see her reaction to this, and they're like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna teach you how to clean fish. Why? I don't know. Please stop asking me that. And they go on for multiple pages and 2 chapters detailing the teaching of the cleaning of the fish. And she talks about how she doesn't need to be taken care of. I don't need to be taken care of. I reposition the fish to get around one of the fins. More scales fly through the air. I disagree. Cass's voice is light, but his gaze is dark. My face pinks again. I've literally taken care of myself my entire life, on my own. When my mom wasn't out escorting old white men, she was home, descending further and further into madness. The only person I could count on was me. So her mom is a worker? But then why did Starla exist? Why? God damn it to hell. All of it. The boys are like, oh, old white men, huh? We got a lot of those buried under the house. And then keep showing her how to clean and scale fish. Are you watching?
Dad, look how fast I can run.
Yes. Insert the blade here. He points the tip just below the fish's mouth. Then run it back to the anal fin. I blanch at the mention of anal. Why is everything the boys do sexual? First of all, everything has an anus. Okay? Dogs, chickens, birds. Chickens are birds. I'm upset! I mean, jellyfish don't. I don't think they excrete the same way they intake. Snakes don't technically have an anus. They have like a... I don't know what... Why are we talking about this? Next, they're cutting up a fish. This is the least sexy thing that anyone's ever done. And I know that because I know how to do this. But aside from that... That's literally what the fin is called. There are multiple fins on a fish. That fin is named such because of the proximity to its anus. Where is the line? Is it just hot men mentioning anal? Is that what activates you? Is it the butthole in general? If the boys take a shit, is that sexual too? Anyway, let's try to move on from this because I literally hate it. Also, the boys finally tell her that they're fae princes. Wonderful. No one cares. Chapter 22. Cass. We're still gutting fish if you were curious. Don't you worry. They tell her some more about the fae and how they were banished and lost their wings. No one cares. I made no notes. Chapter 23. Winnie. Winnie is bushwhacked, okay? She is buzzing with questions about the fae and the sister and the banishment, all these things. But she stumbles in on Vane reading Frankenstein in the library. So all those thoughts are gonna have to wait. Last night when he spit in my mouth, I wanted to tear him apart. Out of all the idiots I slept with, no one had ever treated me like a slut, even though I sort of was. I'm not ashamed of my life choices. For the last decade, I was expecting my life to end on my 18th birthday. Maybe not literally, but figuratively. A slow descent into madness. So I took what I wanted, how I wanted it, because none of it felt like it mattered anyway. Even though on my 18th birthday has come and gone, now that I'm in Neverland and a myth of Peter Pan has proven itself to be real, I still can't shake the feeling that I'm running on borrowed time. And if I am, I want to continue to take. I want to do whatever the fuck I want, even if it kills me. So she taunts him and goes over and straddles him, which I think is a great idea. Now that you're here, he says, what do you plan to do about it? He's tempting me, teasing me. He shifts again, this time pressing forward with his hips. He's not hard yet though, and it pisses me off. All of those needy, inexperienced football players were hard on a dime. Winnie, real quick, sorry to interrupt, okay? Please tell me exactly how many sports teams you fucked. Every single detail, leave nothing out. I'm not wearing a bra, so my breasts hit the air and my nipples immediately shrink to dark beads. Vane growls again, and now he's hard. I'm full of so much pride I might float off into a rain cloud. Men sleep with dead people. Just as long as he doesn't see my back, just as long as he doesn't see my scars. I don't want him to think me weak. I don't want him to think me weak. Did I stumble into a book in the Old Testament? What the fuck is this? He gazeth upon her scars and saweth that she be weak. Rage. I just only rage. They go back and forth a bit. It's dumb. Before I know what's happening, he has me pinned on the floor, his entire body vibrating with barely restrained rage. Same. Listen to me very carefully, darling. His teeth grinding together. You do not want to fuck with me. I choke down air, trying to keep the terror at bay as my heart pounds a warning in my ears. I just want to be fucked by you. He sits up and slaps my tit. Wait, what? So he slaps her tit and leaves. Chapter 24. Pan wanders in and finds her alone reading Frankenstein. She smiles at me. Pretty little darling girl. I want to drive her to the floor and shove my dick in her mouth, watch her gag on it. I'm not a nice man. I'm a worse king. I can pretend though, for now. She shuts the book and looks down at it as if she's only realizing now that she had it. Frankenstein. Classic. I guess. She's reading a book about monsters in a den of monsters. How poetic. That is poetic, Peter. It really is. Especially the way you meticulously spelled it out for us like that. Pure poetry. Pan tells her to prepare for the night because this is the night that the Fae Queen is coming. He does tell her a little bit more about it. How one of her ancestors stole the shadow. How memories are sometimes transferred down generational lines even if you're not aware of it. Blah, blah, blah. He also shares with us that he's not particularly excited about watching this darling be subjected to this kind of torture. I don't want this darling to change. Usually when I take them, they rave and scream or they sob and quiver. This one's like a feral cat that wants to push a saucer of milk off the table just to watch it spill. I like that about her. Brave little darling girl, wild and reckless, always up for depraved adventure. I know. Okay, I know that we're supposed to think that this girl is special, but we're on chapter 24. Even if she is different from all the darlings before her, I've yet to see evidence explaining this, aside from the fact that she's horned up all the time. Is that it? Is it just because she's horny as all get out? Because again, that's not rare. This is a hormonal teenager who is neglected and dealing with her past traumas through promiscuity, you know? Plus, let's not forget the beautiful line, we're the lost boys and there's lots of lost pussy to be found. So they're having sex. Like, what the fuck is this? They go for a walk. He asks about her scars, so much for hiding them. I hope he doesn't think she's weak. He tells her that there was a coup when her ancestor stole the shadow. He takes her to the lagoon where there are ghostly looking mermaids swimming about. This is amazing, the darling says. Your mother said the same thing. She frowns. You brought my mom here? She was not well, I admit. Sometimes the lagoon can be healing. I thought maybe it would help her. The girl is looking at me now like she doesn't recognize me. You tried to help her? She softens and takes a step towards me. I turn away. She was sobbing all night long, I say. I had to shut her up somehow. Can't be nice for more than 2 seconds. He mentioned something vague about Mary and how that wasn't the whole truth about her crying or why she was crying. And he says, quote, when she told me why she was crying, and it cuts off and it tells us nothing. Tell me or don't. He takes her back home to put on dry clothes before the Fae Queen shows up and melts her mind. So kind. Chapter 25, Winnie. They're back and Vane's like, where have you been? And Winnie is so dang miffed that she can't crack his walls when this is like her superpower. Bash comes into the room. Listen, darling, you may be at risk of being knocked over by a stiff breeze, but here, you're stronger than you think. And you're gonna let our dear sister get in your head and you're gonna help us find Peter Pan's shadow, okay? I believe that. I believe you're different from every single darling that's come before you. I swallow against the lump growing in my throat. You think so? Yeah, he grins at me. We got to fuck you. Her mind is strong because they gangbanged her. Totally. I have no follow-up questions. I want to help Pan. I want to be the one that gets him his shadow, but I don't want to lose my head doing it. I've endured the sickness of so-called magic potions that only made me vomit for days. I've endured blades cutting into my flesh, the blood collected to paint across my ceiling. I have endured, and I can endure this. I can finally end the curse for all of us. Okay, I nod and pull Peter Pan's shirt off. I can do this. They go wherever to meet Tilly. The twins are nervous, and so is Winnie the whore. Oh, bother. They exchange formalities, and then Winnie is penetrated. Not like that. Her mind. I'm sorry. I forgot what we were up to. It's her mind this time. Chapter 26. Bash. Tilly starts. The boys are not happy. I don't want her to turn out like the rest, dazed and far away. Like her mother, we made Mary a promise and we broke it. There's a single moment when I consider stopping Tilly. Damn the consequences. I nearly do it too, but someone else beats me to it. Not my brother. Not Pan, but Vane. It's the death shadow that leaps in. The most closed off, the most difficult to crack, becomes the most protective, the most loving, the most whipped of all of them. I feel like someone said that before. Let me just... All right, it was me. Chapter 27, Winnie, bless. Winnie's not having a good time with this. It is excruciating. This is definitely not the kind of penetration she enjoys. But she's gonna do it because the boys need her. No more, he says. His voice is a distant rumble over top of me. I have the distinct sensation of being lifted in the air and cradled against a solid chest. Vane, Pan's voice rings with authority. No, we're not doing this anymore. Vane starts away. I wasn't done, Tilly calls. I'm saying you're done. He keeps walking, his footsteps heavy on the hardwood floor. So Vane takes her back to the room, and she says, I'm stronger than you think I am. And he says, even the mighty oak believes she's strong until a man comes along with an axe to chop her down. Is that you then? Do you have an axe? All men are born with an axe in their hands, darling. To take the measure of a man, you just have to pay attention to how he wields it. Not the mighty oak. Poetry. Poetry. Putting the tree in poetry. Ha ha. Boop. Chapter 28, Winnie. Winnie has a dream, I guess. She's watching her great-grandmother, Wendy, the original darling, pop out a secret compartment in a chest that's back at Winnie's house, and she hides the shadow in there. Tink is there as well, and she kills Wendy. Winnie wakes up, storms off to the tomb to find Pan, all the boys following her. They get to the bottom of things, I guess. It might have been a darling who took my shadow, but it was Tink who masterminded the entire thing with the help of one of the lost boys, with Toodles. Toodles. What an odd name. Why would Tink do that? Because Tinkerbell was in love with Peter, Vane answers. That makes no sense. If she loved you, she may have loved me, he says, but she hated darlings more. So I just happened to love one. I was in love with the original darling. So Pan, who just slept with Winnie, was in love with her great-great-grandmother. That's beautiful. I'm so glad they fucked. That's great. I'm also really glad that she had this premonition right after Vane decided to save her at the last minute. Oddly convenient. So Wendy is her great-grandmother. There's an unknown grandmother. Mary is her mother. And Winnie, whore, is the current darling, right? They also mentioned that Wendy had a little sister that they went after as well. And if Wendy got killed, I'm just, how could she be a great-grandma? She would be the great-aunt if they went to the sister, and then the sister kept having children, right? This family tree... But it doesn't have to make sense. Remember, it just really doesn't. Chapter 29, Pan. They decide to go back to the real world and check this trunk. No one thought of that before now, I guess. 4 generations and no one thought to check for hollow spots in the trunk. Kidnapping, torture, nonsense. No one thought to check the trunk for secret compartments. Okay. The darling is set between the twins and looks like a tiny doll against their tallness. I know. She's little Betty. Everything about her appears fragile and breakable, but she's anything but. She reminds me a lot of her mother. So how do you get there? Best way is to fly, I answer. Can you fly? Not anymore. And we lost our wings, Cass says. Vane? She asks. I could fly, but I'm not hauling all your asses. We'll take another route. And what's that? We leap off Marooner's Rock. You must be joking. Please tell me you're joking. We never joke about jumping off cliffs. I don't want to jump off a cliff. Too bad. Small and teeny and doesn't want to jump. Oh my word. So they're off to her home again. Whoopee. She'll go home. She gets the shadow. She never has to come back to Neverland again. Woo. But shocking, that might not be what she wants. They jump and hope for the best. Chapter 30. Winnie. They make it there safely and head to her house. But someone beat them there. Oh, Brownie. And a bunch of little brownie dudes. I know, you're probably like, what? I forgot about this. Yeah, you know that weird little fucker that talked in the third person from chapter 5 or something? Yeah, me neither. Anyway, he's loyal to Tink and he's there on her behalf, even though she's dead too, sure. Brownie also reveals that he always knew exactly where the shadow was. Groovy. Why didn't you just destroy it? then, or claim it, whatever it is that you're hoping to do here. Why not just do it before now? So Tilly wants to overthrow Pan because he was a vicious king, and surely no one wants that king back. I watched Pan's face for a reaction. I know he can be vicious. I watched him kill that lost boy for nothing more than flirting with me. But just how vicious is he? That vicious Winnie. Winnie is a single cell organism. Winnie the moron. A sword fight breaks out. Winnie goes to her mom and they start banging, not men, no, the walls inside the trunk to find the secret compartment. They find it and there's a box inside. Woo! Chapter 31, Pan. All the lesser brownies have been dealt with and there's just the main brownie left. I wish I had a brownie. Brownie tries to persuade the twins to betray Pan. You can claim the shadow and reclaim your place on the throne and the kingdom will be yours, blah, blah, blah. And it's revealed that the whole time, all these darlings that returned to the world broken was because Tilly wasn't actually trying to help. She's trying to overthrow. So she broke them on purpose so that the memory would never come to light. But again, they knew where the shadow was, even if they didn't want to claim it. Why didn't they just go get it and move it? Ugh. They kill Brownie and Pan is faced with the box containing his shadow for the first time. She comes closer. The box is etched with fey runes. I can still smell Tink on it, like autumn leaves and fairy dust. She was my best friend once until she wasn't. And I'm gutted all over again, remembering how it ended. When I found out what she'd done, that she'd masterminded stealing my shadow as some form of revenge, I'd gone to her and I'd said, I don't believe in fairies. Her light winked out. Her eyes went white and within seconds she was dead, just like that. I didn't even have to get my hands dirty. Mary takes the three boys outside to find shovels so they can bury all these brownies in the backyard, which doesn't make any sense because a few sentences from here they say that the brownies will turn to dust in a few days anyway. So just pile them up in the woodshed where the shovels were and wait for them to turn to dust. Pan and Darling stand together on their own and Darling's like, take me back with you. She wants to stay with them and help them rebuild. And she also has a feeling that Tilly might be up to something else because she's just really good at reading people. We've always been a house of cold hard edges. Say that again. Say it more. Would it be so bad to have someone with soft curves, someone to share, fuck her and make her quiver, make her beg for Lost Boy come? Oh my God. So sweet. Fine, I tell her, you can come back with me. She smiles triumphantly up at me. Don't get cocky. I won't. I'll just get cock. Chapter 32, Winnie. Apparently Mary's like chill now, and when Winnie's like, do you want to come back with me? And she's like, no, I'm good. Years of mental illness and anguish, paranoia and misery, but now she's cool. Sure. Will she be okay without me? She loved me fiercely, but her love always hurt. I don't know how it feels to be loved the right way or to choose to feel the hurt instead of being forced into it. She still doesn't know how to be loved without being forced into it because she was literally kidnapped, but whatever. Epilogue. Oh, thank God. Pan. They arrive back in the loft in Neverland. Pan is presented with his shadow. Vane pours everyone shots. Pan opens the lid and 2 shadows pop out. The end. I love a cliffhanger ending, don't you? Listen, I'm not done. I'm going to give you my final thoughts, but I want you to know that I do have a copy of the second book already. Haven't touched it, glanced at it, even considered it because I'm still recovering from this. However, if you had fun during this, let me know and I will consider. Here are my final thoughts. I will always have a special connection to the story of Peter Pan, whether it's the Disney cartoon classic, Hook with Robin Williams, or even the updated version in the series Once Upon a Time. I love that story so much and I will always gravitate towards it, even if what I get is a pile of wet newspaper in my hand, which is what this is. As I said at the beginning of this video, I've read another reimagining, Hooked by Emily McIntyre, and I really had fun with it. It wasn't amazing or anything, but it was fun. I enjoyed the little Easter eggs and the nods to things that you would know if you liked Peter Pan. So it can be achieved. It can be an enjoyable experience. This, however, the premise felt promising. I was very intrigued by the whole concept of this book. However, in execution, it felt half-formed and fully dreadful. None of the characters were distinct enough to form a connection with. Distinguishable or even likable aspects of the story and the plot were not fully fleshed out. So they ended up feeling one-dimensional or cheap with nonsensical and predictable resolutions to a lackluster story. Winnie Hoare was so dislikable as a main character. A teenager, only known for sleeping her way through entire high schools, just didn't do it for me. I don't know what went wrong. And despite the author's desperate attempts to make her a likable person that we wanted to root for and to convince us that she was somehow special, there was nothing else to her. The writing was choppy and immature, Fragment City. The dialogue was angsty and try hard. And that's something that I encounter a lot with books like this. The very, you're not my real dad energy of all these characters, but it won't ever appeal to me. So I don't know why I keep doing this to myself. All in all, I had a bad time. I had a great time reviewing it though, but a bad time reading it. I think The Never King deserves like 1.5 to 2 stars. The premise was promising. There were a couple of aspects of the story that I really liked. And I think that had the author spent a little more time on those things instead of randomly writing in a stereotypical sex worker for no reason, I think it could have been a little bit better than it was.
Hi, me again. We're now heading into part 2. So if you want to pause and grab some water or a cloudberry flavored sparkling water, I guess it's your choice. Here we go.
The dark one. Today we will be revisiting a world we've already been to once before. I know. The world is Neverland through the eyes of Nikki St. Crow. Stop yelling, I know. We will be discussing book 2 in the Vicious Lost Boys series, The Dark One. Before we get into it, I'm going to show you my nails, okay? So The Dark One is book 2 of 4 in the Vicious Lost Boys series by Nikki St. Crow. It's 226 pages, originally published in April 2022, and is a dark Why Choose romance reimagining of Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. Yeah, so this book features multiple POVs. I'm not really sure how many, and I refuse to go back and count them, but there's a lot of them. Mainly, Winnie Hoare, our female main character, freshly 18, deeply traumatized from a life on the run from Peter Pan, obviously, his most trusted friend, Vane, aka the Dark One, and then the 2 exiled, banished, wingless fae princes, Cass and Bash. If you asked me to differentiate them for you, one of them has longer hair than the other. Anywhoosers, let's read the synopsis.
I spent most of my life feeling dead inside until I met Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. It wasn't until Pan and Neverland that I finally felt alive. But things are not full of magic and sunlight on the island. There's something darker and more sinister haunting the forest. And worse, the Fae Queen and Captain Hook are ready for a fight for control of Neverland, and they will stop at nothing to get what they want. Including using the one thing Peter never thought he wanted or needed, me.
I have to get through the synopsis.
I'm a descendant of the Darling family, and now I belong to him and the Lost Boys. War is brewing. Can the Never King get his shadow back and assume his rightful throne? And if he does, where will I fit? Or will all of Neverland be in jeopardy right along with my dark, twisted heart?
So I copy and pasted that into my outline, and I hadn't read it until exactly this moment, and I think that shows because there was also a note from, I assume, the author. It says, note, The Dark One is book 2 in the Vicious Lost Boys series. It's a dark reimagining of Peter and Wendy. If you like your enemies to lovers romance with hot, ruthless, morally gray love interests, you'll enjoy The Dark One and the Lost Boys. You can expect hate kissing, fighting, bickering, and touch her and I'll unalive you vibes. So trigger warnings. There are none in the book, but it does say go to her website for them, and they cover the entire series, so let's read them together.
Mental illness, smoking, graphic roughs
in public, groups, dubcon, graphic violence, graphic language, captivity, degradation, submission, bondage, ropes, spanking, blood play, choking, CNC, and talk of SA. So that's that on that. Now, without further ado, because I know that you've been dying to know what Winnie Hoare's been up to. I know, me too, sames. Let's get started. So I did a rant review on the first book, as I said, and if you want to stop this now and go watch that so you can get some context, I encourage you to do that. But if you don't want to, here's a small summary. Every year on the 18th birthday, the Darling women get kidnapped and they return to the world broken. Who kidnaps them? Peter Pan. So Winnie is our main character. She's 18 and she has been on the run with her mother, Mary, who was also kidnapped by the boys when she was 18. As predicted, she is kidnapped on her 18th birthday. She goes to Neverland, but there's something different about this girl. She makes everything feel warmer. I'm not sure how, because her only personality trait is being really promiscuous, but hey, what do I know? Wendy, Pan, Vane, Cass, and Bash come together and figure out where his shadow is at the end of book 1. They go and retrieve it, and when they get back to Neverland, they open the box and 2 shadows pop out. So that was the cliffhanger we were left with, and we start this book on the tail end of that. And we also get a nice little excerpt from the original Peter Pan by J.M. Barrie. There's a greedy look in his eyes now which ought to have alarmed her, but did not. Sure. Chapter 1, Peter Pan. We pick back up with them returning to the tree. They're getting shots ready. They're about to open up this box. They're about to get this shadow. Everything's about to be fine. And then, 2 shadows, as I said. They exit the box and bolt in different directions. Pan and Vane go after one. Fae Princess, Cass, and Bash go after the other. Winnie,
She's just chilling. I follow the shadow, my shadow, because I would know it anywhere, out to the open balcony doors. It disappears over the stone railing. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Chase sequence. Naturally. Fear not, though. Pan and Vane are hot on the tail of this shadow. If I miss it, you get ready to catch it, I tell Vane. I know how to handle a shadow, he says. Your black eye says otherwise. He scowls at me. We draw closer. Closer still. Oh my god, are they about to kiss right now? Like, that would honestly turn things up a notch for sure. We haven't had any Lost Boy on Lost Boy action yet, unless you want to count the twins double teaming Winnie Hoare in the kitchen over cloudberry pancakes, which, I don't. So long story short, they run through the forest, over the hills, through the woods to grandmother's house they go, and they end up losing the shadow. How? Well, it's super fast, and it hops right over into Captain James Hook's territory. This is fun for me because I love Captain Hook. Like, whether it's Dustin Hoffman's portrayal in Hook with Robin Williams or this man. I'm ready for Captain Hook. I'm ready. Oh God, I'm so excited that he makes an appearance. We did not get any Hook in book 1, so he better be cool. Chapter 2, Cass, one of the twins. Don't know which one. So the wingless Fae Prince and his wingless Fae twin brother, Bash, are tasked with hunting down the Dark Shadow, which didn't go very far. It just slithered up into the Never Tree, which is fun. The Never Tree is where they have their loft. It's where they all live. So really not that far. We're like just right up there. So they start talking in secret in their little Fae Tinkerbell language. And they start kind of going over like, what is Pan going to want to do if we catch this Death Shadow? He's not going to want it. If Bash and I were to claim the Dark Shadow, our little sister Tilly would hate us for having more power. But she made her decisions. And to see her face as one of us walks in as Neverland's Dark One, I smile to myself as my twin voice echoes in my head. Let's nab it first, then we can plot our revenge. You may recall that Tilly is their sister, the Fae Queen. She's also the one that has been tormenting darlings for so long, trying to help Peter Pan find a shadow, but really she's just messing with their minds, like lobotomizing them with her mind, and not helping at all. She just wants to hurt them. None of this is important really, but I'm trying to be thorough. I think Tinkerbell was her mother, like the Fae twins and Tilly's mother. Pan unalived Tink, remember, because he was in love with Wendy, who is the great-grandmother of the current darling child that he is having a sexual relationship with. Tink was jealous of him loving Wendy, so she like sabotaged something. I don't know. I forget. But Peter Pan unalived her in retaliation, even though she was his best friend. Rip to Tink. So now we have the twins contemplating what life would look like if one of them claimed the shadow. But boys, we don't count our chickens before they hatch around here. No. We gotta get the shadow first. And who is gonna do that? How are we gonna decide? Paper, rock, scissors, of course. Duh. If me and Cherry, you remember Cherry, if me and Cherry were to play this game though, it would be more like
rock, paper, scissors, who has to tell the whore to leave.
But more on that later. Bash loses, so he has to go up and get it. And should be simple enough, right? I mean, it's an elusive shadow of death. Cakewalk. I'm not worried. The shadow lunges. There's a deep guttural roar from the thing, and the pixie bugs fly out of the tree in a bright neon swarm. The parakeets go eerily silent as Bash makes a wet, choked sound. Then I smell the blood. Arnar! So the shadow slashed Bash's throat. Wow, say that 5 times fast. Cass is distraught and he calls for Winnie. I'm not real sure what Winnie Hoare is gonna do, but whatever. There's blood everywhere, and Cass tells him, Faye never die. And it's very much giving
Only poses die, you fucking idiot!
energy, except SLC Punk is a really great 90s dramedy starring Matthew Lillard, and this is the Never King. Chapter 3 is Winnie. And I have missed this bitch. Oh my god. I bet she's better than ever. Get a towel. Get a towel. I don't know where anything is in this house. I go to the kitchen because that seems like a likely place to start opening cupboards. My heart is pounding against my eardrums and my hands are shaking. There was so much blood. Bash, oh god, I feel sick. How much blood can a Fae Prince lose? I don't know enough about Neverland and the magic here. I don't know anything about anything. Heart's pounding against your eardrum, huh? I understand what you're trying to say, but now I'm just concerned about your anatomy. And she's still stupid. I can't say that I'm surprised. This is, after all, the 18-year-old traumatized, malnourished, neglected, kidnapped girl who, in book 1, got horny because the boys, while gutting a fish, mentioned the phrase anal fin. She finds the towels, which is lucky because if I needed towels, I would go to a bathroom first. But again, this isn't my book, so she runs in, slips on the blood, and falls and comes crashing to the ground, which is a Bella move if I ever saw one. She asks how much blood Fae Prince can lose before they... Cass is like, even for Fae, like, too much blood loss is too much. So it seems like Bash is in a little bit of trouble, right? All hope seems lost, but... Winnie has an idea. She recounts to us in book 1 how she learned that if she says, I don't believe in fairies, fae die. So she's going to flip it and reverse it and do the opposite. So she's like, I believe in fairies. I believe in fairies. I believe in fairies, which is canon in Peter Pan lore, but this is absolutely ridiculous. I believe in fairies. I believe in fairies. And then all of a sudden, Bash is simply no longer dying of blood loss. He's 100% fine. And he tells us that dying would be an awfully big adventure. And for that, sir, you earned 1 knuckle sandwich. Hold still. They collect themselves just as the storm returns, aka Pan and Vane. Pan starts smashing liquor bottles left and right, and Vane looks at one of the twins and is like, get her out of here. Because she doesn't need to see him throwing a massive man-baby fit. But I mean, he is a forever boy, right? So that's another thing we never touched on in the first review. Winnie mentioned that they had the look of a boy but the presence of a man. So are these all just children banging it out? I can't make it make sense in my head, so I've sidestepped this topic until now, because if I think of these beings with tattoo and liquor and just all the sex and their shit, I can't. Let's just keep going. Cass takes Winnie and into a room, and draws her a bath and takes her dress off, and they start discussing the night's events. Winnie decides to ask about their mother, Tink, which is just a bad move. Don't do it. Our mother was a She was jealous of any woman who got near Pan. She wanted to be the queen to Pan's never king. When Pan turned her down, she went to the next best and married our father, the Fae King. She was just a common house Fae who was greedy for so much more. She had one thing going for her. She was gorgeous and so ice cold it burned. My father wanted to soften her. He never got his wish. I'm finding it hard to care, but even though she's completely nude, she's still covered in a lot of Bash's blood, which is not fun. He tells her how clever it was when she came up with that idea. And I can't say the same. I'm going to say this one more time though, okay? She is completely nude. He is shirtless, wearing black pants. I made a choice to come back here with you, with all of you. I let my finger stay on the tattoo line as it passes his navel and disappears beneath the waistband of my pants. Once again, she's completely nude. He is shirtless with pants. She's touching his chest, running her fingers over his tattoos, right? Right? I let my fingers stay on the tattoo line as it passes his navel and disappears beneath the waistband of my pants. Is he wearing her pants? Or is this simply a mistake? This whole thing's a mistake. They're both horned up, but he leaves and she's like, are you leaving me? If I stay here much longer, darling, I'll be bending you over the edge of that tub and until your ribs are bruised. I straightened my shoulders. Maybe I want that. I don't. Damn! Whoa! Rejection! Ouch! When I finally get in that tight, it will not be out of desperation. Clean up and get some rest. It's beautiful. He stops outside of the bathroom and looks at me over his shoulder. His dark hair is still wound up in a bun, but several strands have fallen out and hang stringy and bloody along his face. He's a sight. A bold, bloody, gorgeous sight. Be a good girl, he tells me, and do as I say. Then he's gone. Bummer. Chapter 4, Bash. Oh, hooray. Bash stayed behind to watch Peter Pan self-destruct all over their liquor collection. He's not impressed, especially because he, Bash, actually almost just died. Well, did he? I don't know. It seemed serious, and then Winnie clapped a couple times, and he was fine. Probably foreshadowing that there's something different about Winnie, but we already knew that. Herb is open for business. I get it. He's lost his shadow again, but does he have to waste precious amounts of rum while expressing his vexation? I think not. Why is the rum gone? Because Pan is throwing a hissy fit. Duh. Also, vexation. That's a $2 word. Well done. Everything hurts. My head is pounding. Is it safe for the darling to come back out? I could use that sweep wrapped around my... Ah! Pan starts to chill the heck out. But what's this? The front door bangs open down below and a cacophony of sound rises up to the loft. Some of the Lost Boys have returned from town with lost in tow. Not the lost pussy. God, I was sure that we'd seen the first and last of that line in book 1, but lightning has struck more than once, and we are so blessed. Don't believe me? We'll get those apologies ready, my friend. Not that long ago, before Darling, we'd be down there taking what we want. Now I'm not so sure any wet will do. Whatever we might have done is decided for us because the girls come up of their own accord. They've been here before. They've bobbed on had a mouthful of our... My God. Hey, Girl at the front calls as she saunters over to the king. He watches her come over with hooded eyes. I can't remember the girl's name, but she's the leader of this cohort. Libby or some shit like that. Blessings on blessings on blessings, I tell ya. Misogyny ensues as the lost pussy settles in. One of them sits on Pan's lap, and the other ones kind of scatter around to the rest of them, except for Vane, because Vane is not, he's above this. He's not doing this. And he's busy reading. Well, reading and judgmentally eyeing the rest of them. Vane then asks Pan, what exactly are you planning to do if Winnie comes out here? Pan sits forward and looks at the dark one around the heaving swell of Libby's I'm a king, he says, a little drunk. I do what I want. I do what I want. I don't do exclusive. Fuck's she gonna do about it? And then this line occurs, thank you, Vane. She'll checkmate your ass before you even know you're sitting on the board. See, now I am confusion about this also, because explain yourself. In what world does Winnie Whore have the power to do anything to Peter Pan, the Never King? Like, I know he doesn't have a shadow, blah, blah, blah. But what have we seen in the 2 books in this series that we've now been through that tells us that Winnie has the power to checkmate anyone, let alone Peter Pan? Like, is she gonna kill him? Is she gonna, like, do it with the other Lost Boys and just stick it to him? Is she gonna leave Neverland and never come back? Like, what is her checkmate? I just don't know. What? Please tell me. The twins have a little Faye convo about how neither of them is doing anything and how Winnie would be pissed and how she has Cass wrapped around his finger. What? Her finger? But they also notice that Pan hasn't touched any of these girls either, because he too is wrapped around the darling's finger. Chapter 5, Winnie again. Finishing up her bath, she heads to the window and just kind of falls asleep to the lovely sounds of the ocean lapping against the shore, the moonlight breaking through the trees. She wakes up later because she hears some giggling. She says a dark thing curls in her belly, and I don't know what that means, but she isn't feeling super great. I got diarrhea. She creeps to the door to listen a little harder. Did they really banish me to my room and then decide to throw a party in my absence? The rage that burbles up my throat is raw and sharp. Burbles. Okay. Hold, please. Burbles, according to my online dictionary, is either a car noise made when something's wrong with the transmission, shout out to my sister right now, hope you get that fixed, or a continuous murmuring noise. And just to be thorough, the word murmur means to speak in a low, soft, indistinct voice, not unlike what I'm doing right now. The word burbles here, enveloped by rage, raw and sharp, is silly goosery. What are we actually doing? Anyway, Winnie's pissed and she storms out, enters the room, takes stock of everything going on, and makes eyes at Peter Pan. They have like a stare down. He doesn't have his shadow yet. He's not all powerful, which means if I want to make a stand, now is the time. And there's a sudden urgent need to get back at him for making my stomach knot up like it is, for making me feel like territorial bitch, even though I have no claim to any of them. Checkmate time? Oh my. They're staring right here. They're right here. And then Winnie just bolts out the door. She like low-key parkours her way down the steps and into the bonfire beach party so that she can pick out a random and just start making out with him. Moment of silence for our fallen redheaded wonder from book 1. All right. Pan's after her, though, and he, like, yeets the girl in his lap and tears off after her. Pan snatches her off of this random lost boy, and they're like, what are you doing? She's like, no, what are you doing? It's very intense. She's like, if you get to touch, I get to touch too. The twins laugh from the balcony, just enjoying the show, and Pan is like, enough, and tosses her over his shoulder. Deja vu. I'm not your property, I yell, and pummel his backside. Of course, it's no use. Peter Pan is nothing but lean muscle and rock-solid hubris. Hubris. Now listen here. Okay. I'm not above admitting I don't know what that word means. I've never used hubris in a sentence. I can kind of get it when other people use it, but if you asked me to define it before this moment, I couldn't. But it means an unearned, exaggerated sense of confidence. So he's lean muscle and rock solid confidence, and it's no use if you hit him because he's solid confidence. I'm confident too. I'm confident that that is not how you use that word. No. Just no. He carries her back into the Nevertree, passing the twins on the way in, and she's like, help me. And they're like, you got yourself into this, darling. Pan yells at the lost pussy to get lost. Get it? He tosses Winnie down in a chair, plops down in one himself, and then gives us an entire paragraph detailing how he lights up a cigarette. I'm a straightforward man. I don't like to play games. If you have something to say to me, darling, say it to my face. 1. That's not true. You were just testing limits and playing games while letting a girl sit on your lap and having a stare down with Winnie in the living room. 2. Come on now, Peter. Now, how the heck can she checkmate your ass if you refuse to play games? She's like, I don't want to share. And he's like, we're 4 hungry men. You think you're capable of keeping up with our appetites? I don't even have to think about it. Yes. His gaze turns dark. What? His gaze turns dark and dangerous. And I think maybe he knew where this was leading all along. He drew the map and I followed the X right to this trap. Is it a map or is it a game? You're losing me. Then show me. How? You want all 4 of us? Then get on your knees and put that mouth to work. Show me you can be our little darling whore. The buzzing intensifies and Mike swells to a needy bud. I just want to take a second to remember that this man was in love with her great-great-grandmother. We're getting some spice though, so aren't we blessed? I moved his thing to the floor in front of him, but he shakes his head just once. Twins first. I want to watch you choke on them. I almost choked on that sentence. The hard edge of his words is meant to frighten me off, but if that's his plan, he doesn't know me very well. Because my stomach is full of wings and my pus is throbbing. Oh my God. I know what that's meant to illustrate, right? Like we all know butterflies. But I just thought of chicken. Like she just had a big dinner at Buffalo Wild Wings and she is ready to go. Anyway, Cass and Bash are already there. Bash has his fully out, ready. Preek already glistens on the head of his, and he rubs it off with the pad of his thumb and then wipes it across my bottom lip. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing that I've seen more than once now? Is this a thing? I know that everything is a thing, technically, if you have the imagination and the gumption. You know, I understand. But I saw cum chapstick for the first time in the pucking rung number. And here it is again.
Shrimp.
At least Winnie's awake for this and aware that it's happening, you know, so I guess, good? All systems go. We have liftoff. And Pan tells them not to go easy on her. She wanted this. Make her take it. Loves it. Bash heard this and slaps her in the face with his... Listen again. In the moment, there's a lot of things that happen during an encounter that are embarrassing if you like think about them in the light of day or like when you're having dinner with your mom. And so I understand that context and circumstances like paint these experiences. But in order for this to have landed for me personally, it would have had to been better writing all along. And we have not had that. Everything is goofy and stupid. And there's a slap. Like, stop. Stop, please. He arrives at his destination, all up in her mouth. Then it's Cass's turn. Yay! But first, Bash ties her up. Isn't that such a sweet thing to do for your brother? She's tied up. Cass approaches, and he asks her if she likes to be used. And Cass, I don't think we needed to ask her that. Did we? Did we? Let's use our noodle, okay? Not that one. Not that one, okay? At ease, soldier. Her nickname is Winnie Whore. The answer is yes. But this is a vulnerable moment for our whore queen, okay? She says yes, she likes to be used because 1, it makes her feel good, and 2, it makes her feel less alone, which is understandable. Sex can be very empowering, as can exploring kink in safe ways with people that you trust. However, she's a kid. She's an unwell kid. And these are the Lost Boys and Peter Pan. This is something I find myself remembering at the worst times. This is Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. More horrible, spicy writing. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not gonna do it. And the chapter ends, but only brings us to chapter 6, which is still Winnie POV. Why exactly did we need a new chapter to continue a sex scene? Like, if we needed a new chapter so badly, why didn't it stop after Bash finished and before he tied her up and got her ready for his twin brother? Cass arrives at his destination also. So many trips, so many adventures. Then she asks to be untied so she can take care of the king, which again is Peter Pan, for those just tuning in. Blah. And he's just chilling, been watching the whole thing, having a great time. He's an unholy sight, and I will never stop sinning for him. I move to stand to go to him, but he tisks at me and shakes his head. Did I tell you to get off your knees? You'll crawl to me. And she does. She starts to unbutton his little britches, strokes him, tells him she doesn't want to share. Says it again. We know. And she's teasing him, waiting for him to agree to her terms, which is she's not going to share. She's like bringing her mouth really close but not doing anything. And he's just about to agree when all of a sudden he suplexes her. He agrees and tells her the only whore he will let near him is her. How sweet. He asks if that will suffice and she says yes. And he says, yes, what? And she says, yes, Pan. And then he spits on her. and says, try again. She gets it right the second time with, yes, king. I thought he didn't like to play games. Huh. Then he eats her like a spaghetti dinner. All the others watching as he does. Loves it. He stands ready to enter her and tells her that if she wants, there are 4 to choose from. Them and no one else. She agrees and he plunges into her. Woo! He arrives inside of her. Yeah. Then she's like, there's one more I need to satisfy. And she starts to approach Vane. And then we have a line that is fully getting me ready to eat lunch. I get up, cross the room, Peter Pan's dripping down my thighs. What a sentence. If anyone ever asks you about this series, just show them that. Show them that one and we're the Lost Boys and there's plenty of lost to be found. They won't have any more questions. Or they'll be really intrigued. Either way, your job is done. She approaches the dark one, gassing herself up the whole time. You can do this. You can endure. You can endure. His violet eye turns black. Remember, he has heterochromia, because of course he does. And his hair also turns white. So he's just out here looking goofy. Like, this made me giggle so hard. Like, I was giggling writing this outline because that just looks weird. I know it's supposed to be kind of scary and like, oh my God, rah. But it's not because he's goofy. But it does get a little scary when he grabs her by the throat and just throws her into the wall. Chapter 7, Winnie again. So chapter 5, 6, and 7 were all her in this one sexual encounter. I do not understand this. Is there like a quota that has to be met? So remember, he yeeted her into a wall, and he is now strangling her up against said wall, the dark shadow of death clearly in the driver's seat here. The other 3 are like, dude, get off of her, man, what? She's gasping for air. It's not a good time. She exposits that she was not prepared for this. She didn't know what she was getting herself into. She had no idea. False. In book 1, after old girl Cherry spent some time with Vane, quality time with Vane, she shows back up in the loft, covered in cuts and bruises. Winnie really is stupid, though, so let's just keep going. Oh, shit, I completely forgot what I had next in my notes. Maybe I am a stupid girl who knows nothing at all. So finally, we agree. The twins grab Vane, and he drops Winnie, but punches Bash in the throat. Man, Bash's throat is really taking a beating tonight. Not like Winnie's, though. And Vane turns to Cash and gives him a boot to the chest. Toby Keith style. May he rest. Pan's like, you need to control that shadow or I'm going to send you back to your island. So Vane launches at Pan and grabs him and they scrabble. He's got Pan in his clutches and the dark ink or what, I don't know what it is exactly, starts to spread from Vane to Pan. I don't know. They can't get him off of him and he's literally about to unalive Peter Pan. And Winnie, again, has the solution. Do I need to tell you what it is or can you guess? Vane! I yell. He turns just slightly, the line of his jaw meeting the rise of his shoulders. You can have me any way you need me. So that's her big idea. Magical cure. We see it all the time. I wish my magical could cure my depression. Vane drops Pan and starts heading towards Winnie. She slowly backs away and she steps on a piece of broken glass in the process, so she's leaving little bloody footprints. And the bloody footprints, is actually what kind of snaps Vane back to reality. Her being hurt or whatever. His eyes chill, so does his hair. Whew. He says, don't ever do that again, and then leaves. Chapter 8, we have Peter again. The 3 remaining men get to work on fixing up Winnie's foot. Cass leaves and returns with a first aid kit, a needle, and a thread. And I want you to think about that, okay? I want you to think about what that means, what they're implying with this, like, action. Like, they immediately sprung into action. Plus, I have heard nothing about Darlington General Hospital, so I don't think that there's proper medical care on this island. So with all of that in mind, just stay with me. Pan says that he used to be afraid of losing his shadow and losing the island, but now his fears are shape-shifting in front of his eyes with Winnie bleeding onto his pants. My dude, just grab some OxyClean, dump that shit on there. That'll knock that stain right out. Oh, he's afraid of losing. I gotcha. I don't want her to disappear like my shadow and slip off into the night and leave me alone. A hollowed man left with nothing but writhing darkness and a festering wound where my heart once was. I'm cold inside. I want to be warm. We know. We've done this. Like, we're a house of cold, hard edges. She's already made it feel warmer somehow. That was in the first book. Please, Peter, stop it. He pours some bourbon onto a rag and holds it onto her foot, which is a 3-inch gash. Listen, I understand that in a pinch, bourbon will work to sanitize small cuts and scrapes and stuff, but I don't think that this is a good idea. Also, Cass literally has a first aid kit. What are we doing? Speaking of dumb shit, in Darling's world, no. In Darling's world, they have anesthesia for this sort of thing. Here, we have fae princes. So basically, they have the power to like illusion her and project images into her brain and kind of transport her somewhere else. Not really sure why they didn't try to do that when Tilly had her hands on her in the first book, but I'm not the author. And I feel like this would be a better job for the bourbon. Just get her all liquored up and then sew her foot back together. But I'm not a doctor. And neither are they. Lie back, darling, Cass orders. She gives us all a skeptical look. You'll let us you into oblivion, but not care for you when you're injured, I say. I don't like that she looks like a wounded forest creature trembling and clammy. Please, darling, I add, let me take care of you. Hate that. Winnie wells up and Pan's like, it seems like she's never had anyone care for her before. Yeah, I don't think anybody has. They illusion her or whatever, and she's gone for a good while. The suturing begins. And listen, again, I want you to think. What can we surmise from this? They have a needle and thread on hand. They jumped into action as soon as they knew she was hurt and took it upon themselves to fix it. So I want you to take those context clues and hold them in your cute little hand, okay? While I read this next part to you. I have the wound half closed and growing smaller by the second. When you're constantly under threat from pirates, you quickly become an expert at tending to wounds. Ah, yes, that is what we could have surmised. And we understood it before it was spoon-fed to us, right? Right? I thought so, yeah. He finishes the stitches and tells the boys watch over her for a little while because he's got to get out of there because her being as hot as she is and being incapacitated, he might use her a little too hard. You know what I mean? He might cross some lines, which good. Get the fuck out. So cute, though. And Bash gives us some attitude. She's as much as ours as she is yours. You don't have to tell us to watch over her. Fae princes are pushing more than they used to, but one problem at a time. I give them a quick nod before I go off in search of the Dark One. He finds Vane walking along the lagoon's edge. They mention that the spirits that are in the lagoon are like trying to grab at him because magic likes magic, which I fear will be a thing. It just feels like a catchphrase or a little tagline that we're going to see again. It doesn't feel important. I didn't say that. It just feels like something that's meant to try to be important. They start discussing what the solution's going to be since the Death Shadow is clearly making his life miserable. Vane doesn't know what the solution is, but he knows he can feel that his shadow wants to return to the island because even though he claimed it, the shadow doesn't belong to him. It belongs to the island. Hi there from the void. I forgot to give you the opportunity to guess what Vane's island is named. I want you to think about it. I'm going to give you a couple seconds. Brainstorm. Let me know in the comments what you think Vane's island is called, and then brace yourself for the reveal. Darkland. The Dark One's island is called Darkland. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. But Vane doesn't want to go back, which is a relief to Peter because Vane is his BFF. Pan suggests giving his shadow to somebody else that's from the island and still on the island. And Vane's like, I'm not taking the Death Shadow of Neverland if that's what you're after. And I mean, that makes sense. This seems really horrible and he's not wanting to put himself through that again. But whatever. Brace for impact because he's telling us about what the shadow feels like. Right now I can feel it swimming under the surface like the spirits of the lagoon. But unlike them, mine wants to watch pretty little girls cry while it buries its in their wet So the Death Shadow is a violent R word. And if the shadow is that, it's making Vane that. What a beautiful picture. Thank you so much for sharing. Pan's like, fine, get rid of it. You must have magic anyway. No ordinary person can claim a shadow. Foreshadowing. Vague foreshadowing, not elaborated on. Onward! Pen tells him that before he goes back, he needs to ask him a couple of favors. 1. He needs to go to Hook and ask for permission to enter his territory so they can find his shadow under the guise of looking for a lost boy. 2. Contact Vane's brother for help. Brother? Vane hasn't spoken to his brother in years. Not since the last favor they asked him for, but they had payment for that favor. Why would he help now? What do you have? You have a secret, Peter Pan. Spill it. And boy, does he. Wendy darling never went home. Shut the fuck up. Me and Vane actually both said that at the same time. Winnie's grandmother is where? What? Pan explains that when he went to return her, he got off course and they were ambushed and Wendy was taken from him. And since she was of no use to him, he just left her. And where did she end up? Great question. Everland. Clever. Maybe there's a Cleverland and that's where Pan really belongs. Anyway, she was taken. None of this makes any sense for several reasons. If Wendy never went home, how did the Darling line continue? Like, how did she continue to have children that were kidnapped on their 18th birthday? How did her trunk make it home? The trunk with the secret compartment, with the box that held his shadow they've been searching for generations. If she never went home, how did it get there? And I also don't know why Vane's brother would care. Like, unless Vane's brother is secretly like Michael or John or something. I'm just so tired from this revelation. This one alone. Add to it the lost pussy line, the buffalo wings and cum-filled tummy. Like, I need a nap yesterday. Pan agrees to wait on the second request. They stand in silence for a little bit. But Pan breaks the silence by telling Vane that he will give in to her eventually. And Vane says what we've been saying this whole time. She annoys me and I hate her. Same. Wanting her annoys you, and hate is just an inch away from like. The line is incredibly thin. Vane says he doesn't know what Winnie wants with him. And Pan's like, well, why don't you ask her? And Vane's like you've ever asked her anything. And Pan's like, I'm a king, bro. I don't ask for stuff. I take, and that's what she needs from me. A firm hand from me, and warmth and care from the twins. What role will Vane fill? I'm on the edge of my seat to find out. That's another problem we need to deal with, Vane says. The twins. I know. They're meant to be kings. I know that too. And right now, there are 2 shadows lost on this island. Tension in the group. Pan's trust issues are showing, but one problem at a time. Chapter 9, Winnie. She wakes up in a hot Fae twin sandwich on a hammock in the beach. What? Hot Fae twin brother sandwich in a hammock on the beach. She says it's so cozy here. It reminds her of winter mornings, fireside, wrapped in a blanket with a cup of hot cocoa. And I just like to say bullshit. When exactly in your trouble-filled childhood, on the run and being tortured in hopes of evading Peter Pan, who is going to kidnap you on your 18th birthday, did you sit next to a fire and have cocoa? She does go on to say that she only did this once, but I'm still annoyed. Shut the fuck up. She shares some internal monologue about how she cares for the boys, but in different ways. Doesn't really tell us what those ways are or how they're different. I assume it's meant to be obvious at this point, and I think that if it were better written, it would be. All I've gathered, they all fuck her butt good, but that is not different reasons. So I'm still at a loss. Help me. Cherry shows up. How delightful. They are, again, mean to her because they don't like her. She asks some questions because she heard the little scuffle from earlier. And Winnie starts to tell her, but the boys like, shut her up. It's Cherry, for crying out loud. You can't tell that bitch shut. They all take a moment and watch Vane zipping through the skies because apparently when he's angry, he likes to go flying. Cherry lets that little bit of information slip to Winnie. And Winnie is all, she's happy to tell me and rub it in that she knows something about him that I don't. I'm not here for the competition between the girlies. I know how you girls like to tussle. But spare me. None of this matters. All of it's done. Then Winnie exposits a little bit more, and it leaves me confused yet again. Both of the boys are shirtless. Their straight line tattoos standing out against their dark skin. Did the twins always have dark skin? Is this a detail that I missed in the first book? I'm not going back. I believe it was Morgan Freeman who said, don't look back. We're not going that way. So I refuse to go back. But if you're reading it or if you know, can you let me know in the comments? Winnie takes another minute to have envy for Cherry because she's had him. I haven't. Talking about Vane. And I want you to remember that she said that, okay? I want you to remember that I just said that. In fact, let me say it again. I'm all of a sudden envious of her. She's had him. I haven't. Log that away for future use, okay? Vane finally stops flitting around and comes down and tells Cherry that he needs her. He has a job for her. And Cherry is so thrilled and bubbly and bright until she finds out what the favor is. I need to speak to your brother and I want you with me. And I am so wrecked with PTSD from all the random incest that pops up in books like this. And so I read this and I was terrified that her brother was Vane's brother too. But then I remembered there's another player on the board. Thank goodness. I almost checkmated myself before I even knew I was on the board. Hook. Cherry's brother's Captain James Hook. And that tracks, because in the first book, they said Cherry used to run with pirates, but she made her choice a long time ago. Chapter 10, Cherry, shut the front door. We have a Cherry POV. I thought this bitch was too insignificant for that. I mean, whatever. Brownie, remember that little bastard got his own POV in the first book. But we've never had Cherry. This is so special. She's getting ready to accompany Vane to see her brother, Captain James Hook. And she tells us, he gave me 15 minutes to get ready, so I'm going to spend every second one of those. What? So I'm going to spend every single one of those minutes making sure I look cute and enticing. She goes on to detail how skin tight, low cut the dress she chooses to wear is. Without underwear, might I add. And again, I'm aware that as it stands right now, no incest in sight. But You're going to see your brother. And for me personally, the more layers between me and my brother, the better. But who am I? She ruminates a little bit on the darling and how she doesn't hate her, but she doesn't like her either. And she doesn't know why they all like her because, quote, her boobs aren't as big as mine and she's real thin. Shut up. She also talks about if the only way to have Vane is to have the worst of him, I'll wear my bruises proudly. I don't care. Time skip. They're en route to Hook. Cherry's asking a bunch of questions and Vane's getting more irritated with her by the second. She finally asks him if he likes the darling and he tells her to shut the fuck up, and I second that. Chapter 11 belongs to Captain James Hook. Another new POV and potentially the only one that can inspire joy in me at this point. I am hopeful for him not to suck, but I'm also realistic, so I'm just going into this trying to be as neutral as possible. He's shown reading a letter from the Fae Queen. Tilly has reached out to him detailing how now's the time to strike. Peter is weak. Hook is frustrated because they're supposed to be rid of Peter Pan already. How are we still doing this? His phantom limb aches with the memory. And he goes on to tell us about how high quality the paper is that Tilly sent this parchment letter on and how that says a lot about a man. Not feeling super great about the captain right now, I gotta be honest, but let's keep those fingers crossed. You never know. The letter closes with a mention of the crocodile, which I can help you defend yourself against the crocodile should he return to the island. He describes the crocodile in a way that tells us absolutely nothing. Hard lines of his body, sharp teeth. That could describe a man or a crocodile, like a literal crocodile. So I'm not real sure what we're dealing with yet. But again, I am hopeful and ready to be let down by this book simultaneously. Because if you think that I like Captain Hook, I like the scaly lizard man better. Just then, the ticking of the clock breaks him from his thoughts. He tears across the deck where the men are and he spots the source. It's a pocket watch and he proceeds to smash that with his hook. Then we have one of the most irking parts of the story, just for me personally. Jazz. Smee puts her hand on my arm. We need to talk. Now listen, I am all for creativity when reimagining an already established little world. But Smee, I don't know why this upsets me. I could not have anticipated it upsetting me like this. Even though I think it's pretty cool, Smee's name is Samira, and she's apparently like super important to Captain Hook. And when Cherry was little, she couldn't say Samira, so it became Smee, and that's how she got her nickname. I do think that that's really cute and a clever way to change things up, but this is Smee. This guy, this is Smee right here, this man. This chubby little anxiety-riddled, sort of dumb but lovable goon. And he's at Hook's side all the time. Not what I can only imagine is a hot woman. We have enough of that in this story. You know, Cherry, Winnie Horror, Starla from book 1, and all that lost we keep hearing about. It's enough. And why the hell does she call him Jazz? His name is Captain James Hook. This is ludicrous. Anyway, Smee tells him that his sister's at the gate with the dark one asking to be let in. So Hook's like, let him in. Because them showing up right when the Fae Queen writes the letter has Hook twirling his mustache inquisitively. I don't know if he has a mustache here. I'm hoping. Time skip, they come together and Hook details his thoughts upon seeing Cherry and the bruises. He's like, what have they done to you? But he doesn't regret trading her because it was down to her or Smee, and he would never get rid of Smee. Smee would always mean more to him than his little sister. Such a pirate move, to be honest. He hears them out and agrees to let them enter his land in 2 nights to look for the lost boy. But he also asks what's in it for him. That's when Vane drops a bomb on Cherry and me. Some might call it a cherry bomb. We'll give Cherry back to you. As you can imagine, she had no idea about this deal, and she is not happy. Hook says, cool, 2 days, come over. Vane says, cool, we'll give Cherry back in 3. Go team! They leave, and Hook pours 2 glasses of rum, one for him and one for Smee. Hook tells Smee that he's pretty sure that Pan found his shadow. How else would they explain them showing up and the letter from the Queen and all that other stuff? So he tells his men that whoever finds the shadow first gets $20. Hook plans to claim this shadow for himself. Everybody wanting this shadow. And if he does get to claim this shadow, then he can take care of Pan, the Fae Queen, and get Cherry back with no one who can stop him. And I'm sure that will totally work out. Chapter 12, Winnie. Now, I have a hypothesis that you can always tell a chapter is going to belong to Winnie, even if it wasn't labeled, because she just starts it with the stupidest shit. Vane and Cherry have returned from their mission, but Vane is in a bad mood and so is Cherry, though their bad moods are the difference between chocolate and a volcano. Hey, scamps! Lean in close. Bring it in with old Nat, okay? Take a knee. I will give you this $20 bill if you can tell me what the hell that means. The twins are out for a midnight run because this is apparently something that they do. Never heard about it before, but whatever, we're character building. Vane and Cherry are not approachable right now because one of them is angry like a volcano and one of them is angry like chocolate. Rage. What am I angry like? Leave it in the comments below. Winnie hears rustling around in the Never Tree and finds Pan just snooping around his own stuff looking for something. Apparently, he is looking for a magical object to tether his shadow to him. Sure. Winnie takes this moment to linger around, offering no help and asking for advice on how she can get to Vane. She also asks if Vane is sleeping with Cherry. And remember that sentence I told you to keep in your frontal cortex? She's had him. I haven't. Yeah, Winnie's incredibly stupid, but again, they don't call her Winnie the Brain. Ken tells her that he's not sure if Vane's still sleeping with Cherry, but that she needs to stop trying so hard to get him. It's never gonna work. And I about fell out of my chair. When I read this, I've been saying this whole time to all of them. Stop trying so hard, but no luck. He finds his tether that he's looking for, and it's a small, shiny black shell that Mary, Winnie's mother, gave him. It doesn't make sense that this would tether the shadow to him because Mary was there long after he first lost his shadow. So he said she gave it to him one night at the lagoon after he took her there because it made her feel better or whatever. And she gave it to him and said that she had it because she was worried about the baby. Did you hear me say the baby? The baby. Apparently, she was pregnant with Winnie Hoare on Neverland, which makes zero sense. Again, Wendy never went home, right? But somehow her trunk in the shadow did. And Wendy somehow kept the Darling line going even though she was stuck in Everland. And now we have a gestating Mary on the island with fetus Winnie riding shotgun. And I still don't know how the fuck the seashell is supposed to tether a shadow to him that he lost before Mary even existed. How does Mary even exist? How does Winnie exist? How does any of this? Chapter 13, Pan. He talks more about Mary's pregnancy. Mary was like a little sister to them all, so I guess they didn't bone her.
You are not the father.
But then how is she pregnant? They discuss it, but it gives me nothing except Winnie being like, when I first got here, that explains why I felt like I'd been here before because I guess technically I have. And Pan was all like, perhaps that's why when she's in my arms, I feel like I've come home. But I'll never tell her that. I'll never tell her that ever. Okay, then so don't. Fuck, why are you telling me? She hands him the seashell back and he asks her to come to bed with him. And she says, ask nicely. And boy, does he? Come to bed with me, my little darling horse, so I can shove my in your wet and make you beg for mercy. 4,560 people highlighted that. But I guess that is better than I'm full of Peter Pan, which is a line that came not too after it. He tells her to hurry because the sun's setting, and remember, he's got like a vampire rule for some reason. So she heads to his cave. Chapter 14, Winnie again. He draws her a bath, and she takes note of his room and how it's so quintessentially him. Dark emerald walls, a gray, sumptuous duvet cover, the books lining the shelves, and she says that she loves that he and Vane read so much. I'd be surprised if Winnie knows how to read. I don't think they know how to read. They're probably just pretending. I fear that this entire chapter will just be raunch, but let me check for some lowlights. So her is throbbing, tight, taut. I hate it here. She is ready for him, and he starts washing her and asks her a few times if she's filthy. And she's like, when will this torture end? 20 more chapters, Winnie Bug. Buckle in. He soaps up a washcloth and squeezes it over her and then goes to rub it on her. You're just not supposed to do that. Cut to an ad for Monistat. He is positioned and moving in a way that I can only describe as hot dogging it. Or as Winnie put it, fucking I'm unwell. You're so wet, darling. You're in the bath covered in soap. And the word of the day here is viscosity, right? I understand that there's a difference between water wet, soap wet, and whatever this is. But I hate these people. They are so dumb, and I owe them nothing. They arrive at their destination in tandem. Love that for them. Quote, the hot seat of Peter Pan making a mess of my... I need a break. Chapter 15, Cass. They're still running. They do it every day, apparently. And from where they're at, they can see their old Fey Palace territory, wherever. Cass has to take a second because he's got to tie his hair back up. Bash doesn't have long hair, so now we know the difference between them. That's it. And they're talking about their banishment, and then when Cass is putting his hair up, we cut to this quote, talking about Bash and his decision to cut his hair. If our family doesn't want me any longer, then I don't want the custom. I wish you could feel what I was feeling right now. Anyway, apparently long hair is a symbol of like virility and whatever from the Fae people, and it was a story told to them by their nanny, I don't know, which I guess they're going to tell me about. Woo! Something about grass and how we touch the grass and the grass remembers. Same for our hair. We touch the hair, we caress the hair, we brush the hair, and the hair remembers. Nanny hated Tinkerbell, their mother, loves hair, loves grass, hates Tink, got it. They talk about their sister and how she's probably plotting something and how they didn't even get a chance to explain why they unalived their father. I wonder if she knows, or if she would ever forgive them and let them return. But who cares about that? Pan would never let us take Winnie. Can't have that. He ruminates a little bit more and I'm exhausted, and Cass is finally like, we should go pay our sister a visit. And Bash is like, okay. So they go. Time skip. We're at the palace and Bash is like, think we'll be shot on sight. Cass is like, it's a possibility. What the fuck? You just casually mid-run when your endorphins and your adrenaline are pumping. You just decided to wander in to the territory you were banished from. They de-winged you, man, after you unalived your father, the king. And now you're just gonna breeze up in there even though getting shot on sight is a possibility? They approach the palace and they take it all in. And I honestly think it sounds great. It's built out of some sort of sparkly stone that was mined. All the brownies work together to build it. They consider turning back. They don't. Riveting. I know. Time skip again. They don't get shot and they approach the palace gates and the guards standing in front of those gates, and they ask to be let in, and the guards are terrible at their job and just let them in. Just let them right in. They get looks as they walk through the halls, and then Tilly finds them. She's like, what do you want? And they're like, we want our wings back. And she's like, leave us. And everyone leaves, and she flutters down off the throne and pours herself multiple goblets of Fae wine. A power move if I ever saw one. They chat. The twins are like, what are you planning? Brownie told us everything before we unalived him, but Tilly's not falling for it. Oh no. All of this is so boring. They ask for their wings back. Tilly's like, nah. They're like, yeah. She's like, no, you're in trouble. I'm paraphrasing. And they're like, what if we weren't? And she's like, how? Ultimately, she says that she wants Peter Pan dead, and if they'll help, she'll give them their wings back and unbanish them. They tell her why they unalived their dad, because apparently he had some plot to like marry her off and disinherit them from the throne and all this stuff. And they're like hoping that she'll get some clarity on the situation and maybe not be so angry at them, but she knew about it the whole time. So then, after specifically telling me that they shouldn't use their Fae talk here because Tilly can hear it also, they use their Fae language to say, let's get her, and then they go to charge. But of course, she heard them and turns the ground to quicksand. It's an illusion, but it does the job just the same. She tells them that she knew everything, that she doesn't care, that she was willing to do whatever it took so that she was in power. And now she plans to summon the crocodile to deal with Hook and Pan. Ooh. Oh, fingers still so crossed for the crocodile. Chapter 16, Winnie. Carrying on the tradition of starting each chapter with idiotic things, Winnie wakes up with Pan rock hard at her back and says she's muzzy with sleep. And I know muzzy is a word, and I'm pretty sure that this is used correctly, but it is still stupid, and all I think of is muzzy. Pan wakes up, grumbles a little bit, says, Vane's coming. And Darling steals herself because remember, we're playing hard to get. We are not trying too hard. Not anymore. Let's see how that goes. Vane barges in and calls her a whore. She's like, better a whore than no one. Pan says, you could join us. And Vane says, I don't waste my time with easy. But is that the truth, Vane? Is that the truth? And Winnie takes this opportunity to slut shame Cherry. If you don't like easy, why fuck Cherry? Love it. And he says, cause she ain't you. She's like, you know what? Not trying anymore. Not trying really hard. And then she proceeds to try harder than anyone has ever tried before. She's fully nude still, leans over to kiss Pan goodbye, and presents her ass to Vane like one of those baboons in the zoo. So much for not trying hard, huh? She stumbles in her exit and Vane catches her, tells her to put some salve on that neck. It'll help with the bruising. And she leaves so he can talk to the king. I hate this book. Time skip. She's upstairs in a dress and she just starts groping the twins who were not doing anything or bothering anyone. They seem tense though. So she walks up to Cass and just grabs him by the balls and says, are you okay? Good thinking, Win. Bash is like, please leave. We've had a rough day. So then she stops groping Cass, walks over to Bash, reaches her hand in, and does the same thing. I'm exhausted. Chapter 17, Bash. They're both hard as granite standing in the kitchen as Winnie saunters away, and their little Fae language or whatever, they're like, we're not just gonna let her get away with that, are we? Blah. Finally, they end their convo with, get the rope. Cass is like, you don't have to tell me twice. Yay. They tie her up and they talk and they kiss and they tease and whatever. They tie her up like to the tree, I think. Like the Never tree that's the center of their little loft live in there. He comments on how small she is and how exciting all of this is. I'm sorry, I have to take a second. None of this makes any sense. Not the fact that two hot guys want to double team a girl. Sure, that probably happens every day. Not them being aroused by tying up a hottie. That too also happens every day, I'm sure. There is nothing about Winnie that makes her different than any of the other thirsty lost pussy on the island. And there's plenty, remember? They tell us all the time. Every single girl on this island, they could snatch one of them up, bring them into the treehouse, and they would be just as eager and willing to have all of this done. And it makes me so irritated because this could have been good and it's not. If the author had an interest in making this good and dynamic and intriguing, she would have written Winnie as a girl who is bogged down by all of her troubles, but reclaiming her power through exploring her sexuality. And I think that was the attempt. Right? I mean, we can all kind of agree with Starla and the promiscuity, but Winnie's dumb. She lacks any depth whatsoever, plus she's freshly 18. They tell us constantly how she feels like home, how she makes the place feel warm, makes them feel warm, how she takes that dick like a good girl, but like, why does she feel like home? Have we seen any evidence to prove these claims that they're making? She showed up to Neverland, dumber than a box of hair, clearly unwell from years of abuse and neglect, with the nickname Winnie Whore from being constantly underneath a football, basketball, baseball player at a high school that she doesn't even go to in order to feel something. So instead of a sexually empowered, knowledgeable badass, we got young, dumb, full of cum Winnie Whore, and it just could have been better. And it wasn't, and I'm annoyed about that. Like, age her up a little bit. Have her going through her sexual reawakening to claim her power. Exploring kink and being knowledgeable and using her sexuality to work through her problems. That's believable and it's interesting. Then you have these boys who are all so hot, but they haven't actually had to work for anything. They're just hot. They don't have to be good at anything. Plus, they have a very limited worldview since their entire worldview is Neverland, with time standing still. So then you can bring her to the island and have her presence and her knowledge and her insight complete them in a way that excites and intrigues them, and it would be obvious to the audience why they would be so intrigued by such a dynamic female main character. God damn it, right there. Okay, I'm done. Let's keep going. God bless. Where were we? Oh, they tie her to the tree. And they tell her that they're going to make her so much it hurts. Can't hurt worse than reading this book. I promise you that. Chapter 18, Winnie. Woo! Thank goodness we get to hear about this from Winnie's POV. Love it. Can't wait. Cass knows what he's doing when it comes to tying ropes. Oh, yeah? Again, how disappointing is this entire thing? The boys discuss briefly giving her a safe word, and I need to yell about it, but we'll wait. I'm just getting ahead of myself. Hold on. She's instructed to get herself to her destination, if you know what I mean, with his hand. So she's like all up on one of them while the other one is holding her by the throat, and she says, I mule for them. And I screamed. I did. Lots of talking going on here, but I cannot bring myself to read it to you. Just know that one of them's going in one hole and the other one's going in the other one. And then they said, you'll be full of fake. They talk about her noises too, how she's like macaroni in a pot and all that. Now we're back to the safe word. Okay, and this is where my outline stops, so we're just going to wing it from here. But I needed to ask you before we get to the part with the safe word. I wanted to give you this opportunity to guess what her safe word will be, okay? At the time, my mind was racing with possibilities, and I had multiple guesses in different ways. The first one was something really stupid. Something stupid, but something connected, like twinkle, right? That's a sparkly, magical word. This is a sparkly, magical world, and it makes sense that it would be something like twinkle. My next thought was something that is kind of a direct hit, but not that deep of a cut, more like a flesh wound. So like cloudberry. And then I thought something really deep that I won't know what it is until it resurfaces or they spoon feed explain it to me. And then I go, oh yeah. And my last thought was that they just don't give her one. Cast your votes below. Get ready for the reveal. I had to go find my e-reader for it. Something is definitely bothering them, but I seem to be reaping the benefit of it. The air around them practically Crackle. Her safe word is crackle. And when I read that, I screamed because I said twinkle. I nailed it. Do you know how disappointing that is to be good at something that you never wanted any part of? Do you have any idea? Well, here I am being great at it. So her safe word is crackle. So they have her strung up, right? And they're making her arrive over and over again. And she's like, I can't, no more. But she's not using the safe word, right? She's quicksand. I welcome. We will never get out, and I don't want to. Pull me under, darling. Drown yourselves. Okay, so they're making her come again and again and again and again and blah, blah, blah. And she's like a rag doll at this point. And they're like, are you still with us, darling? And she's like, I'm here. And they're like, one more. And she's like, no, I can't. She's still not using the safe word, though. So, woo. And then she's finally like a wet sock. And she's like, I can't do it anymore. And they're like, do you doubt me? And she's like, no. And he's like, do you doubt me? And then they illusion her. Or so she thinks. She's not sure. She's not sure if they're illusioning her or not. But what are they doing? Natalie, tell us. Okay, calm down. Hold them horses. She gets fucked by the tree. I know. You think that I'm not stunned? You think that I'm not shooketh from this revelation? I'm just minding my business, reading along. I did a vlog on this, and you can see it in real time if you're a paid member of the channel. You can see what happens when I stumble across this part of the book that I had no preparation for. Like, of course, when I read Vera Valentine and she's got her main character humping up on a door, I know that. I know what I'm about to have happen. Didn't expect this. Now I'm forever changed. Day ruined. A sharp gasp rushes down my throat, and Cass forces my face up again, forcing me to look at him as the vine slithers up to my... I don't know if this is actually happening or if it's one of his clever illusions, but it feels very, very real as a soft feathered tendril flicks at my... Now, I don't know how this plays into their whole 4 hungry men and only us deal. Is there a tree clause that I wasn't aware of? Apparently. So vines everywhere doing all the things, and then one slithers inside. See, because at one point I was like, oh, well, maybe they're just enchanting the vines and they hold her a little tighter than the ropes do. No, she fully has sex with this tree. She arrives again. Thank you, tree. Thank you for your service. And then they let her loose from the ropes and have her like sit on one of their faces and lift up her dress so the other one can watch that one eat her up. And I have siblings, okay? I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be in the room. I honestly, if you can't wait until I'm not in the house, I'll leave. I'll just leave. I will leave right now. It's not that serious. This is just not for me. Blech. Chapter 19 belongs to Cass, just like Winnie's front. I don't remember. She's exhausted. She can't do it again, but of course she does, and she's not using her safe word, so rock on, Winnie. One of them comes to the front, one at the back, and they enter her, and then they all come together. Isn't that lovely? Ugh. Then at the end of the chapter, we get this lovely little diatribe from Cass as I slam into her, as she clenches around me as we are together, hard and fast and relentless. I realize one terrifying truth. I'll pick her over Tilly and the Fae Court. I will pick Darling over my own wings because with her, I'm already flying. Chapter 20. Winnie. That's one that me so hard my teeth clack together. Hope there's a dentist on the island. And then one of them, I don't remember which one, is like, we come together. Okay, sport. So they do. Peter Pan and Vane show up after they've concluded their business transactions with one another. I don't know why I said it like that. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Pan's like, word of advice, darling. Don't ever let the twins tie you up. And she's like, I rather enjoyed it. Shut up. And then Vane comes around. And he's like, I thought I told you to put salve on. And she's like, I do what I want. So he gets the salve and gets her something to drink and whatever. I don't know. I don't care. They all start trying to take care of her and bickering, which we love to see aftercare. We truly, truly do. Aftercare, safe words, consent, communication. We love it. We really do. But they're going back and forth and they're like, y'all should have eased her into this twin stuff. And they're like, excuse me, you had her crawl to you the other night. Blah, blah, blah. So they're going back and forth. And then finally Wendy stands up. Enough! Are you ready? I don't think you are. I'm not. Let's get something straight. You're all assholes, all right? But you're my assholes. I didn't have to stay on my knees for Pan, and I didn't have to push Vane to the brink, and I certainly didn't have to get tied to a tree. I chose those things. I choose all of you. Even you, Vane. So stop treating me like a fragile toy. I'm not. This is so stupid. I hope you're ready. I'm a china cup that has been broken so many times, I'm never sure if I'm a cup or just separate pieces held together by glue and sheer determination, molded into a cup-like shape. I know how to crack, and I know how to mend. At least with all of you, I know I will never mend alone. I hate this book. They all get quiet and they're like, maybe she's right. And then they just kind of chill and start talking about the actual plan of the events that are unfolding around them and how they're going to get the shadow back and stuff, which is good because I know that this is like mostly erotica purely for the vibes and whatever, but there is actually a story here that I was initially interested in. Oh well, disappointment knows me by name. They discuss what's going on and it's at Cherry's expense that he's going to let us explore the island and look for this lost boy. And Winnie's like, should I talk to her? I think the fuck not. What the fuck do you have to say? And then the twins also tell them that they visited their dear sister and that she's planning something to do with the crocodile. But who is the crocodile or what? Chapter 21 belongs to Peter Pan. He's like a little horned up because she's sitting in his lap, but this is not the time for that when the crocodile's on his way. Okay, wait. Hook and Pan share an enemy and it's Fane's brother? And he's a crocodile? Her confusion's adorable. We're nothing alike. Cass snorts. They're exactly alike, but Rock is taller and better looking, adds Bash. The facts are, darling, that my dear brother will have a bone to pick with our infamous Never King when he finds out the secrets he's been keeping. What secrets? And this is when she finds out that her great-grandmother is just on an island somewhere, potentially frozen in time, and alive and moderately well. No. Yes. How? Where? He took a wrong turn on the way back, Vane says, and left her on an island known as Everland. Color paints the darling's cheeks a pretty shade of angry red. Tell me that's not true. I can't. I won't. Pan! It was a very long time ago, darling, and I was a much different man. You loved her? Looks like you're sleeping on the couch tonight, Bash says. Wendy Darling is not my problem. That's Pan. To her great-great-granddaughter. And her being off Neverland is much better for us when the crocodile arrives. How do you figure? Because I will use the information as leverage, and once he finds out where she is, he'll be eager to race off and fetch her. Why? Because Crocodile was in love with Wendy. Darling's like, what happened? And Pan begins to begrudgingly explain. When I brought Wendy to the island, Rock was here visiting Vane. My rule about not touching a darling has always pertained to me and the Lost Boys. Rock was not about to follow my rules, and Wendy, as we've established, was a brat like you. Determined, fierce, easy to fall for. Yeah, I thought that Peter Pan was in love with Wendy. It was around that time, too, that Rock cut off Hook's hand. Hook took her from me. He obviously didn't want to retrieve my shadow, and he had always tried fucking with the darlings to keep me from the information. And it was at that time that Rock cut his hand off. We got Wendy back, but something had changed. Something between her and Rock. He asked her to stay. She said no, so I took her back. Except on the journey to the mortal realm, I took a wrong turn and ended up in Everland. We were quickly surrounded. Leaving her there was an easy decision. I had no allegiance to her. And it was her family that took my shadow in the first place. I wanted my revenge against the darlings, and this was an easy, albeit cruel, way of getting it. I can't believe you just left her. And I thought he said that he was a different man now. He does not seem sorry for this at all. He wasn't sorry about it when he told Vane in the first couple of chapters. He's not sorry that he did this. So what's different? Promise me we'll get her back. We won't have to. Rock will do it for us. Like, this is a very tense situation, right? All of this revelation, and Pan's like, all right, in the meantime, let's party so I can forget about all of this. Bash gets up. Now you're talking. No, girls. All three of us look at her and nod. There she is giving me orders again, and I'm the asshole that's beginning to follow them. She also said go fucking get Wendy. But no. Party first! Chapter 22. Cherry. She was eavesdropping and heard the whole conversation. How they plan to give Cherry back, that no one cares, that now Winnie has all of them, and Wendy is still alive. She heard everything. Now Winnie has them? All of them? All to herself? How many men can one girl have? So she runs back to her house, wherever that is, and she opens the door, and something dark darts across the room and slashes at her. I think her arm or something. And she yells, exclaims, if you will, holy berries and balls! That's a Neverland shadow. That's a Neverland shadow. So it's a Neverland shadow. I don't know if you heard. And it's trapped in her room. That can't be good. Chapter 23, Hook. How hard is it to find one fucking shadow? I don't know why. That's the voice that came to me. He talks about how much he hates Peter Pan, how nervous he is about getting the shadow, why it's taking so long, blah, blah, blah. And Smee comes in. What is it? I don't think I like him. Tilly has summoned the crocodile. At the port of Summerland, the crocodile arrived 2 days ago and left quickly after. So we've got Neverland, Everland, Darkland, Summerland, and Sugarland. I cannot wait to find out what other lands. These are all so clever. If there's not a clever land, I riot at dawn. I will not rest until he's dead. Double the rewards, me. Tell the men now. Whoever brings me Pan's shadow will be rich by tomorrow night, but only if they find it before then. All this chapter did for me was let me know that this is not the my dreams. It's just not. 24, Winnie, Pan, Bash, and Cass are all drunk and they're shooting rocks out into the ocean with a slingshot, like boys being boys. And Winnie feels called somewhere, so she starts just wandering off and she ends up at the lagoon and she finds Vane floating in the lagoon by himself, nude. You just gonna stand there and gape or get in? Gape? I want to get in the water so badly it makes my skin itch. But I can't tell if it's the water, the spirits, the magic calling to me, or one very dark and broody death shadow. Gets undressed, because if he's nude, I'm going to be nude too. Is this when we get the Vane dick? Is this when it happens? Ah! She gets in, there's spirits everywhere. And she's like, do they bite? And he's like, not if they like you. My heart kathuds against my eardrums. Kathuds? Cause shut the fuck up. She talks about the lagoon and how it reminds her of going to the beach with her mom and how it makes sense now that she knows she was pregnant with her in the lagoon and she liked the lagoon and now every time they went to the water it would calm her down. None of this matters. I've been craving Vane's attention since Pan brought me to Neverland, but now that I have it and have him alone, I don't know what to do with him. He's bigger than me, and I'm not talking size, presence, power, energy. More passion, more passion. Why are you here, darling? I don't know. I was drawn here, I think. Why are you here? To get away from you. Why? What have I done to make you hate me so damn much? Every little thing. Everything. I don't understand you. I don't like things I don't understand. I'm not a thing. I'm a person. A naughty, darling girl. Skirt! What are we doing? Vane? Hold tight. Hold the line. They're close now, and he's like grabbed her by the waist. I don't hate you. I just like the way you make me feel. Typical. Shut up. Which is hell. Reckless. Dangerous. I told you once already before. Yes, I know, darling. You're stronger than you look. I don't need you to protect me. I don't want to protect you. I want to fuck you until you tremble beneath me. Stop. I pant out a mule of delight. If you say mule one more time. So why don't you? Because those bruises on your neck would be the least of your worries. I don't care. You get no safe word from me. Oh, come on now, Vane. We need a safe word. Just fuck me already. He kisses her. Then his eye starts to go black. And he's like, go! Get out of the water, slowly. He says, walk away. She's like, what if I don't? And he's like, I won't tell you again. And then she figures it all out. The cogs fit into place. Even gone to the shadow, he's still cognizant of my safety. And it suddenly clicks, the real secret to unraveling Vane. I was wrong about him, so was Peter. It's not that I have to try harder or try less. It's that I have to be exactly who I am. Every ugly, broken part. I have to be vulnerable, and maybe that terrifies me most of all. Show him all of my cracks and let him make his own on my skin. I have endured. I can endure him if it's the only way I can have him. He must read something in my body because he slowly shakes his head, grits his teeth, and says, Winnie, don't. I turn and run. So that's the secret. Whoop-dee. Chapter 25, Winnie's on the run. She is in motion, and Vane is right behind her, and he catches her, and he's like, I told you not to run. She's like, I want this. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. He enters her. He's so big it hurts on impact, and my teeth clack together. I will split this wet in two. He me hard, fast, brutally. The tree rattles above us. They're up against a tree. If this tree fucks her too, I quit. I will give the money back, Lee. He kind of starts to get unhinged again, and she's like, I'm gonna die. So what she does instead of dying is reach up and grab a branch, bring it down, and stab herself in the hand. Sure. Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense because remember she had blood on her tootsies and she was like somehow in danger a little bit on the shore. She put those little pieces together in her noggin and figured out that what brings him back and grounds him even when the shadow of death takes over is her in pain. So after he like chills out a little bit, she's like, do it now. So then they do, and they both arrive and we love it. Great. And then at the end, she's very pleased with herself and he's like, you think you won something? She's like, I did. I've had you. You're mine now. Blah, blah, blah. And then they have a conversation about how she really enjoyed him cutting off her oxygen. And if she does it again in a controlled circumstance, she would be into that. And he's like, get out. He also makes her promise that if he gets too far gone, she will stab him in the face. And she's like, sure. Chapter 26 is Cherry. And I want to say there must have been a chapter quota because these go so fast. There's like almost nothing to them. So it's going to feel like we're going really fast, but it's in fact the book. I'm doing my best. Chapter 26 belongs to Cherry. Cherry is gotten herself into a little pickle, hurt her own feelings because she was eavesdropping again. She was in the woods and she saw Vane roughly take Winnie against a tree and she's devastated. But she also has a shadow trapped in her house. And maybe she takes Winnie there and we can't do that. Or can we? Chapter 27, Peter Pan. They're still blitzed on the beach, and instead of throwing rocks into the ocean now, they are just launching Lost Boys into the air. Boys being boys. The three of them, have a quick little conversation about what exactly Tilly offered them, and the twins are like, she offered to give us our wings back and unbanish us. And Pan's like, listen, I can't give you wings, but if you stay loyal to me and help me get my shadow, I can help you stage a coup. And they're like, aces. Chapter 28. See what I'm telling you about these chapters? They are just going. Next to nothing happening, but they are going, and they are here, and so are we. Chapter 28, Winnie. She and Vane come back into the treehouse, and the others are like, where have y'all been? And Winnie's very proud of herself. She's like, fucking. Pan starts to come over and baby her and put some more salve on her neck, but Vane grabs her and calls dibs on her for the night and whisks her back off to his room. And she enters his room and explains the surroundings. It's like another duvet, which is really bothersome to me. I don't even like a duvet because they're difficult to put on and they get all jumbled up. You think these whatever. Large bed, thick posters with carvings, ornate carvings in the headboard and the footboard, stacks of books, trinkets. She's worried that it's all an illusion and it's just gonna go away. I'm worried you're gonna go away, Vane. And Vane's like, get in bed. And so they snuggle and he's like, I'm here. Can you feel that I'm here? And she's like, promise me you won't leave. And he's like, what? And she's like, I promise to stab you in the face. So you have to promise me that you won't leave. And he does. Chapter 29, Hook. Captain James Hook. Smee wakes him up and he explodes out of bed and almost takes her out with his hook. Don't do that, Smee. And Smee's like, how else am I supposed to wake you up? I'm here to tell you that one of our men found the shadow. And he's like, splendid. I don't think he actually says splendid, but it's a vibe.
Sublime!
They go out and they find him. They're like, oh my God, get a treasure chest. Lock the shadow in there. And then he and Smee have to get down to business. They have to figure out how he's going to claim this shadow before Peter Pan gets here. Chapter 30. Winnie. They're all inside the treehouse waiting for Pan to wake up. Vampire rules, remember? Today's the day they go to Hook's. Vane is sitting in the corner of the couch reading a book. Winnie has her head in his lap, sprawled across the couch the other way. And Bash has his head between her legs. And he's like, I could use a taste. And then Winnie, throwing every ounce of let's not try so hard into the lagoon with the rocks and the Lost Boys, says, I'm full of Vane's cum, but go ahead. She ruminates a little bit. She's like, is this what my life is now? Could this really be my forever? And Pan finally shows up and he's like, we got some work to do. We got to go to Hook. We got to go. You too, Winnie. But get dressed. Put more clothes on because only we get to look at you. They also do this little pinball exchange with her where she's up on Pan and then Pan tosses her to Vane and Vane's fucking around with her a little bit. She sachets away, giving them a little peek of what they'll get to enjoy once the mission's completed. Great. Chapter 31, Peter Pan. He and Vane watch her as she saunters down the hallway, and he looks at Vane, and he's like, you really have it under control? Enough. So that's fun. They have a little discussion about how he's ready to be rid of the Death Shadow, and Pan's like, what do we do with the Neverland Death Shadow? And he's like, let one of the twins have it. And they decide that Cass could probably handle it because he's the practical one. He's patient. He's reliable. This is the first I'm hearing of it, but okay. And Pan makes Vane promise that he's going to keep his shadow until all of this is sorted out, and Vane's like, I won't leave us vulnerable, but my brother coming to the island will complicate things. It'll drudge up our past. I know, but I don't really. I don't know their story, just the outline of it, and even that's fuzzy. One problem at a time. Too many fucking problems. I got 99 problems, but they didn't say that. Speaking of problems, have you seen Cherry? If we show up at Hook's doorstep without her, we might have an issue. I haven't seen her. She'll turn up eventually, and then we'll shoo her home like a feral cat. Let's go bust some pirate ass then and get your shadow back. I'm tired of being the most powerful one in the group. Fucking asshole. When I have it back, let's race through the clouds. I'll enjoy beating you. Blah. Chapter 32 belongs to Cass, and I'm tickled because it's more than 2 pages. I don't know what happened, but Cass has a long one. It's 4 pages. Cass is brooding the whole way. They're all walking in a group towards Hook's territory, and he's broody. And of course, Winnie, being the special sunflower that she is, she's like, what's up? Nothing. What is it? And he finally just says, I'm angry at my sister. No one gives a shit. And Bash comes up and he's like, he hates that we have to kill her. And she's like, you do? Yeah. What else is there? And then the twins have a little back and forth. They're like, she's our sister. She betrayed us. It's either you or her, brother. Blah, 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 blah. And then they talk about, like, what if they take the palace back? They unalive Tilly and they take their power back. What are they going to do? Quote, do we plan to return to the palace, send the darling between our house like a little child of divorced parents? The fact that she's actually a child still is just bothersome. They inch into his territory a little bit more and Pan's like, you feel that? My shadow. What does that mean? It means someone has it cornered. So they know that Hook has the shadow now, right? Uh-oh. Chapter 33, Peter Pan. He talks about his opinions of Hook and how it shaped when he took Wendy, but then it was confirmed when he traded off his own sister instead of Smee. Who does that with their family? Like, Pan, now that we're all standing in the middle of the road that leads straight to Hook's house at the bay, I can't help but wonder if I should be worried about him more than I did. Or at the very least, if I should have made sure to bring Cherry with us. Why wouldn't you bring Cherry with you? So they're there. They know the shadow's cornered. They know that Hook probably has it, and that he's on to them. Pan takes a second, and then he asks everybody, what about let's kill some pirates, eh, boys? And they're like, cool. And then he says to Vane, I have another idea for you. How fast can you fly back to the house? Time skip. Vane retrieves it. I bet it's a clock. They slip into places and bash, Cass. When we get close to Hook's house, I want you to stay in the woods with our darling. Vane and I will go into the house. If that's where he's keeping the shadow, I'll know once we're close. The twins nod. Everyone know their place? They all nod their agreement, even darling. I can't wait for this to be over so I can bury my inside of her flush with power. She'll be trembling beneath me. Ooh, great. They're getting closer and they're like, what are the chances that we get in without anybody noticing? And then all of a sudden, Peter Pan, I assure you, your lost boy isn't here in my house. Hook comes down the grand staircase, his hands clasped behind his back. He's wearing one of those ridiculous overcoats with gold embroidery around the collar and down the lapel. He's ditched the stupid fucking tights and buckle shoes and replaced them with a more practical trouser and leather boots. Ew. I'm gonna ask you one more time, James. Where's my shadow? I already told you. I don't know. Besides, aren't you missing one from your party? Where's Cherry? Pan starts to charge. Hook's like, I wouldn't do that if I were you. And Smee is off to the side with a pew-pew. And then he looks at Vane and he knows that Vane has the death shadow on deck. And Pan gives him a barely noticeable nod from across the room. But just as the dark shadow comes out to play, the Fae Queen slams through the door, our darling caught in her grasp. Oh no! Chapter 34, Peter Pan. Not real sure we needed 2 of these. That was barely a chapter. I'm sure this one is less than. The twins look really glazed over. She has illusioned them and stolen the darling. Oh, bother. Shit is about to get real. Tilly and Hook obviously have the upper hand here. But Hook's like, wait, they did not bring my sister. I would just like some kind of proof that she's all right. Or near. And Pan decides that it would be a good idea to antagonize him further by telling him she's in a metal box at the bottom of the ocean. No! Hook charges. Chapter 35. Peter Pan again. Why? Why does she do this? All of this could have been just one fucking Peter Pan chapter. This is so stupid. Hook charges and it's the distraction that they need. The dark one comes to the front and grabs Darling and gets her back. Darling and Vane out. Peter can feel his shadow somewhere. He knows that it's stressed. He knows that it's cornered. Hook grabs him and he's like, how could you? And Pan is like, she kicked and screamed the whole time. And Hook is obviously like emotionally driven in this moment. And then Pan reaches into his pocket and pulls out the watch. I told you it was a watch. Obviously this causes a trauma response in old James. And he's like, he's here. The crocodile is here. He's not, but he's freaking out anyway. But before he starts freaking all out, he does stab Peter in the stomach with his hook. So that's fun. And then as Hook is like back into a corner, curled up, freaking out because he thinks the crocodile is near, this is the opportunity Pan needed so he can go and get his shadow. And he tells him, don't you dare run away from me again. And he opens the chest. If the next chapter is Peter Pan, I want to fight someone. Chapter 36, Winnie. Thank goodness. I'm not in the mood to fight today. Look at these nails. I can't be fighting. I'm flying and clutched in Vane's arms, held tightly around the solid line of his body. Don't look down, darling. So he leaves. He's out. He takes Winnie and gets her back to the house. But there are pirates in the house and they have a scuttle. They fight. And once those pirates are, dealt with, she's like, you have to go. Pan needs you. So Vane, again, just leaves and goes back to help. He leaves her with strict instructions. Go to Pan's tomb, lock yourself in, don't come out until we come back. And she is on her way until Cherry finds her first. What are you doing here? So you and Vane. It's okay. I knew it would never last with him. I mean, I tried for a really long time and then you came along. Of course he was gonna pick you over me. Cherry, it's okay. But she doesn't look like it's okay. Can you help me with something though? I heard something in my room.
Don't do it, Winnie!
All right, I'll help. But then we have to get down to Pan's tomb. And Cherry's like, okay, it'll just be real quick. Chapter 37 is Pan. We're back in the action. Tilly slams into Pan just as he gets the chest open and the shadow darts out. Motherfucking fuck. Literally, she stabs him. Pan is not having a good time here. Rapidly losing fluids and the fight. He has some words with Tilly and she digs the knife in deeper and he coughs up blood. And Vane shows up in the nick of time and he requests the shell. So Pan digs it out of his pocket and tosses it to Vane. Thank goodness they had their shell with them because he just holds it out and the shadow gets sucked into it and stuck there, so sure. Vane tosses it back to him. Pan catches it. All the while, he's been stabbed in the abdomen. Stabdomen. He drops the shell to the floor, breaks it open, and he hunches down on all fours. Winnie? I didn't know Winnie was still here. And he claims the shadow for his own. Whee! Chapter 38, Bash. So apparently, once Pan claimed the shadow, Tilly said, F this, I'm out. Bash is giving us like a front row seat to Pan claiming his shadow, but it's not that exciting. He's like vibrating in the air and the wah and the roar and you know, he gets it. Bash and Cass like bow to him, which is weird. And Pan's like, get up. Literally get up. This is so embarrassing. And the twins are like, we made our choice. We're with you. And I don't know why I don't trust them, but you know, I don't like any of these people, so who cares? Pan then turns to Hook and he says, you're a man who can make his own choices, but if you choose to stand against me, you're making the wrong one. Hook, struggling for air, says in return, help me stand against the crocodile and we have a deal. That's not a negotiation. Worth a shot. I'll think about it. And then he asks about Cherry and Pan's like, she's been at the house the whole time, you weirdo. I was lying to you. And then they're all like, let's get home to our darling. Chapter 39, Cherry. Wow. She leads old Winnie Whore down to her room to help get a parakeet who is locked in there out. And then they're going to go to Pan's tomb and safely barricade themselves inside until the boys come back. Right? Right? No, wrong. She gets to the door opens. Cherry shoves her in and she's like, Cherry, what? Oh my God. Ah! She's literally begging for Cherry to open the door. And Cherry, cold as ice, leaves her in there. And then all of a sudden, silence. I'm terrified of opening. Will the shadows just race out past me? Do I have to worry about it? Will there be blood? What will be left of Winnie? Light spills from the crack beneath the door. A shadow stretches in it. What the? I straighten, wipe my hands against my pants, and then reach out for the doorknob, hand shaking the entire time. My shirt is thumping on my chest. Heart racing so fast. So like a fucking cartoon character. Ga-thunk, ga-thunk. Stupid. I turn the knob and push the door in. It creaks on its hinges, and I spot Winnie in the middle of the room, standing among the wreckage of my favorite things. Winnie? She says nothing. I lick my lips and inhale deeply. Winnie? She slowly turns to me. I'm practically vibrating. And when she finally faces me and lifts her chin, her eyes are darkest black. Not the darkest black. And scene. The end. That's the end of book 2. What is there to say? Really, like, what is there to say of this? I don't feel like this book was at all what I anticipated. From the synopsis compared to what we read, from the title being The Dark One, I thought that meant that this whole book would be about Vane, which I guess it was about getting to Vane's for Winnie, but I thought we were going to get some insight. Like, all we did was know, like, the crocodile didn't even show up. They didn't explain his land. We didn't go to his land. We didn't get a lot of his backstory. But then you could argue that it's called The Dark One because now Winnie is apparently a dark one of her own, which is concerning. Cherry, cold as ice, man. What? I don't like Winnie either, but wow, that was something, wasn't it? Just a whole bunch of introducing new characters without thoroughly flushing out the ones we already have. And I still have no idea how any of the Darling women exist at all since Wendy never went back home. I don't understand how that's possible. I don't understand how her belongings got home, but she didn't. I don't understand how Winnie wasn't more upset that Pan just freaking left her there. I don't understand any of this. I have no expectations when it comes to the rest of this series. I have no idea what to expect or believe. There was a tree sex scene in this book. Never would have guessed. Never would have guessed. I don't really know what to say. I didn't love this, but is it Haunting Adeline bad? Is it The Wild bad? No, it's not. It's just dumb. I don't think that this sucked as bad as the first one, but it's still just right. It also didn't improve any. So we've neck and neck here. These are both 2-star reads so far. They're creative in thought, in theory, but in execution, not great. And I get it. Fine. We're just here for no thoughts, head empty, smutty vibes. Fine. That's fine. And if you were looking for that, maybe you'll like this. I didn't, because I feel like there was so much promise in the premise of the whole thing. I said this in my review of Vera Valentine's Unhinged. It said what it was on the cover, and it delivered on that. It knew what it was about, and then it beat about it. What am I saying? Now this, I'm disappointed that this is what we have.
Hi, checking in. You've made it to part 3. How are you? You okay? You need a snack? I could grab you a protein bar. We could share it. You ready to do Their Vicious Darling? This series has the funniest fucking names. All right, here we go. Part 3.
Today I come bearing gifts in the form of more Peter Pan Lost Boy nonsense. We are taking yet another dip into the Neverland Lagoon. Aren't we blessed? So content warnings are listed for the entire series on the author's website, and so they are the same for book 1, 2, 3, and 4, but just so we're clear, let me go over them again. Mental illness, smoking, graphic rough in public, groups, dubcon, dubious consent, graphic violence, graphic language, captivity, degradation, submission, bondage, ropes, spanking, blood play, choking, consensual non-consent, and talk of essay. You ready for the synopsis? The Dark One has finally accepted me just in time for everything to change. Because Vane's brother, the Crocodile, has just arrived in Neverland soil, and he's not alone. He's brought with him members of the Royal Darkland family, and they want Vane's death shadow back at any cost. Of course, Peter Pan, Vane, Cass, and Bash, they're all familiar with war, but war isn't easy when love is on the line. I know those vicious Lost Boys would do anything to protect me, but what if I'm not the one who needs saving? As power shifts on the island and shadows are claimed, all 5 of us have to let go of who we were if we have any chance of becoming who we were destined to be. Okay, there's also a note. Their Vicious Darling is book 3 in the Vicious Lost Boys series. It is a dark romance reimagining of Peter and Wendy. All characters have been aged up. If you like your enemies to lovers with hot, ruthless, morally gray love interests, you'll enjoy Their Vicious Darling. You can expect an island with darkness and secrets and no true hero in sight, with a found family atmosphere and touch her an island alive, you vibes. The Vicious Darling ends on a cliffhanger. Okay. I guess it's fine. I don't know. I'm so tired of this series. I cannot wait to be done. Also, just a reminder that this little aged up notion is cute and all, but the canon lore of Peter Pan is that Neverland is an island full of disgruntled, misfit children who never want to grow up. Peter Pan being the leader of these forever boys, and a forever boy himself. And aged up, sure, I get that. But in the first book, when Winnie first sets her whore eyes on them, she says that they have the look of a boy but the presence of a man. Aged up. Okay, why do they look like boys then? Let me calm down. Cliffhanger. On that note, let's talk about where we left off on the last cliffhanger, shall we? The band of idiots, complete with Winnie whore, made their way to Hook's territory. A big scuffle broke out, including Hook, Smee, Pirates, Faye, and Tilly, the Fae Queen. Amidst that struggle, Vane yoinks the darling up and takes her back to the Nevertree and is like, barricade yourself inside the tomb until I get back. Enter Cherry. She lures Winnie down to her room instead under the guise of a parakeet being trapped inside, which I'm gonna go ahead and say that in the list of priorities, barricading yourself inside the tomb so you're safe from a pirate attack is much higher on the list for me than freeing a trapped parakeet in a room. We can do that later, but Winnie is dumb, no matter what this book tries to tell you. But it's not a parakeet that's trapped in Cherry's room, oh no. It's the Neverland Death Shadow. Cherry shoves her inside, locks the door behind her, and crosses her fingers that Winnie is no more. However, instead of the shadow just Winnie just claims that some bitch for herself. What a twist. And remember, Pan told us a couple of times that no ordinary man can claim a shadow, but one, Winnie's a girl, and this is the girl power book. I don't know if anyone else has said that yet, but this is the girl power book.
Girl power.
Just don't look at the misogyny, and you'll make it out alive with that notion intact. And 2, it doesn't matter. Not a single breadcrumb that has been laid out for us has led us to anything well thought out, well organized, well planned, or fully fleshed out. So I doubt this will be explained, because nothing ever is. Meanwhile, back in Hook's territory, the fight carries on without Winnie. But Pan finally does get the upper hand, and he claims the shadow and reaches his final form yet again. Tilly sees this, tucks tail and runs. Hook considers siding with Pan, but he's not sure yet. But he's also determined to get his sister Cherry back, which could not come at a better time because once the boys find out what Cherry did to Winnie, Cherry jello. With Pan's shadow now claimed and the rush of a victory flowing through all of them, the band of idiots ready themselves to return home to their darling girl. But they are in for quite a shock when they get back there, I tell ya. Okay, we caught up? Let's go. Prologue. Rock, aka the crocodile, aka Vane, the Dark One's brother. Okay? Now, up until this point, we've only heard so much about old Crocodile. And I was excited last book when his name was mentioned because I love me some crocodile. We know he's Vane's brother. We know he and Hook are mortal enemies because he was in love with Wendy Darling, and Wendy Darling may have mixed it up with Hook, although Hook did kidnap her first, but you know, whatever. But we haven't gotten much else until now. I was excited, and I'm not anymore because I'm in the future. And the future is grim, so brace yourself. My preferred way to travel is with a royal family. Any will do, because royal families always travel in luxury. No shit. I'm glad you told me that. Yeah, I had no idea. So this tells me that we are yet again in for some rough roads ahead when it comes to the writing. 2/3 of those sentences aren't sentences. But it also tells us that he's a grifter who travels the 7 Isles by way of latching onto a royal family. And when he says any will do, it tells us that his loyalty is shaky or non-existent. Currently, he's with the Darkland family, which is the Ramaldi family. Enter the youngest Ramaldi sister, Amara, who is excitedly looking for Rock, but Rock, ever the cool cat, is eating peanuts and not bothered. She's excited to have found me, apparently. I can hear it in the upward lilt of her voice. I suppose being buried nearly balls deep in her last night might have had something to do with it. Oh, swell. He is banging his way through the royals too. No wonder they let him hang out. That's just swell. Also, I deserve financial compensation for any time I've had to scan my eyes across the line, balls deep. It feels personal at this point. I am being attacked. Amara tells him that her brother Holt and sister Giselle request his company at dinner tonight. And we get this lovely little slice. Yum, yum, yum. Your sister just wants me to bend her over and pull her hair and make her feel like a dirty little whore. I abandon the peanuts and light a cigarette and then spread my arms out over the back of the ornate seat that is bolted to the ship's floor. The portside dining hall is only used on special occasions. But I'm special every day. Oh, shit! He's a special boy. Oh my God, I hate him. We aren't even to the word. This is the prologue, okay? But he sucks. After some corny flirting and dry humping, he agrees to go to dinner. I groan and pull out my pocket watch, checking the time. I'll have to leave early, I tell her. No exceptions. You and your watch. And then they make out a bit. While I know that the crocodile clocks are like this when it comes to Peter Pan lore, this is so heavy-handed. Subtlety was never on the menu. Trust me, this is not the last time we'll hear about this goddamn clock. Time skip, they are at dinner, and he approaches Giselle. Because I'm a dutiful asshole, I greet her with a kiss on her bare knuckles, and she blushes underneath the attention. 2 nights ago, I shot a rope. I'm gonna try that again, and I'm gonna get through it. 2 nights ago, I shot a rope of cum on her face. She wasn't blushing then. Oh, God. Rock continues to give us all the tea throughout dinner. Tea I did not ask for, but yeah, here we go. The word on the cobblestone streets is that not only has Rock banged Giselle, but Giselle might also be banging her brother Holt. We have a Lannister situation going on, and we love it. I have not fucked Holt, but Holt hates my fucking guts. Sometimes I fantasize about liberating him from his. So we've got at least one royal on the boat that he hasn't banged, so that's good to know. But shouldn't it be liberating his from him? Let's just move on. They eat and they chat about their plans upon arriving on Neverland. Rock tells us that absolutely under no circumstances would he ever betray his brother, ever. Which is good. Great even. Just snip that tension right out. Tension? No thank you from me, forever no thanks. If I was stupid, I might think that maybe this revelation is just a heavy-handed attempt to mislead us. Rock clearly has no loyalty to anyone, right? We learned that on the opening lines. But he's loyal to his brother no matter time, distance, or circumstance? This book has a Swiss cheese plot running through it, so I'm not falling for that one. Though I hope I'm wrong. I always want to be proven wrong, but you won't catch me holding my breath so hard I can't breathe. Also, remember how I said this is the girl power book? Okay, don't forget, don't you dare. Now, I know we just waded through a lagoon full of misogyny, but just hold your horses. Holt is just 1 year younger than Giselle, but he thinks he's the one in charge because he's a man. Clearly, Holt knows nothing about the might of women. See? He loves women! They all do! Except Holt, that stupid bitch. TikTok, time goes by. They're only on the first course. He tells them that it's best if he approaches his brother alone, and they're like, do you think we're stupid? I do. And they bicker back and forth on whether or not they can trust Rock. Time means nothing to blood. Time means everything, Holt. Speaking of which, I checked my pocket watch. I have an hour and 3. An hour and 3, you say? Pip, pip. The rage that flooded my body almost immediately upon reading this. I didn't know we had a Regency gentleman on our hands. An hour and 3, says he. Do you also have 4 and 20 blackbirds baked into a pie, good sir? You can't be someone who says things like balls deep and rope of cum and then say, I have an hour and 3. Character continuity, no thanks. This isn't what I ordered. He continues with dinner, finalizing the plan, frantically checking his watch and refusing the last course and dipping out early. He internally recoils as he has to kiss Giselle's hand yet again. But he loves women, okay? He loves them and they're incredible. It's also worth noting that Rock is known across the 7 Isles as the devourer of men. I don't remember if I mentioned that in the other videos, but just in case, I wanted to pop that in here real quick. Devourer of men. What does that mean? I don't know. But he scoots on out of dinner. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It's almost too close. It's down to the wire. What is down to the wire? I don't know. But he grabs the servant girl, takes her to his chambers with him, and then just unhinges his jaw and swallows her at this point. It's not clear. It's not clear, but that's Rock. So that was fun. Chapter 1 belongs to Pan. So the band of idiots is on their way back to the Never Tree, buzzing from their victory, however temporary it may be. Vane asks Pan how he feels now that he has his shadow back, and Pan thinks to himself that not only does he have his shadow back, but he has Vane and his men and his darling, and he's all... But he's not gonna say that, not out loud to people. He's too cool for that. Instead, he says he's fine. And he can't wait to get back to their darling girl and probably like jackhammer her through a wall or something. Now, a clip from a movie came to mind instantly when I got to this part of the outline, but I'm not going to stitch it here because 1, it is disgusting. And 2, we're just starting. But for those of you who want to know, all I can picture is the scene from Scary Movie when Anna Faris's character finally gives it up to her boyfriend. And if you know, you know. And if you don't, stay that way, I beg you. Like, it's so gross. And it's just, this is not a recommendation, but it is what I'm picturing. So I just say we move on. He asks Vane if he'll bang her too. But Vane's all mopey, sad boy about how he can't give her pleasure without pain. Shut up, Vane. Like, please. I get that he's wrestling with like the stupid death shadow that he doesn't even want. He only claimed to like avenge the death of his sister, Judith? Lilith? I don't remember what her name is. Lainey. That's not right. Forget it. He's wrestling with this and the fact that he's a little depraved by default because his brother is the devourer of men. So what could that mean for Vane, you know? And I'm sure it's very complicated, but it's also stupid. Please be quiet. Pan, hearing Vane express concern for Winnie, but also calling her by her real name, has him being a little weird too. It was always meant to be Vane. We will all have her, but Vane might get a part of her the rest of us can never see. Oh, what are you looking at me for? I don't know what that means. I have not one single shred of an idea. I'm sure had the characterization and the relationship dynamics been better explored and written, I might have an inkling, but they weren't, so I don't. They're approaching the tree and they're met by a wolf. Odd. Wolves haven't been this close since Pan lost his shadow. The boys are confusion, but Pan steps up to the wolf and he's like, get out of here, go on, get. And the wolf's like, don't tell me what to do, and just heads to the treehouse. We have yet another chapter, brand new, chapter 2. New chapter, same POV, same exact moment too. I hate this. Pan to the wolf is like, don't touch the darling, and he like blasts off to try to head him off. But spoiler alert, the wolf is no danger to Winnie, at least not yet. Not in this book, I don't know. He's one of her newest protectors. God, I hope she doesn't start banging him too. Pan approaches Winnie's room and hears whimpering from on the other side of the door. But when he comes in, Darling's fast asleep on the bed, the wolf at her side. it's Cherry that's curled up in the corner crying her eyes out, which I can't say I blame her. I'd be fucking scared too, Cherry. What the heck are you still doing here? Get out of here. The rest of the boys finally catch up. They roll in, and Bane's like, "Rah, why is the wolf here? Why isn't Winnie in the tomb like I said? Cherry, what the fuck?" Pan's like, "Go have a drink and cool off." He never cools off, does he? And he does. He goes, and the Fae princess approached the wolf, and the wolf is like, cool with them for no reason? Or is there a reason? Pan questions Cherry again because she's still actively crying. She tries to lie her way around it, and she's actually this close to giving us some truth, but the darling wakes up, kind of groggy. Cherry leaves the room. Best bet, Cherry, honestly, get out of there. Pan asks sleepyhead Winnie if she's okay, and she's like, yeah, I think so. Pan's like, come get me when you actually wake up. So he goes out to see the sunset since he hasn't seen one in so long. He leaves the Fae Princess and this wolf thing watching over her. Chapter 3 belongs to Cass. One of the twins, I still don't know much difference about them. One of them has longer hair. Couldn't tell you which one. He starts telling us a story, oh swell, about this wolf cub that they had when they were younger. His name was Balder, and their stupid bitch of a mother Tinkerbell hated Balder. And everything else, apparently. She seems like a miserable person. Excuse me. She hated the wolf, yeeted him into the lagoon, ripped Balder, right? However, this is the circumstance that eventually led the princess to meet Peter Pan for the first time. They were out looking for Balder, and they ran into him next to the lagoon, and Pan says, your bitch mother killed him. And that was it. After sharing this with us, Cass lights up a cigarette and starts chatting with his brother about what they're going to do about the Fae Court, and then asks him if he remembers Balder, and the wolf perks up. He's like, what? Did you call me? Almost like here is Balder. They remind us of another line from their Nani. The lagoon gives and it takes. Also telling us that wolves are seen as symbols of strength and protection. And now after all these years, Balder has resurrected to protect the darling girl. Weird. The boys think so too and start talking about why the wolf might be protecting her. It makes sense. Of course Darling should be shielded from us. We treat her like our whore and the island is telling us to stop being pricks or the wolf will bite off our dicks. Don't be an idiot. Darling likes being treated like a whore, and the island shouldn't shame her for it. I know that's right. Fuck this island for trying to shame our whore queen from living her slutty little dreams. This is so stupid. God damn it, it's dumb. They chat some more. Darling finally wakes up, for real this time, sees the wolf, and screams. Chapter 4 belongs to Winnie. Yay! So Winnie wakes up, has no memory of the night before, which is helpful for Cherry, so I hope she's on her way out of here right now. But she is shook by the presence of the wolf, and tells us that she can feel Bane in the house. Odd. When she said that, I can almost feel him. I got it. Did you get it? I just want to do a vibe check real quick. Did y'all understand what that meant? Like, I don't think she's reaching out to tangibly touch him, right? She feels him. Right, okay. Well, just in case you didn't get that, she goes on. It's like a distant hum of energy. Not unlike the hum I'd feel when Mom and I lived beneath a major power line in Wisconsin. I didn't need that over-explained to me. I did not. I did not need that. I understood it the first time. You donkey. Stop doing this. Anyway, she asks if the boys will go gather her some cloudberries so that they can make her some cloudberry pancakes because she's hungry. And they need to celebrate their victory in the shadow and all that. And then she wanders off to find Pan, the wolf following closely after her. She and the wolf have a little telepathic chat on the way to the lagoon. Wendy's like, oh my God, did you just talk to me? And he's like, bitch, please. Hashtag weird. She approaches Pan and they talk about wolves and him having his shadow back. And they talk about how even though he has his shadow back, he'll always be afraid of potentially losing it again. I understand him in a way. It wasn't that long ago I was terrified of losing my mind. The power is another thing, and I can't help but think about the conversation I had with Vane about the mighty oak. Oh God. Not the mighty oak again. I had convinced myself I was the oak tree, resilient, determined. But knowing these powerful men, I realized I can barely understand the concept of power. I am the tree. I'm the tree with a bent, twisted trunk, trying to stretch herself to better light, so fragile that in every storm her boughs creak and her roots cling to the earth, praying it's enough to keep her in the ground. The bare minimum is all I know. I have never been powerful. This is book 3. Okay, so I've already had disdain running through my veins for this child the entire time. But if you want to just have a direct line from me to hating a character, this is the way to do it. I'm not special. I have never been special. What do I know about being special? I'm the most unspecial
special person ever. I'm nothing.
Anyway, they lay on the beach being dumb together, and Winnie is like, what's that sound that sounds like a clock? And Peter Pan pulls the pocket watch out of his pocket. So it is a clock. Winnie is so bright. On the back, it has an inscription that reads, The Bone Society, which I will bet money we will never fully understand because it will never be fully explained to us. Apparently, they're a society that make all the clocks for all the islands. Why are they called the Bone Society? Pan doesn't know. And he never asked because time means nothing to him. What a little juxtaposition we have there between Pan and Rock, because to Rock, time is everything. And to Pan, time means nothing. I wonder if it'll ever amount to anything. I'll go ahead and let you know because I'm in the future. It doesn't. Pan gets all icky, mushy, gross and says he missed her. And she's like, you're romantic now? Did you miss me more than the sun? And he's like, in the light, I'll treat you like a queen. But in the dark, you will be my whore. To have you without my shadow was a divine treat. He says against my mouth and then kisses me again, nipping at my bottom lip. To have you with my shadow might very well undo me. So they start tearing at each other's clothing. Pan enters her on the beach, which is just a nightmare, if you ask me. But then he pulls out real quick and whooshes her off to the treehouse so that he can recruit Vane to join in on the fun. It's a party, after all. They ping-pong their way through the house and crash into several pieces of furniture along the way, which I think is meant to give that same energy of like desperation and want that this scene from The Notebook gave us. But instead, I just picture this. They find Vane. They ask him to join. He does. And the chapter ends with Vane entering her as Pan watches. Chapter 5 is Pan. He's watching Vane blast off into the Darling, and he loves it. This is like his new favorite thing. Vane's in the pink. Pan comes around and goes in the mouth. Darling bouncing on might rival Renaissance art in its beauty. I disagree. But okay, rope sitting in her mouth. Thank you, Pan. And then he requests that she sit on his face. End of chapter. What the was the point in this chapter? Chapter 6. Winnie. She is having a good old time grinding her bits all on Pan's face and having Vane as a chaser. Winnie arrives, hurrah. But Winnie also starts to feel a little funny. She hears a voice saying, let me in, not by the hair of our chinny chin chin. He didn't say that part. But then boom, she passes out, hits the deck. Chapter 7 belongs to Pan. Vane says, something's wrong. No shit, dumb fuck. 3 of them are all still naked. The twins show back up with a basket full of cloudberries. And they're like, oh man, no invite to the bang sesh? What's up with Winnie? They cover her with a blanket. The wolf finally shows back up. And they're all like, what do we do? And Pan's like, go get Smee. The fuck? Chapter 8 belongs to Bash. Bash is now keeping busy in the kitchen while they wait for Smee to return. Keeping my hands occupied is just the distraction I need. I've always loved being in the kitchen. It's about the only thing I inherited from my mother. Though she never actually loved it. What? What? So you didn't get it from your mother then? My mom doesn't like coffee. Or me, really. But we're just going to stick with the coffee for this comparison. She never had a taste for it. I, on the other hand, love coffee. So let's build ourselves a sentence, shall we? I've always loved coffee. It's about the only thing I inherited from my mother. Well, she never actually loved it. If I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt, which at this point I do not, I have no more doubt of benefits to give, I'd say that Tinkerbell was good in the kitchen, even though she despised being in there. He got his talent for being in the kitchen from his mother, even though she hated doing it. And that is what Bash meant. But that's not what he said. It might be what he meant, but it's not what he said, and I'm purely going off the text here. Anyway, he gets back to cooking and chatting with Cass about what to do with the throne now, and how it would be fun if there was just peace on Neverland and they could all move into the castle. Pan enters the room and somehow hears them having some of their Fae language secret talk and tells them that it's a ridiculous notion. And they're like, since when can he hear us? Is it the shadow? Who knows? But there goes our secret chat between the bros. Vane returns with Smee. Smee is like, what were y'all doing before she passed out? And Pan's like, I don't see how that matters. Good thing Winnie couldn't answer. Fucking. Smee produces smelling salts and wakes Winnie up like that. I am so glad that they had an expert show up to do this. Never would have thought of that on their own. Probably because they're children forever. Chapter 9 is Winnie. Now I know what you must be thinking right now. Nothing's happened. Why is nothing happening? And to that I ask you, has anything been happening this whole time? Except for us bonding and growing closer? Has anything come of this? Is there anything of substance to note? Don't think so. Anyway, Winnie wakes up and the boys start bickering about, go get her clothes. No, you get her water. Don't tell me what to do. I'm not leaving her side. All that's going on. And Smee is like really looking at Winnie. She's like, you okay? And she's like, I think so. And then Smee, looking directly into Darling's eyes, is like, all these powerful men blind to power when it looks them right in the fucking eyes. So she clearly knows that Winnie has the shadow. Did I forget to mention? I think I did. The book starts out with a quote from the original Peter and Wendy book by J.M. Barrie that says, Wendy, one girl is more use than 20 boys. Further cementing that this is the girl power book of the series. Don't look at the misogyny, okay? Eyes right here. And see, there can be a girl power moment in a book that's filled with misogyny, but in order for that to work, the misogyny has to be dispelled. The men can't continue to benefit and not have to correct their misogyny the whole time. There's no character growth. And so let's not talk about this. Smee finishes up with Winnie and asks for the return of Cherry, which is apparently a deal Vane made to get her to come in the first place. How many deals are these boys not going to follow through on? Like, I'd want to destroy them too. They don't honor anything they ever say. They are children though, remember? Aged up. Anyway, they tell her we can't give her back yet. We gotta throw her a going away party. Duh. The pirate girl that you've been nothing but hateful and cruel to this entire time? 3 books of being just completely shitty to this girl. But of course she can't leave without a proper goodbye party. Makes all the sense in the 7 Isles. Cherry comes in, confirms this with Smee, and Smee agrees and leaves. Upon seeing Cherry, though, Winnie has this, like, foggy recollection of, like, a parakeet. Oof! Darn it! Thinking is hard. It's right there and I can't get it. Vane knows that Cherry knows more than she's saying, though. So Cherry leaves and he starts after her and Pan's like, don't, Dark One. She's hiding something. Smee said Darling's fine. You're gonna believe a pirate who's our enemy? Smee is not our enemy, Pan argues. She's probably the most neutral party on the island. What? Seriously, what? Smee? Smee, Hook's right-hand woman, gal, is the most neutral on the island? It's never explained. Anyway, Pan's like, Vane, chill and leave Cherry alone. End of chapter. Chapter 10 belongs to Rock. Woo! They're pulling up to Neverland and the royals are commenting on how there are no cars, no transportation at all. These people just walk everywhere. Barbaric. Which is weird for many reasons. But mainly because in a few chapters, Winnie visits town and comments on hearing the sound of wagon wheels over cobblestones. So while wagons are one of the oldest forms of transportation, they are in fact transportation. But who cares? Not me. Definitely not me. Anyway, they head off to meet They head off to meet Tilly at her palace. They're stopped at the gate and asked to surrender their weapons. They're like, what? And Amara's like, come on, guys. Would we let just anyone into our palace? And Holt says, we let him in. And then Rock graces us with this delightful little line. They let me into more than just the palace. They eventually relent and they head inside. Giselle and Holt are still bickering. Amara's flirting with Rock. Rock is eating peanuts. God, he love him some peanuts. They help stave off his appetite. Tilly approaches looking fab, and Rock, the president of the He-Man Woman Haters Club, tells us, women fascinate me. They're almost always underestimated, which makes them potentially some of the most lethal opponents. Fascinating. Girl power! I'm telling you. Did we hear the they let me into more than the palace line? No. Eyes right here, okay? Women fascinate him. They exchange the usual pleasantries upon seeing someone for the first time. Everyone bows to Tilly except for Rock. He does eventually bow, but only because he wanted to. And then the Fae Queen is pleased with this, as if by bowing to her, I've relinquished something. People like the Queen don't realize that by giving them what they want, I take something in return. Pride is most everyone's greatest weakness. That and fucking. I've watched grown men lose their minds over a hole. I lose my mind over 2 things. Blood and unshelled peanuts.
Rock eventually is like, hey, Tills, you promised me secrets. Hop to it. To which she's like, first we need to discuss you helping me defeat Peter Pan. And they go back and forth. Why should I? Blah. Finally, Tilly's like, Pan has two weaknesses, Vane and his darling. News to Rockadilly. A new darling? There's a new darling on the island. This sends Rock into a reminiscent spiral about Wendy, and we're just blessed beyond belief. Honestly, this is just so fun. If I'm endlessly fascinated by women. Rock, what do you mean if? I was in total awe of Wendy Darling. Why, you ask? Don't you worry. He's gonna tell us, and I recommend holding on to something solid. She's the only person to ever beat me in a game of chess. In the beginning, I fucked around with her because I knew Peter Pan wouldn't, but in the end, I realized she was around with me because she could. I wanted to hate her, even more so when she denied me and told Peter Pan to take her back to her insufferable mortal land. But eventually I came to respect her for the magic she wielded over me. There are not many people I would allow to put a collar around my neck, but Wendy Darling would have been an exception. This is so underwhelming, I could cry. I might cry. I am crying. Anyway, he asks if this darling is anything like Wendy, Winnie's great-great-grandmother who he was in love with, remember? Who he presumes to be dead. To which the queen replies, she's feisty, smart too. Is she? She did help Peter Pan get his shadow back. Did she? From my recollection, Winnie's just been banging her way around the island. And when Tilly attempted to lobotomize her in book 1, Bane put a stop to that. So coincidentally, she woke up the next day out of a dream that showed her the exact location of Pan's shadow. And the entire time, the little brownie dudes and Tilly knew where the shadow was anyway. They did not attempt to get it or relocate it or hide it somewhere else. But sure, Winnie is so smart and so helpful. I mean, just like the original Wendy in the magical sense, because she beat Rock at chess. They are so similar, actually. Wow. Stunning. Stunning. Rock is wandering around the room while everybody else is talking, and he goes to the backside of the throne and notices that there's an emblem etched onto the backside. It reads, The Mythmakers. And just like the Bone Society, no more context or information is given. There are apparently several societies like this on the Isles. The Mythmakers, Death's Hand, the Ancient Order of Shadows, and one that Rock personally belongs to, the Bone Society. Not one more ounce of information is given though, so we love it. Also, we're in book 3 of 4 in this series, and this is the first we've heard about these societies. And societies tend to have a lot of moving parts to them. Foundational stuff that we would need in order to fully understand what these societies are. And since I'm here in the future, speaking to you now, I know that there's no more information in this book either. So am I to believe that there's enough room to cover all of this in the 4th book that has 226 pages? I guess that these are secret societies.
So it's like a secret society. That's one way of looking at it. Cool.
And when Nikki St. Crow says secret, she means secret.
Secret society. Secret society.
Anyway, he eats some more peanuts and he's like, what's the secret, Tills? Out with it. Spit it out. And boy, does she. She lets him know that through generations of rooting around the darling's brains, this has led her to be able to uncover some of Pan's memories as well. Somehow, I don't know, but one of those secrets that she uncovered was that Pan never returned Wendy to the mortal realm. He demands to be shown this memory, so she shows him. He watches through the memory that Tilly is sharing with him as Pan leaves her. He can feel her panic as she screams, "Get Rock, tell him to come back for me," and he is upon completing the memory, he then asks the question I've been asking for weeks. How did the darling line continue if she's stranded here? Apparently, Wendy told Pan that she already had a kid that she had back in the mortal realm, so there was no need to return her because she wanted to stay here with Rock. But that was a lie. She was, however, pregnant when she was abandoned. So that would mean someone got her pregnant. But it can't be Rock because whatever he is, fertile, he is not. So that would mean Hook! I must amend my list. I will lose my mind over 3 things. Blood,
unshelled peanuts, and revenge. Chapter 11 is Cherry. Uh-oh. I'm shook that Cherry's still just walking around, alive and moderately well. She is lucky that Winnie doesn't remember and that the boys are dumb. Otherwise, Cherry jello. So we catch up with Cherry in her room, guzzling down a bottle of wine. Can't say I blame her. She's planning on escaping, slinking out. Don't even pack a bag. Forget it. Just leave. And that is what I would do. But Bash comes into the room to check on her and to see what request meal she wants for her going away party. He will cook her one thing, so tell me what it is. That's so sweet to be nice to her after 2 books of utterly despising her. It's literally precious. She goes on to tell us that while she might have been in love with Bane all these years, the twins, specifically Bash, made it a point to come by and check on her and make her feel safe. Lay with her, hold her while she cried, project illusions that calmed her onto the ceiling. Which is news to me. But hey, cut it out. What do we say when we encounter something stupid in a dark romance novel? Say it with me. It doesn't have to make sense. Good job. Anyway, honeysuckle tarts is what she wants. I kind of do too. They get into a little spat when Bash says that it's probably for the best that she's going back to Hook. And she's like, I've never belonged anywhere. You think I'm going to go there? Blah, 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 yada, yada. He goes and comforts her, and she is literally this close to telling him what happened with Winnie when Vane. And he is not looking happy. Come with me right now. And she does. He asks her again to explain why Winnie wasn't in the tomb. And she's like, And she tries to lie, but she's absolutely terrible at it. What a pity. She starts to tell the dumb parakeet story again when, boom, someone else shows up. Rock tackles Vane. Rock is here. How lovely for everyone. He's introduced to Cherry, and Cherry's like, I've never seen my brother so afraid of someone as the crocodile. Rock starts like leering at Cherry, and Vane's like, cut it out. Rock's like, she's gorgeous though. You know how I feel about freckles and redheads. And a piece of me died. Vane's like, she's Hook's sister. And Rock's like, all the better. And he leans down to Cherry, and he's like, hey Cherry, will you take me to Peter Pan and his new darling? And she does. Chapter 12 is Winnie's. Winnie is chilling in the lagoon on Pan's orders because the lagoon has like healing properties and whatever. But he's sitting on the beach because, in his words, the lagoon and I have an understanding. What understanding? I guess it's just he doesn't go in. I guess I understand. She's in there. Her stomach growls. Pan's like, you hungry? I could eat. We could linger for a while, I suggest. I'm hungry for something else, too. You're always hungry for darling, but you will never be able to keep up with me if you don't feed yourself something other than dessert. When you say dessert, are you referring to Lost Boy or Pancakes? Ugh. She gets out of the lagoon and he tosses her over his shoulder and proclaims, it's time I show my face in Darlington Port and remind them who rules this land. He and Vane just unalived a bunch of pirates there in a book ago, right? Did they not? But sure, yeah. Show your face. Scare the peasants. Feed Winnie. Check, check, check. They roll into town barefoot and probably fucking filthy. Ugh. There's this part about the wagons that I talked about earlier. The dirt path from the woods connects to the road that goes north and south, but across it is a cobblestone road that splits downhill into town. Darlington Port, I guess. You guess. It's literally where he said you were going. Remember how Tilly said Winnie was smart? I could hear the rattle of wagon wheels over the stones, people shouting and laughing, the toll of a distant bell, the clashing of metal on metal, and the smell of burning iron. Great. Winnie then realizes that they're both barefoot and asks if he has any money so that she can buy some shoes, to which he just produces a bunch of gold coins out of nowhere because a perk of the shadow is he can make anything appear. They go to the shoe store, and with the help of Pan and the wolf, because of course the fucking wolf is here, she decides on a pair of sturdy brown leather boots that lace up. They're good for running, because you should always be prepared to run. And if you think that's dumb, it's not nearly as dumb as the author thinks we are. If Peter Pan was intimidated before, now with his shadow, it's impossible to find the right words to describe how it feels to be near him. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. Like trying to describe the way a hurricane feels 2 days before it reaches land. The air is different and you can feel the impending destruction, maybe in your belly, maybe in your soul. But you can't touch it with your hands, so it doesn't feel real until the carnage is laying around your feet. Okay, that was good. I'm glad that you shared that. Peter Pan is like that, like a hurricane. Duh-huh! Yeah, no, I got it.
Impossible to find the right words, you say. Then goes on to use, oh, so many words to do a mediocre job of explaining it, and then follows it up with, that's Pan. Pan is the hurricane. Did you get that Pan is the hurricane? We got it, Winnie. Pipe down. But she doesn't. Yeah, she keeps telling us more about the city. There's energy here. I've never been to New Orleans or Bourbon Street, but I imagine that this is what it must feel like, surrounded by buildings that feel old, while the people and their music fill up the cracks and crevices with laughter and revelry. If you've never been... Okay. They enter a tavern called Ox and Maid, and Winnie's like, I'm not eating ox. I was hoping for a burger and fries. She's so smart. Everyone freezes when they enter. Chapter 13, Pan. No one drops to their knees fast enough for him, so he has to declare his shadow found. And his reign is true. Then they start to hit the deck. That's more like it. A little bitch. Now we have one of the goofiest scenes in all of the series so far. I hope you're ready. I don't even know how to preface it, so let's just go. The waitress shows up and asks for their order. And of course, the king will have dark liquor, any will do. I swear to God. And for the darling, burger and fries? French fries?
Matchsticks.
Right, of course.
And a meat sandwich. What do you like on your burgers?
Lettuce?
We don't put leaves on our food here.
Pickles?
That we do have.
Ketchup?
Tomato syrup.
Tomato syrup? What the hell is that?
It's sweet like your ketchup, just trust me.
Fun. A meat sandwich with pickles and tomato syrup. Coming right up. So now we wait on the meat sandwich with pickles and tomato syrup. And a side of matchsticks. Points for creativity, I guess. The pickles didn't get a fun name? No, little green meanies or nothing? God, this caused me respiratory duress. Okay, I almost choked on my bubbly brew with a twisty slice. My dark carbon storm with citrus crystals. My midnight potion with a pinch of limestone. It's a Diet Coke with a true lime. They chat while waiting for the meat to arrive. Not that meat. And Pan finally tells us about the other islands. Neverland. Winterland, Summerland, Darkland, Everland, Lost Land, Pleasureland, No Sugarland.
She can't love you like me.
How sad. Winnie's like, hold the phone. Pleasureland? I have to go there. He's like, chill, the answer is no. The waitress returns with the food, and Winnie starts just scarfing it down. Holy berries and balls! She doesn't say that, but I can never let that go. They're so good. Yummy, though. She wants to thank the waitress by name. Let's play Name That Shit. What do you think old waitress girlie's name is? I'll wait. Darlena. Apparently adopting the Darling surname and making it into other first names is something they do. It dates back ages. How special. Chapter 14 is Rock. Well, Peter and the new darling are nowhere to be found. Cherry and the twins skedaddle, so now Vane and his brother Rock can have a brotherly love moment between the dark ones. They have a drink because alcohol is always on the menu. I mean, Peter Pan just went on a rant about how your mortal world feeds you processed garbage and poison. No lettuce, no leaves here. In the jungle of Neverland. But alcohol is always on the menu. They're discussing Wendy, and Vane's like, quit your bawling. It's not like you were in love with her anyway. And Rock decides to go low with a, would you have left Lainey? Lainey! I knew it! I did not know it. It's their sister. Tension is high. And finally, Vane is like, I'm not letting whatever plan you have come to fruition. Not through me. I've clearly chosen my side. And when he doesn't back down, Rock lets him know that he's traveling with the Romaldi family, and they will get their shadow back at any cost. And Vane's like, the shadow doesn't belong to anybody. One person, it belongs to the island. And Rock is like, I'll give you 2 days to give it back. Or I'll let the time run out. Mic drop. Snap, not the time running out. Oh God, I still don't know what it means. So pick the mic back up. Let's try it again. No, we're done? Okay. Chapter 15 is Pan. Darling is hoovering this food like it's Lost Boy dick. And Pan leans in to start discussing her care when boom, Romaldi family rolls in. And then Pan starts connecting the dots. Tilly summoned the crocodile. The crocodile's from Darkland. Romaldis are Darkland's royalty. And they saw it as an opportunity to get their shadow back. I'm so glad he connected them for us too. And the energy shifts, and it makes Pan think that the wolf is back. But oh no, what's this? He can feel the darling? Another dot has been connected. Well done, Peter. Good form. Slow form, but good form. So now he knows that she has the shadow. Giselle approaches and like shoves her boobs all up in his face. Pan bristles.
And Winnie is cosplaying as Ringu.
Giselle's like, who's this whore? And starts to offer herself to Peter when all of a sudden, ka-ching! And he just casually stabs Giselle in the neck. Damn! Also, why are you so offended at people calling you by your name? You are Winnie Whore. We've been through this. Amara starts to draw her sword, but Winnie restrains her in half a second, and then the blackness starts seeping from Winnie to Amara, ultimately unaliving her. Winnie's eyes are black. Oh no! And Rock shows up, pulls a pew-pew, and demands she let Amara go. It's too late though. The darkness has consumed Amara. May she rest. And then Pan lunges at Rock and they have a little scuffle behind the bar. Rock punches Pan in the face and then yeets on out of there. Pan shortly follows him. Rock grabs Wendy by the hair and like pins her down, knife to the throat. But she's hulked out though. So she quickly overpowers him and stabs him in the throat too. What the fuck? Pan and Winnie run. Chapter 16, Pan again. He grabs onto her and they take to the sky. Trying to get back to the Never Tree without alerting anyone in the Never Tree so he can like clean her up and try to figure out how to tell him that she unalived his brother and has the shadow. But Bane's in the library and kind of cuts him off and he's like, what's going on? What are you doing? What's up? What's this? What's all this about?
What's going on? What's happening? What's that?
Holy shit, is that blood?
And Pan's like, leave me alone, and disappears and locks them in the tomb. She's laying down and slowly coming out of it. She's like, I feel funny. Yeah, no shit, says both I and Pan. She goes back to sleep. He's watching over her. He's trying to figure out like how the heck this happened. How does she have the shadow? More than that though, how is she not writhing in extreme pain? The shadow is not easy to hold on to. But while he's juggling all these ideas, he cuts his eyes over and notices that Winnie is cosplaying now as another horror superstar, Regan from The Exorcist.
It's the power.
He makes the dumb decision to shout her name. She wakes up, freaks out, starts to plunge. Pan catches her, of course. And she's like, what's going on? And he tells her, you have the Neverland Death Shadow. And she's like, what? Chapter 17 is Hook. What a shift, huh? So his arm is throbbing. So that's how he knows the crocodile is near. Kind of like how when my knees start to hurt, I know that it's about to rain. And he is in a panic about it. Smee tries to get him to lay down and breathe and rest, but there can be no rest, Smee! Smee's like, he's not here for you. This isn't about you. And Hook's like, he clearly came to torture me for kidnapping his dear Wendy. He contemplates a little bit on how maybe she was playing both of them to kind of pit them against each other. But oh well, she's dead now. We'll never know. And Hook asks Smee how they can unalive Rock. But then Rock comes a knocking. Oh, I'm sorry about that. A bloody crocodile comes spilling into their room. Apparently the crocodile had nowhere else to go because after Pan and the new darling unalived half of the Romaldi clan, Holt is going to think he set them up. So he came to Hook. Makes all the sense in the world. He considers just letting him die there, but that would be bad form. So he lifts him up and puts him on the bed instead. But you know what else is bad form? Smee follows and watches me struggle with his weight. He's all solid muscle, corded with it from shoulder to bicep to forearms. Thick veins run over his tattooed hands. I imagine what he might look like shirtless and immediately regret the thought. Shirtless with my blade protruding from his ribs. That's more like it. I beg your utmost pardon, James. Is this you thirsting for a sip of the crocodile? And just like that, I have a new direction I want this to go. He decides they may need him, so they nurse him back to health instead of unaliving him. Smee is not a fan of this idea, and neither is Hook. Or so he says! Chapter 18 belongs to Winnie. Winnie is still in denial about the situation at large, and so Pan just tells her everything. She still doesn't believe him, though. Horrified by what she supposedly did to Giselle, Amara, and Rock, Vane's brother, she barrels out of the room, covered in blood, and comes face to face with the rest of the group, and they're like, why is she covered in blood? And Vane approaches her and tells her to start talking, and what she does instead is just slap him in the face. I know what you're all thinking. This would be a great time to dick her down. And now that we all agree, let's go. They do their little edgy foreplay, and he tells her to run, so she does. Chapter 19 is Bash. I'm exhausted and so is Bash, but Vane tells everyone, whoever finds her first gets to pick a hole. Listen, while I appreciate a fun little spicy game, the point of playing a game that has a prize is to make the prize valuable, right? I'm not saying that this wouldn't be a fun little game to play with consenting adults. A grown-up, consensual, spicy hide and seek with an intense prize across the finish line. But Winnie and all of her holes have been open for business this whole time. That's like telling me that if I go outside, hike 3 miles, search high and low, I might be able to find some peanut butter M&Ms. Like, I'm good, bro. I'll just catch her on the next round. Why would I go through all that work when I already have it there in my hand? Please. But the Lost Boys are almost as dumb as Winnie, so they are all in for this. Vane and Pan take to the sky, and the de-winged Fae princes have to go on foot. And at first they're a little cranky about it, but you can't see the tracks from the air, so they have the upper hand. Shocking to no one, because I'm not invested enough at this point to care. The twins find her first. They blindfold her and start to take her to their own little pleasure island, or whatever. Bash takes her mouth, and Cass gets her... How perfectly boring. And this just proved my point. Vane and Pan literally just did this. They just did this in chapter 4 with her. This is not a prize. This is a Tuesday. They all arrive. How sweet. And just when Winnie is talking about how much she enjoyed it, Vane swoops down and launches into the sky. Chapter 20. Winnie. They're airborne, and she's chest to chest with the Dark One. And then Pan comes whooshing up and sandwiches her in between them. Fun for all. Vane goes in first, and I thought we were getting some deviation from stereotypical positioning. But Pan's like, shall we fill her up together? And he just slides alongside, and he just slides right. The prize was to pick a hole. They all picked the same one, with one exception for the, okay. I just think it's because Pan wanted to touch things with Vane, but whatever. They bang it out mid-air. Chapter 21, Winnie. Why? Starting a new chapter should not be used every time something exciting happens. If it did, this book would be 912 chapters long. Please! Anyway, same setup, same circumstances. They're banging it out in the middle of the air. But Winnie hears a voice saying, let me in so we can enjoy this as one. And she's like, bet. So Shadow slides into place. Vane now realizes that Winnie has the Shadow. Don't stop, Pan orders. It's better for the Shadow if we just let her take what she needs. Yes, me Dark One. Make me your little slut. You're suspended mid-air, sandwiched between two mythological beings that you did not think existed, these forever boy aged up men children, and they are having a sausage party in your box. And you also are currently harboring the Neverland Death Shadow, and that's the best you could do? They all arrive, I think. I don't know, leave me alone. And they head back to the treehouse where all of the guys gather to give her aftercare. They're feeding her, they're giving her something to drink, which is wild. How is the aftercare in this book, comparatively to all the other books that I've read, how is this the best one? They feed her pancakes and discuss the Shadow when he's like, Smee knew ages ago. And Pan's like, of course she knew and kept it from me, harumph, which goes against him saying she was the most neutral person on the island. I don't know where the logic is. Whoever finds the logic gets to pick a hole. And nothing was ever found. We all died. The end. Balder shows up after having snacked on a little rabbit that he caught. Well done, Balder, I guess. I don't know. They discuss the Shadow and how to get it out of her. But first, how did it get into her? Then Winnie remembers Cherry. After having a brief conversation with the Shadow within herself, whether to tell or not, she spills the beans. Rest in peace, Cherry. You were a real one. Team Freckles forever. Chapter 22 belongs to Hook. I can't seem to take my eyes off him. Damn, Hook, brother, calm down. But he doesn't, though. He's too busy noticing his jaw, his lips, his nose, his eyes that are open and watching him leer at him. This is the only romance I care about in this book. He brings Rock some water, and Rock fills him in on all the stuff that went down at the tavern. They chat a bit about Wendy, and she liked me, so she liked me better. And then they, tussle a little bit. Smee shows up. Rock asks for blood, and it's better when it's volunteered. So Smee, grabs one of their drunken crewmates and brings him in so Rock can
drain him of his blood. How strange. At this point, I was ready to be mad if this man turned out to be a vampire. But since I'm in the future, I know that that's not what he is. After he is flirting a tick on a summer afternoon, he finds Hook again and tells him that he needs to go get his sister quickly because she is clearly terrified of something and to be wary of all of them. Chapter 23 belongs to Cherry. God, get out of there. My bag is packed. There's no sense in even saying goodbye. None of them will miss me after all. Bitch, what about your BFF bash? Doesn't matter because Vane's waiting on her before she has a chance to leave. He grabs her by the hair and pulls her down the hallway. All the others watching and doing nothing to help her. So weird. So no going away party then. He slams her down. She tries to get away, saying she didn't mean to, which is true because what she meant was for the darling to meet her doom. But oops! And then Vane tells her to run because he's going to effing unalive her. Brutal. Chapter 24 is Cherry also. She starts running. I don't know why we needed a new chapter for that. Anyway, she's running. Smee just lunges out of nowhere and stabs Vane in the chest with a shiny dagger with a bunch of glowing emblems carved into the side of it. Most neutral on the island. Cherry begs her not to kill Vane, and Smee's like, get out of here. She does. How incredible. Definitely needed this to be its own chapter for sure. For sure. Chapter 25 is Cass. Winnie is freaking out since Vane is apparently not healing and also not Fae, so she can't use her little belief clapping to bring him back from the brink like she did with Bash last book. Rats! Finally, they're like, take him to the lagoon. And Winnie's like, I volunteer! And she takes him. Yeah. Chapter 26 is Rock. Rock is eating peanuts and Hook is pacing the floor and they're bickering like an old married couple. They discuss what their preferred outcomes to this war would be. It's dumb, don't get excited. But then Rock is like, we should team up and kill Pan. And Hook is like, he can't be killed. But can he? Rock says, maybe no one's tried the red weapon yet. Hook smiles at this. God help me! There's the slightest uptick to the corner of his mouth, and I can't help but sink my gaze into it the way his lips curl over one another. A tasty fucking snack. A snack, you say? You have such a weapon? He asks. I give a light slap to the cheek, and he growls at the base of his throat. You're looking at it, Captain. I am, after all, the devourer of men. So that's the new plan, I guess. Smee and Cherry return, covered in blood, of course, as per usual. And Rock knows immediately that it's Vane's blood. Smee confirms that she did not unalive him, but it's gonna take him a while to heal. Cherry explains how Winnie got the shadow, and Rock's like, perfect, she doesn't have control of it. Now is the time to strike. And Cherry tells him the same thing that Tilly told him. If you want to get to Pan, his weaknesses are Vane and Winnie. Cherry leaves, Hook follows her, leaving Smee and the crocodile alone to have like a little quid pro quo with one another. Rock has plenty of questions, so he begins. Did you know Wendy was pregnant? Did you know that she was still here? Does James know that the darling girl with Pan is his great-great? And Smee cuts him off and explains that Hook cares so deeply that he would have gone and gotten himself killed trying to save her. And Pan would lose his shit if he knew that the darling line was also the Hook line sinker. The best case scenario, she claims, was to rescue the baby and return it to the mortal land, which she did. She said she promised Wendy that she would keep her safe and hidden. Obviously, she did not do that well because Pan found her and all of her descendants for generations. Well done, Smee. Riveting, honestly. And it honestly is. Like, truth be told, I think that this is a little exciting for me that all of this stuff is starting to come together and unfold. But I already know that it's not going to be nicely, like, resolved and tied up in a bow, all the loose ends, all the questions answered. The writing just isn't there. World and the plot and the stories and the characters just aren't there. Almost, but not quite, so color me disappointed. Preemptively disappointed already. Chapter 27 is Hook. He finds Cherry in her old room, which he kept the exact same ever since he traded her off to Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. Seems odd to keep the room the same since you chose to trade her instead of trading Smee, your own sister. Oh, grief is weird, so fine, sure. He gives us a little bit of a backstory about their abusive father. I don't know, I skimmed this part. She woefully asks why they continue to love people who hurt them and then expresses that she wants to go home. Even though they don't have a home, she wants a home to go home to. And he promises that he's going to get that for her. And she says that if he breaks that promise, she will never forgive him. Add it to the list of things I would never forgive him for, but okay. Chapter 28 is Rock. When are Hook and Rock gonna bang it out? Tick tock, fellas. See what I did there? Holt shows up and launches at Rock. Traitor! Rock's like, chill the fuck out or I'm gonna eat you. So Holt chills the fuck out. Tilly comes to the front. Of course, that bitch is everywhere. They all discuss how now is the time to attack because Vane is wounded. Cherry pops in to offer some insight. They'll be at the lagoon if he's wounded. So they head out with a plan to storm the beach while Vane is weak and submerged in the lagoon. Holt has some kind of magical rock around his neck that I guess is serving as his tether so that he can take the shadow from Vane and reclaim it since it's rightfully his or whatever. Makes sense. Pan did it, so why not? Rock plans to steal the rock. So many rocks. At this point, I just want a happy ending for Rock, Hook, and Cherry. That's it. That's all. That's all I want. Chapter 29 is Winnie, but I feel like this would be a great time to show you my new shirt. I designed it. I drew it. It says stay weird. It's got all this little weird imagery on it. It's one of the coolest shirts that I've ever made, and I really like the way it came out. I've got some items with this design up in the shop, so if you want, you can go check that out. Also, if you haven't subscribed to me and you're here and you're having a good time, what's going on? What gives? I'm just kidding. Do what you want, but you know, I gotta do the plugs. Chapter 29 is Winnie. She's been out in the lagoon floating with Vane for hours now. He's doing good, not great, and it's not going fast enough. Why are you not healing faster? Winnie tells him, you should ask the lagoon for help, and he's like, I'd rather die than beg. Girl, please. He goes on to tell her that if the shadow does leave, he's not sure what will be left, and that whatever his brother is, he and I are the same. So I guess he's also a devourer of men. Cute. Pan is chilling on the beach with the wolf, but then Pan and Winnie are both like, do you hear that? And it's the sound of dozens of heartbeats storming the beach. Vane still hasn't healed yet, but that doesn't stop the countless fae and pirate foot soldiers from descending on them with Rock, Tilly, and Hook in tow. Everybody, rah! Winnie and Vane are just bobbing out there like corks in the freaking water. The twins show up too, and Vane's like, we gotta get out of here. And he picks Winnie up and attempts to fly her to safety, but instead, he falters, slams into the side of Marooner's rock because the bitch is still injured. Hello? Holt and his men corner Winnie and Vane on the rock, and Holt proceeds to use his magical rock, so many rocks, to yoink the shadow from Vane. And I know what you're thinking. Why isn't Winnie hulking out right now? This is the girl power book. She should destroy everyone. Great question. The shadow is like, I'll just sit this one out. If you're going to help us, now would be the time, I say to the shadow. But it's like it's gone dormant. Hello? Do something, I tell it. Not my battle, it says. Ah! Holt does succeed in getting the shadow into the little stone thing, and Vane slumps over. Chapter 30 is Hook. So we're back on the beach, which is now quaking from Tilly's magical fae illusion that she's done. But the battle rages on. Hook is like, any day now to the devourer of men. But apparently it doesn't work like that. I don't know how much time I have left. Is there enough time for y'all to bang it out real quick while we wait? Sadly, instead of doing that, they double team Pam, but not in a fun way. While they are doing that, Rock finally morphs into whatever he is. He redirects back to Hook. Hook's like, we're on the same side, remember? How could I forget? Amidst the struggle, Rock collides with Pan and sends him flying into the middle of the lagoon. Oh no, he's not supposed to go in there. What are we gonna do? Hook just continues watching as the crocodile rips through everyone on the beach. Chapter 31 is Cass. So he and Bash have a little standoff with their sister Tilly, although they are stuck in a tree and she is flying / floating in front of them. So standoff might not be the best term, but it is what I'm using. It's shown and told to us that Tilly basically has this like baseless agenda when it comes to this fight. She's only doing this because it's what her deceased parents would have wanted her to do. The twins say that they don't want this for her, but at the same time they like lunge at her and attack her with an illusion of their own, which is like just globs of honey dripping down and like trapping her wings and weighing her down on top of them, physically weighing her down. Somehow she breaks through both them and the illusion and heads back towards the beach. The boys hot on her heels. They spot the crocodile nom-nomming on some soldiers and they're like, oh no. Tilly's like, fall back. So all the remaining fae take to the sky and leave. She does that a lot. She shows up to a fight and then wusses out and leaves. Some queen, huh? 32 is Pan. Pan sinks further into the dreaded lagoon that he is not supposed to be in. He's desperately trying to breach the surface, but something, a spirit or some sort of entity is pulling him down further, all while whispering random things at him, which is extra annoying. Like, it's one thing to be dying, but you have to listen to bad poetry on your way out.
Never king, you can't have light without darkness. Whatever. I wish I could tell you it makes sense in the end, but it doesn't, so I won't. He tells the voices, I'm in no mood for your parables. What is it you want? You want me to be less dark and more light? Just fucking tell me. And to this, they just let him go. He finally breaks the surface and sees the croc on the beach treating the people like an all-you-can-eat buffet on one side. And on the other side, he hears Winnie screaming and he's worried he's too late. Oh no! Chapter 33 is Winnie. Vane lost his shadow to Holt, right? And he's all slumped over. We know that. And Winnie has been begging her shadow to like tag in or something, but he is so uninterested at this point until Winnie just says, I let you in. Like Michael Scott declaring bankruptcy.
I declare bankruptcy!
She literally has been asking the shadow to come out and play this entire time, repeatedly. But she simply says, I let you in, and it works. Semantics, shadow? Really? The Neverland Death Shadow is a Cancer, and that is all the proof that I need. With Shadow Winnie Horror finally activated, she finally just starts ripping through Holt and Co. Bones are crunching, blood spurting, yada yada yada. But it's all in vain. See what I did there? Literally, because Holt kicks Vane over the cliffside. Chapter 34. Winnie, we did not need a new chapter. She goes to jump off after him, and she's like having a conversation with the shadow, and the shadow's like, are you sure about this? And she's like, 1000% yes. He also tells the shadow that if the shadow chooses her, it chooses Vane too, which I don't get how Winnie's just making the rules for this eons old entity that is currently possessing her human form. But whatever, it doesn't have to make sense. The shadow happily chooses them both, apparently, kinda. Bear hugs them and takes them into a soft landing, avoiding the craggly rocks and just plopping them down in the lagoon. They make it back to the beach, and Vanessa, my autocorrect keeps changing Vane to Vanessa, and I'm too tired to change it now. So Vanessa is somehow completely healed and says he can still feel like a remnant of the shadow inside of him. Ooh, who knows? I knows. So when Winnie told the shadow that if it chooses her, it chooses him too, he took that shit literally. Semantics, remember, this is a Cancer. I'm trying to tell you that the Neverland Death Shadow split into 2 equal parts and inhabits them both now. What a crock of shit. They fly off to crush some skulls together. Chapter 35 is Pan. The band of idiots all reconvene on Marooner's Rock and face off with Holt, who is having some trouble getting that shadow to right up inside of him, you know? Bummer. Vane tells him that the shadow chooses you just as much as you choose the shadow, and if it doesn't like you, you're screwed. And oh, I forgot this part. Holt, during the first confrontation with Winnie, back when he still seemingly had the upper hand, you know, he had threatened to strip her naked, use her within an inch of her life, gut her, and then use her intestines as a noose. So now Winnie is repeating those words to him and making him strip naked too, but she's not going to use him because she doesn't bang cowards. No, Holt. Just everyone on every single sports team at every high school she was in a close proximity to, and filthy man children. No cowards allowed! She does gut him though, which is sexy. And then Vane yeets him over the cliffside. Deja vu. Pan is so full of love that he just grabs Winnie and kisses her like he means it, because he does. And Bash says, get a room. I second that. Chapter 36, Hook. Not to ruin it for you, but Hook and Rock do not bang in this book, and trust me, no one is more disappointed than I am. Every last man has been devoured on the beach, and the crocodile finally turns to face Hook once again, and Hook's like, I knew I couldn't trust him. I knew better. But instead of just eating Hook in any way, Rock just collapses into his arm, returning to his human form and penning Hook beneath his weight. We were so close. The band of idiots shows up and finds Hook cradling Rock, and Pan tells him that he has 2 days to get his ship and his people and leave Neverland and never return ever. And take the crocodile with you. And Vane tells him, don't forget to feed and water him. Hook somehow manages to lug the crocodile all the way back to his ship. Smee meets him at the door, which is weird that she wasn't at the battle, but I don't really care enough to ponder it, so let's just keep going. Smee tells him, I have something to tell you. And she spills the beans about Wendy and the Hook-Darling hybrid offspring. Hook is furious. You betrayed me! And he is livid. He is leaving. He's out! Then Smee hugs him, and Hook starts telling us about a cat that he had when he was younger that got trampled by a horse. It's not funny. Hook? Yeah, we got you out in left field, buddy. It just seems like that's the place for you, you know? He calms down a little bit, though. He's still leaving, but not as angry. So when, I guess. Where is he going? was going to get Wendy, duh! The end. Just kidding. Just kidding. Chapter 37, Balder. You have got to be kidding me. So the wolf gets a chapter, and not unlike the little brownie dudes from the first book, he speaks in third person throughout, or third wolf. He's in the underbrush watching Tilly as she struggles to pull her literal throne across the beach closer to the lagoon. You'd think someone else might be catching this, because it's obviously going to take her a while, and it's kind of a spectacle to behold. Balder continues to watch as she gets it to the lagoon and yeets it into the lagoon. And she asks the lagoon to help her. Stupid. But then something dark emerges from the water. I don't know what. Do you know? I can't even imagine. The end. Just kidding again. Oh my God. You guys are suckers. Epilogue. Pan is feeling just all the love as he peels himself away from a lost boy, dark one, Winnie whore cuddle puddle. He wants to watch the sunrise. However, he looks outside and there's no sun yet, so he's about to head back to bed, but something dark passes by his periphery. But it can't be. He opens the doors and comes face to face with something he thought was an illusion or a trick of the light. But no. Hello, Peter Pan. Tinkerbell is back and she is standing on the balcony. And the book ends. And this is actually the end. I'm not, no more jokes. I don't have any left. I've had enough. So we have reached the conclusion of book 3 in the Vicious Lost Boys series by Nikki St. Croix, Their Vicious Darling. What is there to say even? I feel like we've been here already so many times. Now, I do feel like a lot happened in this book. I do not like Rock, except if him and Hook get together. That is the only redeeming thing that's going to happen here, is if Rock and Hook live happily ever after. It better happen. Otherwise, I'm going to be freaking vengeful. I was thinking about this too halfway through this rant. I think that the only way that this book and this series in itself could be saved and salvageable to me is if at the end of book 4, Winnie just wakes up in her room and it was all a dream.
An old woman living in a nightmare.
I think that that would be fucking hilarious, because then it wouldn't matter that some of this stuff doesn't make sense. It wouldn't matter that some of the loose ends aren't tied up. It wouldn't matter that there's little to no foundation in the Swiss cheese plot. It's a dream, you know? I have dreams all the time that make no sense. The other night I had a dream that I had a mullet and that I said, "Woo, take that, breastfeeding. You didn't get my boobs." What the hell am I talking about? What was the context around that? Why was I yelling about breastfeeding? Why was I gassing up my own boobs while having a mullet? I don't know. So that would make all of this okay. And I would retroactively go back and give the books 1 more star than I originally gave them. I really would. But you know what? I doubt that that's going to happen.
Friends, hello again. Here we are on the last leg of this journey. Hold my hand. Are you ready? Together, we venture one final time into Neverland with Natalie to guide us to the second star on the right and straight onto mourning the loss of my brain cells. All right, let's do it.
Today we will be discussing the last book in the Vicious Lost Boys series, book 4, The Fae Princes by Nikki St. Croix. I wore my green for the occasion. Peter Pan, green. You get it. Usually this would be the part where I start with the disclaimers and stuff, but today I'm feeling a little petty. I don't know if it's because I'm on my period or if I've just had enough, but I am. So we're going to do a new segment called Haters Housekeeping, where I read you some of the not very nice comments that I've been getting lately. I don't get very many, but I have gotten a few, and I thought I would use this time to clear up a few misunderstandings that these people obviously have. The biggest one being that I am not the one, and the second one being my videos might not be for you. But again, I'm feeling a little spicy today. So let's go. Item number 1 reads, "Why can she not go 3 full sentences without going into annoying whispering or weird yelling?" The wording of this right off the bat is weird because I don't know who you're speaking to. She who? She me? Are you talking about me? But you're talking to me. I'm the only one back here. It's weird to talk to me in third person. You're being weird. But to answer your question, it's my channel. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, it's her channel and she does what she wants. Thanks for the comment. You've been hidden from the channel from here on out. Item number 2. You talk too much, wasting 10 minutes before even getting into the point. You clicked on my face. And unless there is some sort of fan out there that is right beside you and forcing my content into your eyeballs, like that guy from Bird Box, you willingly clicked into a 2-hour-long rant review, which is just me talking. That's all that it is. And then you left a comment that said, "I talk too much."
Are you all right? There's also a fast forward feature where you can just skip right on through the content that you don't want to hear. And if you've watched more than one of my videos, you have a pretty general understanding that the first, 10 minutes, as you said, are me kind of just leading up to this review. So skip it, or skip the whole video entirely. It matters not to me. I wouldn't personally care if you took your shitty attitude over to calmer, shorter, less long-winded pastures. I've already hidden you from the channel at this point anyway, so anything else you say in my comments, you'll just be talking to yourself, which is such a shame because you add so much to the discourse. All of this to say, and jokes and sass aside, my videos might not be for you, and that's all right. It's literally fine. There are thousands, dare I say millions of things on the internet that don't appeal to me, and the way I go about that is I don't engage or consume them. Just an idea. It's always an option and one I encourage you to explore. It would yield better results for us all, I fear. Okay, phew, got that out of the way. This concludes Haters Housekeeping. This will probably encourage more stupid people to come out of the woodwork and leave comments in hope that I will do a little thing like this, but this will be the only one, so help me God. Is it cool if I start my weird whispering and yelling now? All right, here's the synopsis. I thought Peter Pan was a myth and Neverland a fairy tale, a story spun by my mother who had lost her mind a long time ago. But there was no denying the overwhelming shadow cast by Peter Pan when he was standing in my house. Wait, I do what? He lost his shadow. Retrieving the shadow, finding the location of said stolen shadow was the entire plot. This is just the synopsis. The only reason he kidnapped you in the first place was because he needed you to help him find his shadow. What do you mean? Already, this stands to be the dumbest book of the bunch. And I know
It's metaphorical!
but it is still stupid. Okay. Pan took me captive to Neverland. I somehow found my place among him and the Lost Boys. I've never looked back. But now I'm entangled right alongside him in a war I can't seem to escape. We thought we had defeated our enemies. We thought we could finally have our happily ever after. But there was one enemy we never saw coming. How can that be? Because I saw it coming. A fairy who has nothing to lose and everything to gain. The fairy with golden wings and a dark, twisted heart. She wants Peter Pan and the island, and she'll stop at nothing to have both, including destroying anyone who stands in her way, even her own flesh and blood. Note: the Fae Princess is a reimagining of Peter and Wendy. Characters have been aged up for this darker, grittier version. It's still gross. If you like your enemies to lovers romance with hot, ruthless, morally gray love interest, you'll enjoy this series. You can expect hate, kissing, fighting, bickering, and touch her and I'll unalive you vibes. The Fae Princess is the final book in the main storyline for the Vicious Lost Boys series. Please check the author's website for content warnings. No need. Got them right here for you. They span the entire series. Mental illness, smoking, graphic rough in public, groups, dubcon, which is dubious consent, graphic violence, graphic language, captivity, degradation, submission, bondage, rope, spanking, blood play, choking, CNC, consensual non-consent, talk of essay. Oh. So let's recap before we get into this. Haters in the building. Just skip this if you don't want to hear me talk about it. Okay. Book 1. We meet everyone and it's precious. The line of darling women has been cursed that every year on their 18th birthday, they are kidnapped by Peter Pan and taken to Neverland only to return to the world broken sometime later. The next one up on the docket is Winnie Whore, a nickname that she got from being a seriously neglected, abused, hypersexual child that is promiscuous as a way of coping. Yes, queen? It's just weird to have to talk about a teenager who is not doing so well. Like, sex positive and doing what you want with your body is great, but that's not what's going on here. She just needs maybe a hug and some therapy. Pan shows up, kidnaps her, takes her to his treehouse so that one day they can have the Fae Queen, which is Tilly, the daughter of Tinkerbell, dig through her memories in hopes of finding the location of the shadow, which was stolen by the original Darling. But there's something different about this Darling. Of course there is. What's different is that when Winnie starts banging Pan and the Lost Boys, she is spared from the telepathic lobotomy that awaits her. And what a coincidence that after that happens, she just all of a sudden has a vision of where the shadow is. How lovely. They retrieve it. She asks to go back to Neverland and stay with them, so she does. And Pan tells her the iconic, "Don't get cocky." And she tells him, "I won't. I'll just get..." Book 2. They return to the island with the box that has Pan's shadow in it. But when he goes to open it, wah! 2 shadows emerge and blast off in opposite directions and give chase. Apparently, on each of the 7 isles in the realm or whatever, there are 2 shadows that belong to each island, a life shadow and a death shadow. Is it important? Probably not. In between trying to find out how to track down and capture his shadow, Pan and the Lost Boys take turns banging it out with Winnie. Sure. They even let her bang the Never Tree. It's a party, after all. The shadow is tracked to Hook's territory, and a very boring confrontation goes down between all of them, and Pan wins and gets his shadow back where it belongs. Winnie was to stay behind and barricade herself inside the tomb and not come out until they came back for her, but she did not listen. Hook's younger sister, who was currently living with the Lost Boys, lured her down under the guise of helping her save a trapped parakeet from her room, and ended up trapping her in the room with the Neverland Death Shadow instead. Beans is up to something. Instead of it unaliving her like Cherry had hoped, Winnie just claims the shadow for herself. The end. Whew. Book 3. The band of idiots make their way back to the treehouse and find the darling different. There's also a wolf that shows up named Balder, who may or may not have been the prince's long-dead wolf companion that their mother unalived when they were kids. More banging. This time they go airborne. They take to the sky. And all the while, everyone is anxious about Vane's estranged brother Rock, aka the Crocodile, aka the Devourer of Men, and his return to Neverland soil. Yikes. At some point, it is revealed that when Wendy, the original Darling, went home, she actually didn't. She was trapped on another island called Everland. Yikes. Not good. Oh no. She was in love with Rock, kidnapped, but also being sexed up by Hook and not hating it. And then abandoned by Pan when he was on his way to take her home. They were ambushed by somebody, I don't know. Wendy and Tink had some sort of an altercation, which led to Pan having to take her out. Tink, that is. Because she betrayed him. And he was also in love with Wendy. Everybody in love with Wendy. Anyway, Winnie has the death shadow, a fight ensues, the band of idiots win. Winnie and Vane now both have the shadow. They have shared the death shadow. It has split and now it is in both of them. Hook is told to leave and never return. Tilly is desperate to defeat Pan, so she uses the lagoon to resurrect Tink in a way that is similar to the Shakira Whenever Wherever video. Pan comes face to face with Tinkerbell. The end. Woo! I don't know if that was helpful, but we're all caught up. Let's get this over with. Okay. The acknowledgements. This book was not possible without the help of several readers. We can all agree that the original Peter and Wendy, the depiction of native characters, was extremely problematic. Yeah, for sure. When I set out to do a Peter Pan retelling, it was important for me to keep the native presence on the island, but it was the utmost important that it be done in the right way. I have to thank several sensitivity readers for helping me portray the twins and their family stories in the Vicious Lost Boys series in a way that was accurate and respectful to native culture, even if the twins reside in a fantasy world. This was especially important for the book, where we visit the Fae and dive deeper into the twins' backstory. So she thanks her sensitivity readers by name for help on the book and names another person who helped in the portrayal of Smee in the last book. I didn't note anything about that, but then goes on to state, any mistakes or inaccuracies that remain in the book are entirely my own. So I had noticed that the Fae had been somewhat embodying the cultures and the customs of native or indigenous people. And I've been wanting to discuss this for the entire series, but I honestly wasn't sure how to approach it or what I would say. And I kind of wanted to read the entire series before I gave my thoughts on it, but I honestly still don't have any. I feel like wanting to do it in a respectful way and change it so that it's not disrespectful to indigenous people, but still keep the customs and celebrate those things. I feel like that is a good thing. And I feel like her saying, you know, any mistakes in this is my own, like taking responsibility if there is something that she didn't do right. I got it. I still don't really know how I feel about it because I don't have enough insight and I'm also not indigenous. So I don't know enough to say one way or the other if this was a respectful or considerate or even accurate depiction of indigenous people. I like that she wanted to do it in a different, more respectful way, but I still don't really know. So if there are any indigenous people watching and you've read these books and you can kind of weigh in, I don't think like one person speaks for the entire group, but it would just be nice to have some insight. So you feel free to leave it in the comments if you want to. The dedication reads, to all the girls who know the sound of a silent scream. There is no, how do I say this? There is no sound that accompanies a silent scream. That's why it's silent. That's what the word silent means.
It's metaphorical!
I get that. Yeah, no, I do. It's just, if I were giving advice, which I'm not, but if I were, tweaked a little bit to say something like, to all the girls who know the feeling of holding back a scream, or if you wanted to get like super edgy, cool, deep with it, to all the girls with endless screams caged behind chipped teeth, which is a lot, but it gives you this visual that they want to scream and they have thousands of screams built up and they just can't let them out, so much so that their teeth are chipped, cracked, and broken, trying to hold in all the screams. I mean, come on now. I mean, wow, what a picture. But a silent scream is this. Nothing. I know not that sound, for there is no sound. Woo, spicy today. I should never record rants on my period.
Or maybe I should only record rants on my period. I have PMDD, leave me alone. Okay, we also have a quote. Peter was not quite like the other boys, but he was afraid at last. A tremor ran through him like a shudder passing over the sea, but on the sea, one shudder follows another till there are hundreds of them. J.M. Barrie. This is from the original book, I guess. I have no clue what to do with that. Prologue, The Mother. So this mother is seen walking barefoot across the beach with a screaming 2-week-old baby boy in her arms. Seems to be suffering from some sort of postpartum depression, if I do say so myself. Not to armchair diagnose, but we've been there and we hate to see it. But the baby is awful, volatile, worse than all of her children. She knows this already somehow, and she also knows that if she keeps him, he will destroy all the other children. Now, I have had 2 children and postpartum depression, but even when my kids were 2 weeks old and I was not doing well, I knew nothing about them except for hair color. Maybe I'm just not perceptive of a newborn infant personalities. Anyway, she pulls a Moses and puts him on a giant leaf and sends him down the river, except instead of a river, it's Neverland Lagoon. And instead of one day going on to part the Red Sea, he just parts Winnie's legs. Is that too much? Anyway, Mommy heard that the lagoon has healing powers, so maybe it will fix him. Off he goes on his first great adventure. 2 weeks old. What a way to start the finale, huh? Chapter 1 is Pan. Pan and Tink face each other. Remember, that's where we left off in the last book. Tink is back. The island brought her back, says she. And Pan is shook, as he should be, but honestly, if you can just do this with anyone, I forget it. He's shook that she's there. He's shook at what it feels like to see her again, stand in her presence, shook by his desire for peace. He's tired and he just wants peace for once. One more dark. Side note before I get started, Pan is British in the audiobook, which I did listen to for this last one because I just had to get through it. And I will say it does help, but only so much. One more dark deed for peace will be worth it, and the spirits will know I'm no longer dancing for them. Whatever sick joke this is. I take a breath and then speak the words I swore I would never speak. I don't believe in fairies. Again, right? The words you swore you'd never speak. Again, because this is how you took her out the first time, after all. But anyway, he says it, and Tink just laughs in his face. Uh-oh. Chapter 2 is Rock. Arguably somehow my least favorite, but also one half of the only duo I do care about in this story. So glad to have you back, buddy, I think. If you could try to be a little less awful and cringy this time, I'd really appreciate it. He's come back to reality from his devourer of men transformation crap that he had on the beach during the face-off with everyone. Captain Hook is nowhere to be found, and he knows it's because Smee told him about Wendy and he went to go find her. He didn't take you with him, Smee. Bummer. She claims to have stayed behind by choice, and he's like, yeah, right, but leaves it alone. He's drinking and being annoying towards Smee and wondering what time it is because he lost his pocket watch in the scuffle, and how long have I been out? Ugh. For someone of my kind, a typical feast would render one unconscious for days. But this wasn't a typical feast, and I am not a typical man. I've heard, yeah. Wouldn't that apply to other people of your kind, right? I mean, like, you've implied that there are others, so whatever. And if you're not a typical man, what are you, a lamp? Are you a lamp? He's ready to go after Wendy himself and tells us that he will skin Hook alive if he finds her first. Okay, cowboy, whoa back. He left first and has a kid with Wendy, a kid that he just found out about. Shouldn't he be allowed to go deal with that? I guess he would be if we were dealing with a typical man, but we are only dealing with atypical men here. Smee's like, you want to know what I think of you? And he's like, not really. But she tells him anyway. She goes on, I didn't kill your brother when I could have. And he's like, I like you, Smee, but if you mention my brother again, I'll take you out. And she's like, whatever. I know you don't even care about this girl. You haven't seen her in years. I don't know why I'm giving her this affect, but whatever. He's like, I don't care. I'm possessive and she's mine. Hate that. Sorry for that weird whispering, bud. I'm gonna chill. Oh, goody. The clouds roll in. It starts to get chilly. Rare for Neverland. This must be when Tink showed up, like Shakira. Finally, Smee is like, fine, then go. And Rock's like, I'm gone.
Go. I'm gone. Go then. I am.
He asks if she knows where Wendy is. And Smee's like, why? So you can destroy her like you destroy everything? And Rock goes on to tell her that destroying things can be fun. I think he's talking about the sex. I lost track of Wendy Darling long ago. Jazz has no more information than you do. She says goodbye and leaves the room. And he says it's time for Plan B. What was Plan A? Chapter 3 is Winnie! Our last first time reuniting with Winnie is hitting a little harder than I thought. Will I miss her?
She wakes up freezing despite being in a Lost Boy cuddle puddle.
Rise and shine.
It's so cold and that's just not normal here. It's usually so warm and lovely on Neverland, further telling us that Tink's return has caused weather-related consequences. Winnie stirs and goes to look out the window. Is it snowing? She asks the sleepyheads if it ever snows on Neverland, and they're like, never. And she's like, well, it's totally snowing. And that gets them up.
Rise and shine, Sammy.
All of this starts to give Winnie a panic attack, which is, it's just snow. Like, I understand that it's weird, but it's snow. Breathe. Vane comes to comfort her, and they're all like, where's Peter? She can feel Peter moving around somewhere in the house, and that's when she realizes that this dread she feels isn't hers. It's Pan's. Okay, so she's having a panic attack by proxy. Is this the shadow, or is she just an empath? She goes to pull on some clothes and head out to find him, but he's not alone. Tink stands with a blade to his throat. And Winnie's like, what do you want? And she knows this is Tink because she had a vision of her when she unalived her ancestor, the original Darling. Tink's like, it's nice to meet you, Winnie. The twins, Tinkerbell's sons, are shook. She tries to approach them lovingly, and they're like, stay away from me, fam. Tilly, is this your doing? Cut this shit out. And Tink tries to approach them again, and Winnie steps in front of her. Cass steps around her, though, to check and see if Tink is actually real. She is. They all take turns addressing her, and she's like, I want to make amends. Come to the palace for a feast. We can all be friends. I don't know why that's her voice. And Bash is like, we're not stupid. I disagree. But Tink's like, my boys need to be home where they belong. I've asked Tilly to give your wings back. We can all unite Neverland and stop all this fighting. And then she flies off. I really hate how bored I am with this series at this point. Like, the return of Tinkerbell, the King Koopa boss of Neverland, should be exciting. And yet it is not. Chapter 4 is Bash. The boys are shook. I can't, it has to be an illusion. It can't be real. There's stupid bitch of a mother back from the dead. How can this be? First Baldur, now this? What the heck is the lagoon up to? Bash heads back to the loft, grabbing a bottle of human whiskey on the way. Anytime anyone in this house is thirsty, they reach for alcohol. Bottoms up. Loves it. Cass follows him, and so do the rest of them. Pam looks like he's seen a ghost, which... yeah. Vane's like, it's clearly a trap. This is so boring. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I don't know how to make it fun. Maybe they can have like a fivesome with a tree or something. They do enjoy banging it out with Winnie when times get tough. How have I come full circle to now wishing for a bang sesh? Pick a hole. But instead we just get more boring narration. Vane seems different now that he shares something with the Darling that the rest of them don't. See, if you remember from the last book, the last video, before any of this shadow sharing occurred, Pan said something similar in this realm where it's always meant to be Vane. He will get parts of Darling the rest of us can never see, but back then that made no fucking sense because they were all breaking off pieces of Winnie like she was a slutty Kit Kat bar. It just made no sense at the time. The timeline was just all stupid, and instead of saying that, Pan could have said something. Nobody's asking me, but Pan could have said something like this. I know Darling cares for all of us, but something tells me there's more connection between her and Vane. What could it be? His British, it's messing with my mind. Anyway, that would foreshadow what we know now, that they share a death shadow, but it wouldn't make such bold statements with nothing to back it up. Like, there was no way that Pan could have known this. He's not able to see the future. That's not a feature that he has. This time, when one of the twins says it makes sense because Vane literally has half of the Neverland death shadow and the other half is inside of Winnie, aka access to a part of her that the others don't have. I'm being really picky here, huh? What are you gonna do? Anyway, the twins are doing their little Faye twinkle talk, and Pan's like,
what are you two girls whispering about over there?
Speak up, no time for secrets. And they're like, we want our wings back. And Pan's like, Tink is lying. I can read her better than anyone. She probably didn't even consult your sister about, is he British or not? I'm losing it. She probably didn't consult your sister about anything. How would we even get your wings back if we were to try? Like, bah. Apparently, they used to burn Faye wings when they were taken, but since they're royals, they're sealed away in some vault, somewhere, I don't know. What are you suggesting? Vane meets Pan in the middle of the loft. Break into the Fae Palace and into their vault, steal their wings back. Wings that are stored in some unknown magical vessel with the entire Fae court is on top of us, helmed by a petty Fae queen and her resurrected evil mother. There's an entire paragraph that follows this where Pan is simply lighting up a cigarette. Then finally he says, yes. Pan knows that they want their wings. He also promised to help them get them back, and since Tink will always use them as leverage, the time for them to get them back is now. And they want their wings back, okay? They want to feel whole again. Everybody else in the house can fly. It's not fair. But Vane's not having this. This is a stupid idea. And if y'all want to fly so bad, I'll kick you into next week.
Clap if you've ever wanted to kill somebody.
And Bash is like, I don't give a shit. Vane turns to Winnie. He sits up straight. What is that mortal saying, Win? The one about fools? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Fool me, we can't get fooled again.
I did not expect to ever be able to work in a George W. Bush clip, but here we are. What a stupid book. I think I'm dying. I cross the room and shove his boots off the table so I can sit on the edge. Elbows on my knees, I lean forward towards him. He scowls at me. Look, Dark One, would I rather get shit-faced and tie Darling to my bed until she screams or deal with my undead mother and conniving sister? Obviously, I want the former. The latter makes my head hurt. But once upon a time, you had a sister too. Low blow. And all of that, what a weird thing to say. Oh, wait, no, okay, so Tilly. They're worried about Tilly because they don't know how Tink got here. They don't know that she's involved in it. So naturally, they'd want to go get their wings back so that they could protect their sister. I get it. But still, you want to bring up Vane's sister? Yikes. A scuffle breaks out naturally. Darling tries to stop them. It does not work. She asks Pan for help and he doesn't do anything, so she hulks out and lunges at them. Isn't this what Tink wants? For you to turn on each other? Bash ends the chapter by telling us that Pan seems worried. I think we're all worried, buddy, but not about Tink. I'm worried about Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is Pan. I can't get Tink's words to stop echoing in my head. All the time I spent down there with the spirits of the lagoon, you hear many curious things about myths and men who think they are myths. Men who think they are myths. Is this like an existential thing? Then he thinks, was that aimed at me? I know it was. Yeah, no shit. Golly. Was anyone on a different page with that? But what was she hinting at? That I'm not who I think I am? He ruminates a little bit more on the words that the lagoon was whispering to him after he got yeeted in there in the last book. What is the lagoon trying to tell me? What is Tink trying to tell me? I don't know, Peter. I just want it done. I just want to be done. It's still snowing. I don't know if that's relevant other than to show us that something is amiss.
There's evil afoot.
But it was noted here again, so here we go. Here we are. Walking in a winter neverland. Darling approaches him and calls him Peter, and he's like, don't call me that. Tink calls me that. She's like, cool, I won't. He breaks his silence by telling the rest of the gang that they are absolutely going to go to the palace, and everyone is gagged thinking he's lost his friggin' mind. But he knows that the last time he stood by and did nothing, a darling died, and that's not going to happen again.
Hello from the void. I just had something scream to the front of my brain that did not show itself whatsoever in the initial read-through of this review. What darling died? Pray tell. I would love to know, because Wendy Darling is very much alive, and every single person in the book knows that now, including me, because unfortunately I am also in this. Wendy Darling was abandoned and left on Everland by Peter Pan when he was sent to take her back to the mortal realm. So who the hell is he talking about? Which darling died? Somebody give me a family tree and show me who's deceased. I do not know what he's talking about. This book makes no sense. I'm so angry and tired and ready to go to... Look how over this Beans is. This book has gotten to Beans. And that is just unforgivable. All right, let's get back to it. Ugh.
No one else likes this plan, but it's the only one they've got. I'm going to try to do this British thing. Okay. We go to the palace, I say, and start for the hall. We accept the invitation to quell Tinkerbell's aggression. We pretend to make amends because at the very least, it'll get us the twins' wings the easy way. And if we don't get them in the easy way, we'll be in the better position to get them the hard way. He surveys the room. Okay, does a little math. Cass has Bash. Vane is closer to the darling than anyone else. Plus, they now share their shadow. And Peter stands and feels this crushing loneliness because a very, very long time ago, he had Tink, and now he has no one. This brings a memory to mind of Tink wading across the lagoon towards him long ago. Can I be your fairy, Peter? You know you... No, he's British! You know you can't be my fairy, Tink, because I'm a gentleman and you're a common fairy. You silly ass. Then she'd laughed and... He's British! Then she'd laughed and kicked a splash of water my way. When the memories burble up, they're always followed by grief. Tinkerbell was my best friend for as long as I can remember. And if my best friend could turn on me... We go to the palace, I tell them. Be ready just before sundown, and then I leave them to discuss what a silly ass I am, no doubt. Woo! Lots of insecure projection coming from Pete. I get it. I mean, this is a lot for an eternal being with a brain capacity of a walnut to have to unpack. Lots of feelings. However, what I don't get is how it's still so boring. It shouldn't be this boring. Chapter 6 is wrong. Ugh. For all its faults, Neverland is a place with a lot of magic and many magical things, and magical things can help a beast find a missing darling girl. Say magical more. Say it one more time. So I start marking things off the list. Peter Pan might know how to find Wendy. Why does he need a roadmap to Wendy? Just go to Everland and do your best. Try to hunt down Hook and follow him. I don't... How is the Devourer of Men not even able to deduce things in a way that Kronk can?
We find the village, we find him, and if we find him, we find Cusco.
Come on, Devourer of Men, where's that go-get-em attitude and can-do spirit? He thinks to himself that maybe the Fae Queen knows, but he isn't sure how she fared after the whole showdown. Like, she might be dead, but he decides to go off in that direction and find out for himself anyway. First, he goes to Captain Hook's house at the top of the hill to get a better vantage point on the town. I thought they didn't have a home. Like, isn't that what Cherry was on about before? Like, she wanted a home to go home to. Meanwhile, they have like an entire house.
It's metaphorical!
I know. He's looking down over the whole town like the Grinch overlooking Whoville, and he notices it's got some weird weather going on, and sees a statue of Hook right at the center. He thinks to himself, fragile masculinity on display. And then he starts following a scent like Pepe Le Pew. A scent of what? Roasting peanuts. Dear God, here we go again. He approaches the old man who runs the nut stand. Old man, you have delighted this old man. Say old man again. Bloody fucking hell, you know how to roast a nut. And then he practically orgasms on the spot over a roasted peanut. I am so tired. He narrows his gaze from beneath the wide brim of a newsboy cap. It's smudged with peanut oil and dirt. His shirt is denim, which is an odd thing considering denim only exists in the mortal world. Of course, bits and bobs and trinkets and whores make their way to the island chain from many realms, and I suppose a denim shirt has as much of a chance as a naughty slut. Though I do prefer a slut over the denim, I'm happy to stick Mike into a wet, warm hole, not so much into hard pants. Is he telling me that he prefers to be inside of a woman than inside of pants? Is Rock wearing pants? It's never said. I will say that if I was invested in this story at all, I'm not. I've never been so bored in my life. But if I was invested, I would say that this harmless peanut roaster probably is someone important. Like, I would think that he would be. Maybe like a brother of the original Darling or something, because for him to be wearing denim, you know, maybe he's more than what he seems. It's denim, for Christ's sake. How'd he get here? Plus, while Rock was feasting on his favorite nuts, he asked the old man if he knows where to find Wendy Darling. Why the would he know? What on earth would make you think that this random dude wearing a denim shirt would know where Wendy Darling is? Spoiler alert, I'm in the future. The peanut roaster is in fact no one, and he comes up never again. So I'm even more stunned at the stupidity of asking a random man who roasts peanuts for a living where he could find Wendy Darling. He probably doesn't even know who that is. I dig into my pocket and pull out a coin and flip it to him. He may be old, but he catches it easily, though the motion nearly throws him off balance. He holds out his palm to inspect the currency. It's twice the rate he has painted on the side of the peanut cart in chipped white paint, right next to Potter's Peanuts. What is? The price? Great. Thank you for telling. Oh my God. And then, best nuts in Neverland. I don't disagree. That work for you, I ask him? That works just fine. Thick clouds roll in, stealing the light from the town square. I turn back for the road. I hope God spares you, old man. It would be a shame to lose these tasty nuts. Yeah, wouldn't that be a tragedy? We'd have to give all the kids at school the day off. Time skip, he's at the Fae Palace, cup of nuts in hand still, and he finds the palace in chaos! Not the kind of chaos you can see like a tornado or a severed head. The quieter kind, like the buzzing energy of a crowd gathered around a bomb waiting for it to go off. What crowd would gather around a bomb and wait for it to go off? No one is shouting, but I get the distinct impression everyone is silently screaming. Oh, here we go again. Nomming on some nuts, he stops a young Fae girl to ask where the queen is. The girl is scared as she scans him, as she should be, I would be. But he tells us, on a good day, my face can open doors and legs. Great. She tries to leave, but he grabs her and calls her little Faeling, and then lets us know that he isn't sure how old she actually is because the Fae age in strange ways, which is awesome, because that means he gets a scapegoat for all the childlike beings he wants to bang. I love that. I really do. Anyway, she says, I think she's in the throne room. Everyone's preparing for a celebration. But what could they be celebrating? I don't know, but I'm gripped with anticipatory excitement. He wanders in and finds Tilly, and he's like, we need to talk. And she's like, not now. And then he realizes The throne is gone. How odd. And as he's putting the pieces together, in walks Tinkerbell. She greets him with a hug and he leers at Tilly. What have you done? And I'm still so bored. This is so boring. My God. But Tink answers for her. She did what needed to be done. She just tells us again what we already know, because why do it once when you could do it every single chapter? Blah. Another silent scream is mentioned. Love that. Can't get enough. Tink stands next to Tilly and tells Rock that she plans to bring the boys home so that they can rule as they were destined to. And Peter Pan will yield. Rock lights a cigarette and Tink says, no smoking in the palace. And listen, I am trying to streamline this review because this book is so boring and I honestly just want to be done, but this had to be noted. He says, try and stop me. I'm in the middle of a shitstorm and I didn't bring a raincoat. A shitstorm with no raincoat? He also says, your daughter is queen. If you put your sons in power, what happens to her? I don't know why he cares. He's the devourer of men. All he cares about are wet, warm holes and toasted nuts. But Tink is ominous about finding something to do with her, for her, to her. I don't know. Chapter 7 is Cass. We're talking about Nana again. Something about a boy that she met and he needed help, so she helped him. He goes over all of his trauma, his secrets, his questions, his family squabbles. He wishes Nana was here to guide him with wisdom and to share her stories. He loved listening to Nana's stories, and honestly, I get it. I miss my grandma too. He decides to go visit Nana's grave, and Bash joins him. Vane's like, don't get too close to Fae territory, and they head off. Snow is still falling as they make their way to the cemetery. Before they approach, though, they see that their sister, Tilly, is already there visiting Nana's grave too. He spends a few paragraphs detailing what the cemetery looks like, but you don't need that from me, do you? It's a cemetery. It's small, no fence, only reserved for the Royal Nine. And that was probably a clear picture enough. We didn't have to keep just going, did we? I guess we did. I don't know why we need so many descriptions, but at least we're having fun. Right? What did you do, Till? I did what needed to be done. They go on to have yet another conversation about how Tink is back. Like they explain it again. They ask her how she did it. She says she made an offering to the lagoon. I understand. We've heard this 14 times now. It's only chapter, 7? And I know that this is still news to them because everybody has to find out, right? But do we have to write every single instance of every single person finding this out? It's giving repetitive. And this is a great example of why it really pays off to organize and outline your story really well so that it flows and it doesn't make your readers check out every single time you repeat information for no reason. But hey, no one asked me. She tells them that she asked the lagoon for a solution to defeat Pan once and for all. And Cass explains to us how Pan has weaknesses, a few of them being them and the others. But Tink is a weakness too. She loves him. He has no heart, or he pretends not to, but he loved her too. And now I know all of this already. We're still having the same conversation. She reveals that she tossed her throne in, and they are big mad about it. Cass nearly chokes her to death and finally unloads on her the way only a bitter, angry brother can do. He yells about how they sacrificed and plotted and protected her, and now she does this. Youngest sibling shit, am I right? Ugh. If my youngest sibling is watching, though, not you, baby. Never you. They talk about Nana and how Tilly never spent much time with her, and yet she visits the grave. Why? Because now she realizes that the only family she ever had that never wanted anything from her was Nana. Sucks to suck, buddy. Living with regret after a loved one passes away is a bitch. I don't experience it, but I know people who do, and it seems to be all-consuming. Hate that for you. Anyway, she leaves. What a chapter. Chapter 8 is Winnie. She's watching Vane smoke in a chair. She asks if he's mad at Pan. He's like, yeah, he's being reckless. She's like, well, can you blame him? Tink is back. This is big shit. And he notes her filthy mouth and calls her darling. Same shit, different book. She tells him that she doesn't like it when he calls her darling and starts dry humping him in the chair, which is sexy. And she explains to him that when he calls her Winnie, it feels more intimate or whatever. So he carries her to the library in preparation for a good dicking down. As they enter, and since they share the shadow now, he can feel her imposter syndrome. God, I'm glad nobody can freaking feel mine. Her imposter syndrome, her fears, her questions, and he's like, I got you. And she says, you don't have to save me.
Don't save her. She don't want to be saved.
And then she tells us, I don't want him to think me weak. How can this be infuriating and boring at the same time? Why are we saying this again? Why do we do this? They bang. She's like, I love him so much it burns. That's called a yeast infection. Maybe a UTI. You need to go to a doctor. Cut to an ad for Monistat. He's like, I can feel your love in my chest like a million golden stars in the endless abyss that is me. Almost 6,000 people highlighted that line, if anybody was curious. And if any of those 6,000 people are there today, can you please explain yourself? I'm just kidding. Do you? Chapter 9 is Pan. He hears them banging as he makes his way down the hall. And I swear to God, if this is just another chapter of smut and them banging it out, I will cry all over you. Thank goodness, instead of barging in and literally inserting himself, he goes down the hall and deals with his own imposter syndrome in the form of, you don't deserve the shadow, being whispered over and over in his head. And he tries to remember what it was the spirits of the lagoon were saying to him that night that he yeeted in there. Never king, given light, trapped in the dark. OMG, what does it mean? I don't know, nor do I particularly care, because the answer is no doubt boring and inconsequential to the story. I would bet my life on it. The lovebirds emerge from their fucking nest and Pan is in a mood. He's rude to Vane, he's rude to Winnie, and everybody's like, what's wrong, fam? And he's like, bestie, everything. That's it. That's the whole chapter. Chapter 10, Winnie. Peter Pan is an asshole. Uh-huh. Has been this whole time, buddy. Yeah. She's worried about him. So is Vane. So am I. But I'm worried for all of us at this point. So they decide to take a bath. Riveting. She brushes her hair as he runs the water, and she tells us that she's never really cared much about her appearance because, quote, boys didn't care if my hair was shining if my legs were spread. Ugh. People deal with things, right, in their own ways. What makes sense to them. I know that. And hypersexualization is certainly one of those, but call me old-fashioned, call me square, but I don't want to keep hearing about that. I'm not your therapist, Winnie, though you desperately need one. Throw one of the Lost Boys into the lagoon and ask it for a therapist. They get in the bath and they discuss the Fae Princes, and Vane's like, I don't care about them. And she's like, liar. And he's like, fine, but if you tell them, I'll edge you to death for the rest of your life. If you really want to torture her, Vane, you can make her read this book. And he tells her that when they visit the palace, she's not to leave his sight because Tink would destroy her given the chance. That's the whole chapter. Chapter 11 is Bash. They return to the loft and Bash is heavy from the encounter with his sister, and that makes sense. Thankfully, Winnie and her milky skin are there to make him feel better. Gosh darn it, why do we always have to fight? I just want to eat and bang all day instead. Same, brother. Same, I get it. Up top, we have yet again another recounting of events. Tilly threw the throne into the lagoon. I don't know if you knew that. Didn't ask for Tink specifically, but it's what she got. Because the throne is a symbol of, I know. Oh God, I know, we know. Darling wants to eat something and Bash is like, what do I get for it? She's like, you can tie me up later. Thrilling. Then we have a daddy play mention dropped in the book, and I couldn't hate this book more if I tried. Somebody says something about Vane being daddy now. Vane's like, and Winnie's like, I'm sorry, you have daddy energy. And one could argue that I have daddy issues. Very big daddy issues. I want to leap into the lagoon and request to be brought back as a clothing hanger. Apparently, during a game of strip poker that was written in a bonus chapter that is nowhere in this series, Bash called him daddy, and now it has stuck. Anyway, Cass takes Winnie to feed her. Food or the D? We may never know. Vane asks Bash about Tilly, and Bash is like, maybe if I can get her alone, I can save her. And Vane is like, well, cool, let's do that, because if you don't, you'll always regret it. Chapter 12 is Winnie. We're flying through, except we're not because there's almost 20 more. Okay, I lied. Cass doesn't take her to get food. He takes her to Cherry's room to get dressed in something appropriate for the palace. They find her a poofy emerald green gown, and Cass helps her into it. I got my green on. As he's zipping her up, he asks if he's able to join later when Bash ties her up. Can I just take a second and tell you one more time? I feel like I've already talked about this, but I want to tell you again how disgusting and sick I find this tandem twin fucking. Like, this is your brother. Your brother. You're not supposed... This is incest. I mean, there's a whole section on Hub, right? That is like stepbrother, brother, twins. Wow, I know. But it ain't for me, man. It's not for me. Just stop it. She gets in the dress and it's too big because even though she has put on weight while being here, her chest will always be smaller than Cherry's. So Cass illusions that it does actually fit her and that she's wearing makeup. Pops a filter on her, basically. I don't see how, so my sensory issues could never, because unless the illusion covers all 5 of the senses, would you not feel that the fabric doesn't fit you? Would you not feel it kind of falling off of you and it just looks to everyone else on the outside and to her that it fits? I'm thinking way too much. I'm thinking way more than the author did when she wrote this. So just afterward, they go back to the kitchen and she is, quote, stuffing her face, which seems stupid to me. Why would you put on your outfit and then scarf down food? Now, Jersey Shore taught us a lot. Gym tan laundry, cabs here, fist pumping.
Fist pump till my arm falls off.
Don't headbutt a concrete wall when you're in Italy. Run. Look at my face. Are you friends with her, yes or no? We got so much from them.
Yeah, buddy.
And another thing that they taught us is about t-shirt time. Before the juice heads on Jersey Shore go out for the night, they wear a round the house t-shirt. They have everything else ready. Their hair is done, their cologne, they got the jeans, the shoes, the drip. They're ready except the shirt. They have a regular shirt on. That way, when they're doing their last minute little titters around the house, their shirt doesn't run the risk of getting spilled on or damaged or stained in any sort of a way. And then when it is literally time to walk out the door, they tell us that it is in fact
T-shirt time.
And then they change their shirt into the shirt that they're gonna wear when they go out.
This is the shirt before the shirt.
T-shirt time, okay? Frantically stuffing your face with chicken biscuits and veggies in a full ball gown is as stupid as it is unnecessary. You could have done this first and then gotten dressed. Vane comes around the corner and he is suited up and it almost makes Winnie choke on her chicken biscuits. I wish she had, because then the book would be over and I would be done. Vane looks over at me. Swallow your food before you choke on it. So it's okay to choke on Lost Boy, but not chicken and biscuits? I'm not crying. So Winnie looks at all of them and they're all wearing black tuxes and she's like, am I the only one wearing any color tonight? And that's when Pan finally reemerges from wherever he's been and he is in fact wearing color too. It's an emerald green suit. Of course it's green. It's Peter Pan after all. Chapter 13, Winnie again. They're approaching the palace and Winnie is just like gagged. It's gorgeous. Cass is nostalgic, but also talking about how it just never felt like home, that Nana's little cottage in the woods felt like home. Cool. They enter and start to move through the palace. Some little fairy named Kaleo escorts them through. She says something insulting towards the fallen princes and Winnie almost hulks out and threatens her life. There are also some girls giggling and like making eyes at the twins. So she is big mad. Yeah. And Bane's like, look at me when you feel like the shadow is taking over. I'm having so much fun. Chapter 14 is Pan. Yeah, that was it. That was the only, that's it. He knows that he shouldn't drink in enemy territory. But why would he let logic and reason stop him from getting sloshed? Bottoms up. It wouldn't, so he downs some Fey wine. Tink approaches, embraces the twins, and tells them to go get ready in their dressing rooms and like takes a dig at Peter Pan saying that, I assumed you wouldn't have anything that my boys could wear. No offense. Much offense, but also it's not even, who cares? Why would he be stocking a full wardrobe for all different occasions for them when they are literally just half naked on the beach banging Winnie all the time? They don't need a tux. What do they need a tux for? They aren't supposed to split up, but they do. Sure. And Tink's like, walk with me, Peter. And they stroll arm in arm. Teases him about those questions that he used to ask the lagoon over and over years ago. Spirits of the lagoon, do I have a mother? Rude, but sure. And this leads her to tell him that she actually has an answer. She spent so much time in the lagoon, she heard whisperings while she was down there. He doesn't want to hear it, but he does. Apparently, he did have a mother. We know this already. I love it when information is repeated. He did have a mother, but because he didn't fit in with the family, she was worried that he would take from them, so she abandoned him to the lagoon. And with that, Tink takes her leave with a promise that they'll talk more later. Chapter 15 is Winnie. Rock is here, being the worst, as usual. No sign of any nuts, though. Rats. He dances with Winnie and tells them a little bit more about their sister, yet again repeating information that we already knew. He details all the horrible things that were done to his sister, and Winnie just weeps over how much pain that might have caused Vane. Shut up. Chapter 16. It's Cass. So they're in and they're getting dressed in their whatever, and then they wander off and sneak into the vault. And the vault somehow magically opens for them in spite of them being banished. And they're both like, that seems too easy. No shit. Chapter 17 is the other twin, Bash. Sure, They're still in the vault, finding nothing. They note that they didn't find their wings. They're not where they're supposed to be, but there is some sort of hint of residual dark magic in their place. Anyway, they head back. Wasn't that fun? That's so fun. Chapter 18 is Pan. Pan continues to act like an asshole, and it's elevated now because now he has mommy issues. God. He talks to Winnie about it in between feeling horny for her. We love a girl that can do both for you, I guess. And maybe not an actual girl, but we don't get to choose. Lost Boy is mentioned. Since Pan's acting like an idiot, Winnie has a solution, and it's to let him bang her in the throne room. So he goes in there and finger pops her and says, "Is this veins leaking out of you, darling?" She confirms that yes, in fact it is. And so he makes her taste it. Can we take a second, just one more second, to discuss how gross all of this is? Even if these characters are aged up, Winnie isn't. 18 years old to the day. Just turned 18. And then they swiped her up. What are we doing? And if the boys weren't aged up, it might make it a little less child rape. But then it would be just a bunch of kids having sex and detailing it to me. Like, what are we doing? Like, it doesn't even matter that they're aged up. This is gross. Anyway, the twins come back and they're like, "Did you find anything?" And you're like, "We didn't find the wings, but we found this." What do you think they found? What do you think they found? I'm gonna give you no hints. Fairy lube. I'll say it again. A fairy lubricant. And Pan's like, "Perfect timing. We were just thinking about taking the darling home and letting her us until we forget.
Forget that my mother abandoned me, but I can't tell them that.
Forget that it's snowing." Quote, "Let us warm ourselves in the heat of darling's." We talked about character continuity in the last book with Rock, so if you didn't watch that, I'll just give you a refresher. I hate this. Rock did it in the last book where one line he's speaking like a 16th century Shakespearean playwright saying, "Oh, look at the time. I have 1 hour and 3 before I must take my leave." And then on the next page he says things like, "Balls deep." The language that these idiots use throughout the book is mostly normal. And then every now and then, they wish to warm themselves in her heat. Figure out your shit before you make it my problem. That's all that I ask. I am begging at this point. I am so freaking exhausted. Time skip. They're on their way back home for the 4-for-1 bang fest. How delightful. Pan and Vane chat about nothing. Chapter 19 is Winnie. Oh, good. I love getting the freshly 18 POV for these encounters. Yum. The house is cold, and they note the absence of lost boys. Isn't that the point? Aren't they supposed to be lost? Come on, Winnie. Get your head out of your ass. It's so cold in the house that they suggest taking her to Pan's old room up top. And then Winnie tells us all about this one house that she and her mom lived in that had this tiny Coraline style door that led to a little secret attic space that she loved. Pencils down, guys. This will not be on the test because it's not important and it doesn't matter. They go up to the loft or whatever and they still don't bang. They just edge each other with words. Chapter 20 is Winnie again. We're doing the thing again. We're doing the thing where new chapters start in the exact same moments in the same POV with no new circumstances for no freaking reason. They tie her up and blindfold her and ask her if she wants to play a game.
I want to play a game.
No, not like that. Not that kind of a game, please. She's to guess whose hands and lips are on her, and if she gets it right, she'll be rewarded, and if she gets it wrong, she'll be punished. I'm not gonna lie to you. This sounds fun. Okay, I'm not reading all of that, but they bang, they play the game. Some of them she gets right, some stuff she gets wrong. Fantastic, to be honest. They do use the Fae lube. I know you were freaking curious. And they tell her that it's like nothing you felt before. And she says, "Warmth spreads through me, then pleasure, as the lube moves like living water rippling over my skin with a soft caress." So it's just lube with warming and a tingling sensation? And we have that here. Walmart, aisle G19. They finish taking turns in every orifice and then giving her water and tucking her in. Chapter 21, Winnie, again, she wakes up and is met by Tinkerbell. They exchange words, but none of them do I remember.
Guess what? I don't recall.
And all of a sudden, she hears her mother crying for her out on the beach. Oh no! She bolts down there, falls into a trap, no doubt set by Tink. A lost boy puts a lid on top of the trap, and she is being buried alive. No, she just wakes up because
it was all a dream.
Cass is there, and he's like, "No, you're fine, you're safe." He calms her down. Chapter 22 is Pan. Pan wakes up in a lot of pain because the lost boys are attacking, and he's been stabbed. He takes a couple of them out. Vane tosses one over the balcony. So the lost boys are
attacking. I thought
it was all a dream.
But okay. Pan does tell us that the Lost Boys seem to have kind of a sheen, a glaze over their eyes. They don't really seem to know what they're doing or where they're at, which would lead us to believe that they are illusioned and being controlled in some sort of a way. Who cares? But the darling is missing somehow. This doesn't make any sense. Was she dreaming or not? Pan's stomach still hurts because of the type of blade he was stabbed with. Because you know he has the shadow, so he should be healing, but he is not feeling good. It's forged of volcanic stone from Lost Land. Cass explains. He snaps his finger at his brother. That's what was missing from the Fey Vault. Christ, that's not good.
Oh, buddy, back from the void. Hello. Christ. Jesus Christ, as in the Lord and Savior according to the Christian religion. What is Christ doing in here? A few chapters ago, Vane had to ask Darling what that mortal saying was about fool me once, shame on fool me twice. But y'all know the Lord? Stupid. All right, back to it.
And they're all like, it doesn't make sense that the Lost Boys would turn on us. They seem possessed somehow. What the fuck? This isn't right. Y'all, how stupid are you? This is book 4 that has things like magic and illusions and all this other stuff. Like Pan can summon things out of nowhere. He has a life shadow. Darling has a death shadow. So does Vane. They can fly. So I ask again, how stupid are you? They have to find Darling though, but they have to go without Pan because he is not doing well from the wound, which is odd because like I said, he has the life shadow. He should be healing. This blade. Yeah, I put those together too. You didn't have to. Okay. Just as they're about to leave to go find Darling, zing! 3 more blades come in and hit Vane right in the chest. He goes down and in walks Tink with a reluctant Tilly following. They exchange words and it's all pointless, all to say that Tink is here to put the twins back on the throne where they belong. It is their destiny. We know. You already told us that. But the boys are like, absolutely not. We're not letting you do that while you're here to unalive Pan and Vane. We just want our wings. We don't want to rule. And then Tink tells Tilly to spill. And she does. Tilly actually never had their wings. Once they were taken, they were promptly destroyed. And chaos just erupts in the treehouse. And Tink is like, there are other ways to fly. Implying that they should take Pan's shadow. And the twins are like, as if. And Tink's like, fine. I guess you'll never see your darling girl again. They're freaking out, but Pan's like, take it. And they're like, no way. But Pan's like, yes way. I'm paraphrasing. He goes on and on about how he was never meant to have the shadow. He's got his whole imposter syndrome and mommy issues coming right up to the front along with all the blood he's losing. But there is a final test to see if the shadow will go to them. Because you know, the shadow, we've heard several times that a shadow will only go to someone that it chooses to go into. The shadow pops out of Peter Pan and envelops the boys in some sort of light. And when they emerge, they have their wings again. Woohoo! Chapter 23 is Cass. They come to, they have their new wings. They're like, oh my God, is this real? Hold on, beans break. You gonna stay with me? Okay, that's fine. And then Tinkerbell goes to embrace them, but they're like, no, where is Darling? And she's like, what is it about Darling girls that makes everyone lose their freaking minds? You got me, Tink. I have the same question. Anyway, they're determined to find her. Pan's like, Vane, go find her, take the twins with you, nothing else happens. But like, why should Vane go? He just took 3 to the chest. I guess he has a shadow, so he should be fine, but doesn't he need to like rest? Don't we all need to rest? Chapter 24 is Winnie. She is actually trapped. It was not all a dream, after all. She's buried in the earth inside of some sort of a box, and she works out that Tink must have made an illusion to make me feel like I was safe with the boys. And she vows to unalive her as soon as she gets out of there. She pleads for her shadow to do something, and it's like, nah. This bugs me, because what's the point in having a shadow if it literally just opts out of most of the things you need help with? Anyway, she's saved. By whom? Tilly. Why not? Yeah. They have a little chat about how Tilly was never loved by her mother, and she was only doing what she thought she had to do. But now, she just needs to help Winnie so that she can save her brothers. And just as Tilly's about to pull her out of the hole, Vane just blasts into her. And Winnie has to be like, no, don't. She saved me. She's okay. She's cool. And then she notices that Vane is covered in blood. And he's pale, so the blood must be his. Uh-oh. And he tells her that Pan sacrificed the shadow over to the twins. To this, Winnie initially tries to just dart off in the direction of Pan, but Vane's like, whoa, don't, Winnie. The shadow went to them. And Winnie then takes
another, 500 or so minutes of my life that I'll never get back to explain to us something that we already know, which is it has to accept the host. It has to choose you. And again, we know that because of how it's been spoken of for the last 4 motherfucking books. Then after all that repetitive narration, we get more repetitive dialogue where Winnie's like, we have to save him. And Bane's like, we can't right now. It's chaos back at the treehouse. Tink is somehow controlling the Fae and the Lost Boys. What in the world? And Tilly tells us that they've always been good at infiltrating minds and casting illusions. But Tink is obviously better at it, and especially now since she returned from the lagoon. No shit. I could have figured that out myself. I really could have. I have, actually. I have been doing that this whole time. There wasn't even anything to figure out because this is information I just already had. I'm not saying that I'm not a dumb bitch. I am, and Beans agrees with me. But I'm not this dumb, and neither are you. Probably. And it's really weird when you read books where the author clearly thinks that her audience is stupid. And Tilly's like, we might be able to defeat Tinkerbell if the shadows unite to overthrow her. Anyway, they head back towards Pan. Chapter 25 is Bash. This chapter is mainly just Bash flexing on himself. He's really feeling himself now that he's got his wings back. He also notes that even though he hasn't had his wings in a long time, he's still not as rusty as some of these Fae warriors seem to be. Like, it feels like they've never flown before. It's real weird, weird. And there's one Fae warrior he doesn't recognize. And if that seems like foreshadowing of something important to come, I'm in the future and I'll let you know now. Nothing comes of that. He just notes that some of the Fae warriors he's never seen before. All jokes aside, this book is terribly structured. It is not organized in any way at all. Anyway, Bash sees Darling and Tilly and his brother coming back up the walkway, but they aren't fighting, so that must be a good sign. I dropped to the path and I'm aware of the new majesty that is me. So if the golden abyss is Vane, then the new majesty is Bash. Love it. Darling's mouth pops open, her eyes going round. I flush with pride. Fuck yeah, I look hot. I've always looked better with wings in my humble opinion. Humble? I thought this was Bash's chapter. To me, it sounded a little vain. A little vain. Get it? Yeah. Whatever the opposite of humble is what that opinion was. But hey, not everybody's aspiring to be humble, am I right? Darling rushes over and drools over them and the majesty that is them. And they're talking about how they never wanted the shadow, not for a minute, and that's what makes them perfect to own it. We know, don't we, Beans? Yeah, no, we already knew that. They all chat. I skimmed, admittedly. They ultimately decide that Tilly's sins are forgiven but not forgotten. Shall we unalive our stupid mother now, or what? I vote yes. Beans? He's undecided. Tilly braids one of the boys' hair for battle. Whichever one has long hair, I forget every single time. She also braids the other one. He has like a little silly little braid that just sticks straight up on his head, alfalfa style. And he's like, how do I look? New braid goofing. Tilly cries because of how alone she's felt for so long and how sorry she is. And they're like, no worries, Tilly Willy. Their nickname, not mine. Let's go unalive our mother now. All right. Chapter 26 is Winnie. They're approaching the treehouse with caution because they see a lot of Lost Boys littering the ground, but no sign of Tink or Pan. Uh-oh. They head inside to get ready. I dress in warmer clothes, but clothes I imagine a girl can fight in. I'm no warrior, but I am Winnie Darling, and I will not let Tinkerbell take what's mine. Why'd you say it like that? Like, why? Why did you say it like this? What are clothes a girl can fight in? I need a sketch. A few things came to mind when I read that line, like Lara Croft, Mila Jovovich in Resident Evil, Michonne from The Walking Dead, which is the most practical outfit of the bunch, and she carries a samurai sword. So if I were gonna get dressed to head into battle, which I'm in no state to, but let's just go with it, I would pick either leggings or joggers, and depending on which, I would either have boots for the leggings or really comfortable tennis shoes for the joggers, a sports bra and a t-shirt, and all of this would depend on the environment that I was in and the opponent that I was facing. With all of those items I just said in mind, are those not clothes that a guy, gal, or non-binary pal could be comfortable and could also fight in?
Both men and women and non-binary people of all gender appropriations and the pronouns.
Why would... Ugh, whatever. Just be honest and say what you mean. I got dressed with comfort and bangability in mind. I got dressed to slay in more ways than one. Alexa, play Dress to Kill by Drop Dead Gorgeous. Anyway, the boys are dressed now too. They're both wearing dark royal blue clothes with like metal plates and leather cuffs. They're looking cool. They're looking great. All of those things a girl could also wear, but whatever, I digress. Vane is dressed in all black and looks like an assassin. We never get to hear what Winnie is wearing, shockingly. Even after everything we just went through and the specific distinction of how she plans to wear what a woman can fight in, I still don't know what that looks like or what it means.
What does that mean?
Sometimes it catches me off guard how otherworldly they all are, how they're all mine. Someday, when we're no longer at constant war on Neverland, I'll take them to my world and parade them around the people I used to go to school with. I got along with most of the girls in my town, but there were definitely a few who knew I was beneath them. Like literally, were you banging the girls too? Because up until now, you've only said boys. I'm just kidding.
It's metaphorical!
They would lose their ever-loving minds for Vane and the twins. Who wouldn't? This is such an 18-year-old thought to have, though, and it just further icks me out. One day, I'm gonna bring my hottie boyfriend back to town and show him off with all the losers I used to go to school with. No one fucking cares, Winnie. As a 30-something-year-old millennial, no one gives a shit. Hot iron candy or not, you're still a fucking idiot. Also, it has been said multiple times through the course of this series that she never stayed in one place for too long. So where are you going back to? I'm gonna take them back to my world and parade them. Are you doing a road trip? Are you gonna just show them off to everyone that you've ever known ever? Are you taking them by Starla's place? Will she be proud? Anyway, the plan is to distract Tink while Tilly stabs her with the same blade that almost killed Bane. And since Tink doesn't have a death shadow, it should work. If it doesn't, there's always plan B. What's plan B? They don't tell us. They don't even tell Winnie when she asks. This is a theme in this book, I guess, because Rock did the same thing earlier when he was like, I guess we'll go to plan B. So much for what was plan A? What's plan B? What's the plan at all? What are we talking about? Peter Pan's not there, by the way, but he's not with Tink either. We find that out in a few pages. No idea. Last we left him, he was bleeding and not feeling so great. So they head in the direction of the palace, but as soon as they step out of the trees, Tink and an entire army are waiting for them, and she's like, no Pan, I see. Maybe he's dead. Mayhem ensues. Darling and Vane let the shadow drive most of the time, do most of the work. She does mention that her coat is getting covered in blood, so we do know Girly Pop's wearing a coat. A special girls only coat, I bet. Lots of fighting, stabbing, unaliving of Faye and Lost Boys. The boys corner Tink. Tilly comes out of nowhere but it does nothing. Big surprise. Really wishing right about now I knew what plan B was, fellas. Anybody gonna tell me? Chapter 27 is Rock. Holy shit, I almost forgot about this guy. He is apparently watching everything unfold from a distance and says that this is the only time he'd prefer popcorn over peanuts. Peanuts is said 16 times and nuts 6 times. So Rock finds a bleeding Pan on the beach near the lagoon and he wanders over to have a little chat. Pan's crying and Rock is like, boys cry too. Wow. Snaps for Rock. And Pan's like, Vane will never forgive you for what happened to Lainey, their sister, which I don't know why this is even a storyline because there is nothing to it. And then Rock asks why Pan's crying. Because I lost everything that I am. And he doesn't understand why. Why would the lagoon bring back Tink? There has to be a reason, a lesson that it's trying to teach me. Maybe not everything's about you. Have you thought of that? Rock gets philosophical on his ass while eating peanuts, because what else would he do? And basically tells him that nothing matters except right now and what you do with the time you're given. Rock asks Pan what the lagoon told him, and Pan spills. I don't know why he would. I didn't think we trusted the crocodile. I thought it was a villain, but desperate times, I guess. Reminder that the lagoon said nothing. Never king, drenched in darkness, terrified of light. You cannot have light without darkness. Rock and Pan wade into the lagoon a little bit. Rock asks Pan if he trusts him, and Pan's like, absolutely not. And then Rock's like, let me ask a different way. Do you trust that I know things that others don't know? Pan says yes, and Rock lunges at him. Time skip to the exact same moment. Rock is seemingly drowning Pan in the lagoon. He has a theory, but after Pan stops resisting and then just sinks to the bottom of the lagoon, he's a little worried about the validity of that theory, but he just props himself up on the beach, grabs his nuts, and just watches and waits. Chapter 28 is Balder. Forgot about this bitch too. He flashes back to watching Pan's mom plop him into the lagoon. She calls Balder brother when she speaks to him and asks Am I doing the right thing? She second guesses herself and then thinks about going in after him and saving him, but Balder tells her the lagoon will give him what he needs. Telepathically, of course. It's a dog, after all. Then a very aged up boy breaks the surface of the lagoon, and his mom and the wolf hide in the woods to watch. If he sees me, I fear I will never leave him. Watch over him for me, brother, as much as I can, the wolf answers. You watch from the earth, she says, and I will watch from above. The wolf nods and the mother flies off, returning to her place in the sky. She's easy to spot if you just look up. She's the brightest shining light in the dark, the second star to the right. So Balder is watching from the earth and is also the brother of Pan's mother, who is watching from the sky. Is she a star? Is she a god? Count me in as who cares. Chapter 29 is Rock, and he's still waiting when all of a sudden, water explosion. A geyser of water comes up and Peter Pan, glowing like a star, shoots off, burning through the clouds. Peter Pan can still fly, it would seem. I suspect gods need no shadow to take to the sky. So she was a god and so is Pan. Got it. Makes no goddamn sense, but okay. Chapter 30 is Pan. He regales us on how he can now see Balder's memory of that day and how he's always been afraid of light, but the shadow was there to ground him until he knew what to do with his light. He zips through the sky and sees his chosen family fighting down below, and he messages them telepathically that he's coming and he knows that they can hear him. I don't care, and we are so close to the end. Let's just keep going. Chapter 31 is Winnie. Winnie's hurt and they are losing the battle. Tink is giddy over this, but then a magical glowing light shoots through the sky and straight into Tink. No time to suss this out now. We have a fight to win. Pan tells everyone to restrain Tink while he takes her head in his hands and kills her with light, I guess. These chapters are as short as they are boring. They're still boring. I'm still bored. Chapter 32 is Bash. The boys are holding their mom as she dies by ultraviolet light exposure and expires in a poof of pixie dust. Winnie rushes to Pan and says that she was worried. Oh my god, what happened? And he's like, I'll tell you later. I'm still waiting to hear about what plan B was. Tilly approaches her brothers and asks to speak with them so she can thank them for cleaning up yet another one of her messes. She tells them, you're right to rule. And I gotta go my own way. She will leave Neverland to see what's out there because for the first time in her life, she's going to do what she wants. And she promises that if she settles in somewhere, she will write to them and ask them over for dinner. Chapter 33 is Pan. He's working to gather up all the fallen Lost Boys, and Bane approaches. Bane's like, what happened? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me. Rock helped. Rock, my brother helped you? He helped you what? Become a glowing orb of light? And then Pan looks over at Darling and says, I'm a better man because of her. And Vane's like, we all are. How? Pray tell, how does Darling have anything to do with him being a god or a good person? They all say they love each other. Chapter 24, Winnie. 2 weeks later, we find her looking through a telescope.
I'm looking at you through the glass.
The mighty Peter Pan was once birthed by a star goddess, abandoned on Neverland as a boy because he was too volatile, only for the lagoon to give him the shadow so that his true nature would be subdued by the shadow. Or at least that's my theory. That's her theory. Bravo, Winnie. Well done. Pan has been stingy with the details. When I asked him if he was a god, he just scooped me up and carried me to his bed and me until I forgot the question. They all toast to the boys being kings again, and they ask Winnie if she will be their queen because she's a darling whore who likes bossing them around. So why not boss around all of Neverland? Great idea. They all bow to their new queen. Not me, though. I look around the room at the 4 men before me on their knees. I love them, each one of them, in my own way, and they love me in turn. My vicious men, all of them, mine. Bravo. Epilogue. Rock. He and his nuts have joined Tilly on the ship set for Everland, assumedly to get Wendy, but Tilly asks Rock if he's excited to see Hook too. I snort. And press into another shell, breaking it open, but I don't answer the question. I can't. Because there's one thing troubling me most of all. I'm excited to find Wendy, yes, but there's one person I'm more excited to see. A pirate with a... a pirate with a fuckable mouth and an attitude I'd love to break. I'm coming for you, Captain. I hope you're ready to be devoured by the crocodile. The literal only thing that I cared about even slightly in this series, and it never even happened in this series. I would have to read the standalone book that was published a couple months ago in order to get any closure on that. So, we're done! Oh my God. Okay, so I'm gonna try to organize my thoughts in a way that this series could never, and try to properly sum up my collective thoughts on these 4 stupid books. If I had to sum up the series in one sentence, it would be, this could have been cool, but it wasn't. I personally love retellings and reimaginings of classic fairy tales and folklore, and the story of Peter Pan is one of my all-time favorites as far as worlds and universes and lore and stories to revisit. I love Peter Pan. This was stupid though. It was poorly organized, terribly structured, the writing was juvenile, repetitive, my God. Things were brought up or introduced into the plot for literally no reason at all, and they were never fully flushed out or expounded upon. They were literally just there. See things like the Bone Society, the Myth Makers, Swerker Starla, the fact that Tilly knew where the shadow was the entire time and was just torturing darlings for funsies instead of destroying the shadow or grabbing it up and hiding it somewhere else that no one else could find it ever. As soon as I started reading this book specifically, I was so bored. The constantly repeating themselves and the plot points over and over again does not make for a great reading experience. And since the author spent 3.5 of the books doing just that, I knew there was never going to be a good resolution to this story. Like, that is just too tall of an order. We didn't even get to rescue Wendy. Wendy Darling, the original Darling, or is she? I don't know. They kept making that fucking unclear. Wendy Darling being an afterthought in a Peter Pan retelling is a choice. The entire series felt like an accident. It read like a first draft, and not even a well thought out one. A first draft that was basically you just word vomiting out all of your ideas onto the page in real time, and then being like, good enough, publish. But it wasn't good enough. It wasn't good. Sometimes the first ideas that come to mind shouldn't be the things that you let take flight, pun intended. But the worst part? Every book was like that. Not just the first one. Because I'm willing to let it go that maybe the first book in a series is a little wobbly and you clean it up throughout the rest of the series. But never once did this feel like a cohesive story. I'm just here for the smut and the vibes. Well, I got some books for you then. However, me, I wanted a little bit more. I want to be able to trust that you can build a decent world and tell a decent story that will make me want to turn the pages alongside good smut. Since we're talking about smut, let's talk about the smut. No thanks. The only sexual tension that was properly built and held here was between Rock and Hook, and we don't even get any resolution to that. Everybody else were just horny, magical, misogynistic man-children waiting to bone the abused, neglected, traumatized, hypersexual, freshly 18-year-old literal child that they just kidnapped a few days ago. Call me crazy, but I don't derive any sort of pleasure from that. Hearing graphic details of how properly this child is banged by these undead, magical, century-old beings who are not interesting enough to be able to tell the difference between. This is like
Ho, but then make it fashion.
Except instead, it's like Ho, but make it Neverland and grooming a little bit. And all of this was made even worse by some of the cringiest smut that I've ever seen. Don't get cocky. I won't. I'll just get cock. It's okay to choke on Lost Boy, but not chicken and biscuits. We're the Lost Boys, and there's plenty of lost to be found. Did not do it for me. But at all. The aspect of the different islands and realms is another thing that could have been cool, but required a little bit more skill in order to execute it properly. And this is another thing that they just talked about for no fucking reason. The shadows, same deal. There was not enough space or skill in these books to properly flesh out and explore all these things in the time that we had. What do you mean? You want me to properly flesh out all the random stuff that I tossed in here? But the plot isn't just gonna repeat itself every other page. What do you want from me? Some editing could have helped. The ending was stupid. Peter Pan was a god the entire time. I don't have the brain cells left right now for me to like go back through all the instances in this book where that simply wouldn't have made any sense. No, I don't have the time for it. What a letdown of a series. 1.5 stars. Just because it's not as bad as Colleen Hoover or Haunting Adeline, but it is still a stinker if you ask me. But hey, at least we had fun, right? We got 4 videos out of this series. And people on my Bindery or Patreon or channel members on the YouTube got 7 more in the form of reading vlogs. So that's 11 videos in total, and that's pretty cool. So maybe the real magic was the rants we had along the way.
Hi, just me one more time. Is this where we should tell Natalie that a 5th book in this series was announced? Who wants to tell her? Anybody in the comments? I'm not doing it. We'll tell her when she feels better. It's fine. I hope that you have enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for being here and supporting Natalie through this time of trying to get well. This channel is Natalie's job. It's how she supports her family. So being able to sort of upcycle some older content and repost some older content that was demonetized by the overlords here is how we're trying to make sure that she still gets her paycheck while focusing on getting well. So thank you for being here and supporting my best friend. It means a lot to me. Natalie, we love you, and you do not have to say it back. Poppy also wants to say something. Thank you for those kind words. Okay, see you next time.
Thank you for watching and being patient with me. Some of you may know, some of you may not. I haven't really been doing well mentally. My depression has been just clinging on for a little too long, and I'm starting to take meds again and get back into my therapy routine so that I can try to be the best I can be for everyone who likes me and depends on me. If you enjoyed this video and you want to support my work, it's greatly appreciated. I have, like I said, a bindery page, a Patreon page, and you can join here on YouTube and become a channel member, and you get early access to videos and members only content. It's a lot of fun, and it helps me pay the bills and keep quality content coming your way.
We love you. You don't have to say it back. And again, thanks for being here.